When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Hello everybody, welcome to Southport for Lancashire versus Hampshire in the Women's One-Day Cup. Lancashire have already won 2 on the road, but this is their first home fixture in what is a newly professionalised era of county cricket. So a little bit of a moment of history here. As you can see at the moment, the toss going on behind me. We will be with Ellie Threlkeld very shortly. Our commentary team today is myself, Mike Perkins. We also have Polly Starkey, podcaster, writer and cricket broadcaster, as well as Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester, and Kevin James, who will be joining us from BBC Radio Solent. So, as I say, the toss taking place at the moment. The team sheet's been exchanged. We'll have a chat with Ellie Threlkeld about this very important game. Hampshire, we should tell you, they have tied 1 in their first game at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, and they have also won their second game of the competition. So they're in good form as well, obviously inheriting a lot of the Southern Vipers players. Right, the coin is being tossed at the moment, so let's go and have find out which way it's going to land. Shall I cue in again here? Let's go and have a word with Ellie Threlkeld then, who's just getting a photo taken with Georgia Adams, the Hampshire captain. Ellie, if we can just get you here on Lancs TV, what's happened at the toss? Have you won or lost, and what will you be doing?
Lost the toss, and we're going to be having a bat.
Okay, and how do you feel about that, batting first on this one today?
Yeah, really good actually. I think I was going to have a bat if we won anyway. It looks like a good pitch. And yeah, nice ground, nice day for it, so hopefully we can pile them on first innings.
Any changes to the team?
Yes, Mahika Gore has come in for Tara Norris.
And what's the thinking there?
Well, Mahika's back available, and yeah, sort of like for like swap, and yeah, hopefully she can go well at the top of our sort of fielding innings and take some early wickets.
All right, best of luck, Ellie. As I say, enjoy the game.
Cheers, thanks.
Georgia, if we can just get you in as well. So you've won the toss and chosen to bowl?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty happy to lose the toss today. It looks a great wicket. You know, I think in our experience, it's been quite a tough ground to defend on. So we wanted to get our seamers out here early, see if we can extract anything from what looks to be a great pitch. And yeah, we haven't chased yet this year, so we'll give it a nudge.
Any changes to your team?
So we just got Lauren Bell out and Daisy Gibb in, making a debut today.
OK, well, best of luck to yourself as well. So there you have it. There's the news from the toss. Hampshire have won the toss and they've chosen to bowl. Over to Scott Reed and Polly Starkey in the commentary box.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extra.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Well, what a beautiful day here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. The sky is a beautiful blue colour, and look at that, there's a big hot sun in the sky as well. Happy days. April's been lovely, and we've been fortunate to have some great weather to start this new cricket season. And for Lancashire, this is their first home game for Lancashire's women's side, their first home match of the season, and Southport and Birkdale proving to be the perfect venue for it. And as the two captains were saying at the toss, it looks like an absolute belter of a pitch. It tends to be that way here. It tends to be a particularly good pitch to bat on. But as the Hampshire captain Georgia Adams was saying there, maybe if there is a little bit of life in this pitch, it might well be early on. It's still 10:30, it's still April, even though it's not rained for about a week or so or more here on the west coast of Lancashire. So Lancashire's opening batters Emma Lamb and Eve Jones just waiting at the edge of the boundary, and the Hampshire players in their team huddle gearing up for this fixture. And what a terrific start for Lancashire as well. 2 wins from 2. Hampshire come into this with 1 victory and 1 very dramatic tie against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. So an encouraging start for both sides. Polly Starkey's alongside me here in our little commentary position. We're perched just outside the tennis pavilion with 2 nice big umbrellas to keep us shaded from the sunshine. And, Polly, a really good start for Lancashire this season.
A really positive start. I think heading into this season there was a lot of unknowns about all the teams that were going to be competing in the One Day Cup and how teams would fare after building these squads with the new structure. But Lancashire have started so well, 2 wins. Hampshire have equally started pretty well. They had that exciting tie down at Edgbaston to start their season, and then had a victory over Surrey as well. So it should be a relatively evenly matched game today with 2 teams that have started well.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point about the restructuring and some of the changes to the squads as well. There's some of the work that's been done in the winter to sign players as well as to try and develop your own players as well. From Lancashire's point of view, the addition of Eve Jones, the signing of Grace Potts, just to name a couple, with more to come in the summer. Obviously Katie Mack back as well. Looks like a pretty decent Lancashire side now, doesn't it?
It looks really strong. I think the addition of Eve Jones at the top of the order is so valuable. She scored 97 against Somerset the other day, and yeah, she's so valuable, so experienced, and also offers, being a left-hand batter, that slight point of difference. So yeah, Lancashire squad are looking really strong. Obviously it is early on the season, you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but what we've seen so far is really positive.
It is. Let's see how this third game of the group stage gets underway then. So Hampshire bowling first, and we are underway here. That's pushed up towards mid-off, and there is no run with Daisy Gipp opening the bowling from the Grosvenor Road end. If you are in the vicinity of the west coast of Lancashire and thinking of popping down, then you've got a perfect day for it, but bring some shelter. bring a cap and bring some sun cream. It's a hot day. Gibb from around the wicket balls, a little bit of width there, and cut away by Eve Jones out towards the offside. And there's no run. So yeah, it's a victory and a tie to start life for Hampshire, and 2 wins from 2. It is only early on, but you want to hit the ground running. There's nothing worse than playing catch-up. You want to start positively, and both these 2 sides have made an encouraging start to this group campaign. There's a slip in place from the power play, a ring of fielders on the offside. We've got Gibb for Hampshire in and bowling, and Jones carefully just shifting into the back foot and pushing defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. This game being broadcast live via the BBC Sport website and app as well, so BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Solent with us, from Kevin James, who's made the journey from the south coast up to the... Every time Kevin comes here it's lovely, and it's lovely again for Kevin. He tells me he brings the weather from the south coast, but I'm not entirely sure that's true. Gibb in balls again, that's sucked away through the... down the ground. It's racing towards the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. It's kind of straight mid-on. Almost took Emma Lamb out at the non-striker's end, but running with a 4 off the back foot, hammered away for Eve Jones.
There was a lot of oomph of that shot. It was really, really loud as the ball made contact with the bat and sailed away to the boundary.
Expected to be a pretty quick outfield here. I mean, it's absolutely bone dry. It's quite a sandy outfield here at Southport, and you'll get value for your shots, I'm sure, through the course of the day. So it's 5 without loss, and that's run away through the offside. There's more runs here. Just steered away through backward point. It's worth a single. So Jones moves on to 5. The score moves on to 6. We're in the first over of this game. So one change made by both sides for this fixture. As we heard from the 2 captains at the toss, Lauren Bell drops out. Daisy Gibb comes in. Mahika Gore starts as well for Lancashire. Tara Norris on 12th duties today. So Emma Lamb, who started the season beautifully with the bat, is on strike. There's a slip in place. There's a deep third, deep fine. He's going to strengthen the leg side here. Looks like a square leg coming into position. Yes, a fine leg, deep third, square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Cover point and 1 slip. Into the first over of this match is Gibb for Hampshire. The ball over the wicket to Lamb. Just leans back, tries to steer that away through the offside, just backward of square, and there is no run. It remains on 7. It's just the most perfect conditions for this game. Actually, if anything, it's a little bit too warm. It's going to be a hot day for the players, certainly. Plenty of refreshment required to keep the energy levels up through the course of the day. As Gibb sets off again. Lamb waiting in balls to Lamb's off the back foot and played calmly away towards the offside, and there is no run. That is the end of the over, and it's 6 without loss, with Jones on 5 and Lamb just facing a couple of deliveries at the end of that first over is on 0. So 6 without loss, 1 over gone. Lancashire batting first here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. It's an exciting opening pair that Lancashire have got with Eve Jones and with Emma Lamb.
Yeah, it's a really good pair, and a first over in senior cricket for Daisy Gibb as well. You could see Freya Davis just speaking to her, adjusting the field with her at the end of her mark. A big moment for her. She makes her debut, and a big responsibility to open the bowling. She's got plenty of people in the team like Freya Davis who have been there and done that and can help with that experience.
It will be Freya Davis to open up from the Harrod Drive end of the ground here, which is where we have a little row of housing with red terracotta tile roofs just on the other side of the boundary rope, and the sight screen behind Davis. So 1 over gone. Start of the second over with Eve Jones on strike. It's pushed away off the back foot just in front of square for a single. Nicely timed by Jones and guided away for 1. And the score moves on to 7 without loss. Yeah, there's with the way that the structure is this year, there'll be quite a few players who will be making debuts and playing at kind of big county grounds. It will be a great experience for these players, but also a little bit of nerves around, I'm sure. Lamb's on strike here. Still a slip in place. There's Davis in and balls. That's run down to deep third just for a single, and Lamb gets her first run of the morning. What a start to the season for Emma Lamb. 50 in a century so far in these opening 2 games. Best score of 130 not out. It's a really positive start to the season for Emma Lamb. There's Davis in again. In and bowls. That's it. Pushed away into the offside. And there is no run. We'll keep you across the scores through the course of the day as well. Plenty of fixtures taking place in the Metrobank One Day Cup on this lovely Wednesday morning. We've got Surrey against Durham and Warwickshire against the Blaze are the 2 other fixtures taking place today. As Davis is in and bowling. Again, Lamb just going back and defending. A calm, watchful start by Lamb. Just push back down the ground. And there's no addition to the score. The Blaze have lost a couple of early wickets in their match against Warwickshire. This game taking place at Edgbaston. 7 for 2 early on. Tammy Bowman, the Blaze skippers, 5 not out, but 7 for 2. The Blaze against Warwickshire. And Surrey are batting first in their match against Durham. That's a terrific shot by Jones, hammered away through extra cover, all the way up towards the boundary in front of the scoreboard for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Jones. Moves her on to double figures. Moves to 10. It's 12 without loss.
She's got power inside of her today. The shots are coming with a lot of strength, and that was another good bit of batting from Eve Jones. As I said before, just what a signing for Lancashire, a really good addition to this team. At the top of the order, her and Lamb have batted so well together pre-season and then also at the start of the season so far.
It's like a return home, isn't it, really, for Eve Jones? It's turned out towards the leg side this side, picked up at mid-wicket by Mia Bouchier, and there's no addition to the score. It's the end of the over, actually. 2 overs gone then. So early signs here, but both captains were saying it was interesting to hear from Ellie and Georgia at the toss. Georgia Adams saying it was probably a good toss to lose. In the end, she won it. And well, what do you do? Well, we'll have a ball first. You never know. There may be something in it early on. But both captains were saying it does look a really good pitch to bat. So there could be some runs out here today.
Yeah, I would imagine so, and I guess the first 2 games Lancashire have had great success in chasing quickly as well, and have found those wins quite convincingly.
Yeah, victories at Trent Bridge and at Taunton to start the campaign for Lancashire. It's taken by the keeper as Gibbs sets off again from the Grosvenor Road end. Down the leg side, just deflected maybe off the hip or something of Lamb. Not been called a wide by the umpire. So 12 without loss as we start the 3rd over. Lamb on 1. Gibb in and balls. That's off the back foot, pushed away to the offside. And just timed nicely. And Lamb comes back for 2. The throw comes in towards the keeper's end. Moves on to 3. And the score moves on to 14 without loss. First home game for Lancashire, having a couple of games on their travels away from home. It's left by Lamb through to the keeper, and there is no run. Plenty of double headers, of course, but Southport and Birkdale playing as it has done now for a number of years. A very nice home for Lancashire, both men's and women's side, in the last 5 or 6 seasons. 14 without loss, halfway through the 3rd. And just pushed away to mid-on this time by Lamb. And there is no addition to the score. Remains on 3 and Jones on 10.
what a start to the season Emma Lamb has had. 130 not out against the Blaze and 52 against Somerset, but also her bowling. I remember pre-season she scored quite a lot of runs out in Dubai and took plenty of wickets as well, and was really used as a frontline bowler there, which is part of a game that she's really developed coming into this season.
Pushed away by Lamb for the back foot to cover, no run, end of the over. No, we've got another one to go. Yeah, with those runs, as Polly was saying, there's also wickets this season early on. 5 wickets, the joint leading wicket taker Emma Lamb alongside Hannah Jones. Kind of known for a while that she does have the makings of a genuinely good all-rounder. Maybe the odd season, sometimes a batting stronger than a bowling, or vice versa, but so far both complementing each other really well. It's wide outside off stump by Gibb. Lamb thought for a second about having a little go at that, trying to carve the ball away. In the end, leaves it alone and through to the keeper. So wide signals, an extra run on the board. 15 without loss. 1 ball left of the 3rd over. There's Gibb back in again. It's off the inner half of the bat. Ball ricochets away towards the leg side. And Lamb through for a signal. Try and push it through the covers, but the ball deflects off the inner half of the bat. And she keeps a strike as well. Moves on to 4. And the score moves on to 16 without loss, with Eve Jones on 10. So 3 overs gone and a best.
Yeah, steady start, and that's all they need to do. Just start building the innings. They're a pair that have batted plenty of times together and know how to build an innings well. So just settle in and start to get those runs up.
It's a collection of spectators who have started to filter through to into the ground. Just dotted all around the edge of the boundary rope. There's not a huge amount of shade for supporters today, so the best location is actually on the opposite side of the ground where we are. This line pushes out towards the leg side for no run. There's 2 trees just beyond the edge of the boundary rope on the railway side of the ground where the railway track is. And that is about it. That's where you're going to get your shade from. Get yourself positioned underneath one of the trees. Otherwise, you're in the sunshine for most of the day. There's various gazebos being erected as well to try and find some cover for spectators and staff. Yeah, just defended. Back to Davis, and there's no run. 16 without loss. There's a little bit of shade beyond the edge of behind the sight screen at the Harrod Drive end of the ground as well. It's a good viewing ground, is this? And the fold-out chairs are just all being located around the edge of the boundary rope. Frey Davis in, balls, it'll shuffle down the pitch by Lamb. That's pushed away defensively. Gathered by Davis off her own bowling, and there's no run. Tight start from Frey Davis to her 2nd over of the day. 16 on the board. Lamb on 4 and Jones on 15. And we've got the factor 30 here on our little TV little commentary table.
I will say, before I came, I put on factor 50, but it was factor 50 from Australia, so it's different level sun cream. So if I burn, I'm going to be absolutely gutted.
It's nicely driven by Lamb to cover, and there's no run. 16 without loss. And then you applied some of this on top of it as well.
Exactly. So if I'm not protected from the sun, then I don't know what sun cream I need. Some industrial level sun cream.
Concrete. 16 without loss in the 4th over. There's Davis from the Harrod Drive end, past the umpire in again. And just dabbed away calmly by Lamb. From good length from Davis, probing away in and around off stump there. And defender back down the pitch. Lamb remains on 4. And Jones on 10. 16 without loss with a delivery to go of the 4th over. There's Davis in to complete the over. Still a slip in place as well in this early part. Shuffled down the pitch by Lamb. Well, that's speared away down the leg side by Davis.
Oh, why?
Called away by the umpire.
You didn't tell me you're looking at it.
Score moves on to 17 without loss. It's been too much wide from Freya Davis. It's been a really accurate start, just probing it in and around off stump, but that one just angled down the leg side. It sets off again over the wicket to Lamb. The back foot and pulled in front of square. It's a good shot. It's 4 actually as well. Nicely timed. Good way to end the over.
Yeah, good shot. Race away by one of the many trees around this ground. I do love when a cricket ground has a lot of trees. I don't think any of these trees are inside the boundary rope as far as I can see.
I don't think so, no. No, it's not quite like the lime tree at Canterbury. Well, I don't think he's there anymore, is it? Well, there's a replacement there, I think, isn't there? But the original one was inside the boundary rope. But we've got 2 huge trees on the far side of the ground, just on the other side of the rope, alongside the railway line. Nice shot for Lamb, doubling her score at the end of the over. She's on to 8. 21 without loss. Plenty of time to play that shot too as well. Pulling it in front of square. It'll be Daisy Gibb. This is over number 3 for her. She's in and bowling from around the wicket. It's down the leg side and clipped beyond the reach of the keeper, down towards the boundary. No bat on that. It's just deflected off the thigh pad of Eve Jones. And given his leg buys, it raced away for 4 leg buys.
Yeah, it just shows how fast the outfield will be today. As you said, it was so dry. Not been much rain around at all in the last few weeks, so it just raced away.
Yeah, quick, fast. Oh, it always is here, isn't it? It's always a really quick outfield. This leg side by Gibb, wide signal by the umpire. Albeit I'm used to coming here in the middle of summer, like in July. So you're expecting it to be like this, but not for April. I've been lucky. Barely seen a bit of cricket that's been lost to the weather so far, whether it's the men's or the women's sides. So, wonderful April to start the new season. Here's Gibb. And again to Jones. Just working it off the back foot behind square on the leg side for a single. Just eased away calmly. Without too much fuss. Moves on to 11. 27 without loss. Our scoreboard in the ground is giving us a slightly different score to the one that our viewers may be seeing on Lancs TV, but we'll all go together with a 27 without loss in the 5th, and then our viewers are not getting confused. But there's a discrepancy somewhere. There's Gibb into Lamb. A little bit of hesitation there. It's pushed away off the back foot to point by Lamb. And well, it's a sharp single. I think with a clean pickup. It could have been a bit of a testing signal, that actually.
Yeah, I think that could have been tight. There was a fumble by Lindsay Smith, but I reckon if she picked that up cleanly and direct hit, that could have been a bad moment for Lancashire, but they scrambled through for the single and they got it. It was safe.
Smaller ones than that.
Yeah, in the end they were both committed to it. Maybe the fact that they ran pretty quickly put a bit of pressure on the field. Just smothered away off the front foot by Eve Jones. Pushed away towards the offside for no run. If you're a batter in this game here, you won't want to be giving your wicket away to a run out. This looks like a day where you could try and fill your boots. If if you're going to get out, make sure you're got out. These two batters in good form for Lancashire, and a pretty solid start so far today. Off the back foot and punched away to mid-off. Charlie Notton fields, and there is no run, actually more cover than mid-off. 28 without loss. 1 ball remaining of the 5th over. No real alarms just yet. Nothing that would cause Jones or Lamb too much concern to begin with. Daisy Gibb to complete her 3rd over. Gone for 13 so far. Striding in once more. Around the wicket. Again, pushed defensively by Eve Jones off the front foot. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. So we've had 5. Lancashire on 28. Eve Jones on 11. Emma Lamb is on 9. Polly, he'll be joined by Kevin James.
A decent start with the ball for Daisy Gibb. .28 without loss after the first 5 overs.
Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think one thing is for sure, this could be a very, very high-scoring game.
Indeed. 2 teams that have batted really well so far this season and have got plenty of batters in their lineup.
Looks a good pitch as well. Not a breath of wind. Still, sun out.
As it's Davis continuing, and that's struck down the ground, but find the fielder. There's a misfield, so take the single. Yeah, barely any breeze at all, and we're right by the coast. It's quite something. I'm glad we've got a bit of shade as well.
Yeah, that was the most important thing. We didn't worry about rigging up the kit to get on air, either Lancs TV or the BBC Sport website. I mean, the first thing we looked for was the parasols.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't want us going down with sunstroke or anything. That wouldn't be good. .29 without loss. Davis to Jones, who defends that into the ground for no run.
Got Nancy Harmon right in front of us. We're at, for Eve Jones, deep backwards square leg, where we're commentating from. And Nancy Harmon, you may have noticed, Polly, is sporting some beautiful blonde hair, which isn't a natural colour.
It is bleach blonde. I saw her post a photo of it the other day, and yeah, I thought, I mean, it makes her easy to identify if she's far away from us, as that one again is defended for no run. So it's quite useful actually to be able to spot her from far away.
That's for sure. Lindsay Smith coming in there. So yeah, 2 unbeaten sides coming into this game. 2 good wins for Lancashire. Interesting with the toss, with Hampshire winning and electing to bowl first. I'm just wondering if they're thinking, do you know what, Lancashire have chased well in both their wins. We'll maybe try and break that up.
Yeah, that was my thoughts exactly when Adams made that decision. That's been guided down. There will be no run. Faye Davis bowling well here. 29 without loss.
Yeah, nice and straight. I think you've got to bowl straight on this pitch. Daisy Gibb making a debut, having played a couple of games for Sussex earlier in Tier 2. Making a Hampshire debut, 19-year-old at the other end.
Yeah, having Tier 2 involved and people that played for previous teams before the restructure. There's a lot of different counties involved in this, as Davis is in again and lofted up but falls short, and there'll be no run. So in fact with Hampshire, so many players have historically played for Sussex, and I mean Georgia Adams is a great example of that, the captain, and now have had to make that move to Hampshire being Tier 1. And then of course there are players going out on loan to Tier 2 sides and taking advantage of the loan system there. Even Tier 2 players coming up to Tier 1, like Stair Callis coming to Warwickshire from Yorkshire. So there's a lot of movement constantly going on. Davis to Jones, who guides that nicely away to the boundary. Goes again to the tree, and that will be 4 more runs on the board.
Yeah, a bit of width there from Freya Davis. I don't think that's what's required on this pitch. Promises to be a high-scoring game between these two in-form sides. Beautiful shot there from Eve Jones, just showing why she's in such good form. Why has Eve Jones moved from effectively Central Sparks to Lancashire during the winter? What's the reason there? Because she was a stalwart of the Central Sparks side, wasn't she?
I mean, she was the captain, and to make the move and knowing she wasn't going to be captain here, I think is such a big decision. I guess she's at a point in her career, she's not going to play for England. She's such a good player, but actually maybe she needed something else to stretch her a bit and have a bit of a change up. And obviously she'd been with Sparks since it started, and she's previously played for Lancashire, the Kia Super League days, so I guess it was kind of coming back home and that slight change of environment. I think sometimes players need that or just want that, and this whole restructure was such a good opportunity for players to make that decision. And it's one that's, I think, definitely paid off because she's really found form here. As Lindsay Smith is going to come into the attack and take the single from that.
Lindsay Smith's been in good form as well in the opening 2 rounds. She picked up 4 for 39 in the tie against Warwickshire at Edgbaston and 3 for 28 in that magnificent win against probably title favourites Surrey. Although they've lost their first 2, I think that tag is very quickly diminishing.
Yeah, I mean, I was so shocked by Surrey's first 2 games, particularly that one against Somerset. That was shocking. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's great for other teams that aura around Surrey is slightly disappearing. So there are perhaps fewer nerves when teams go to play them. Smith in again. That's defended for no run.
Do you think it's already blown the Tier 1 competition open already?
I think so, yeah.
Losing 2?
Yeah, I really think so. I think some teams have surprised, for example, Lancashire, as that's one guided towards the boundary. Nancy Harmon with the peroxide blonde hair doing the fielding. Yeah, I really think it has blown the competition open, and it's kind of anyone's to take. I thought Somerset would be the weakest by a mile, but actually they managed to beat Surrey, which I don't think anyone expected. But Warwickshire have done well, Hampshire are doing well, Durham have been excellent so far. Obviously they did lose one game, but their opener against Essex was really strong. I thought Essex would be better than they've been, so it's been a bit all over the place. There's a slight appeal, umpire's not interested, and there's no run, 35 without loss.
Do you think what you've seen already of the competition, and of course it's still very, very early days, that actually the decisions to go county-based is already working?
As Lindsay Smith is in, and a similar shot to previously, Nancy Harmon working hard on the boundary there. 100%, I think it was such a good decision. It almost needed to happen at some point, and it's like, how far do you go with the regions, and how much do you embed them before you make that change? And I think they made the change at a really good time. Women's cricket was ready to kind of take that step, especially with having Tier 2 and making that semi-professional. So I think so far from what I've seen, it's been a success. As Jones plays it out again to the boundary, Nancy Harmon. But yeah, I think it's been really good so far, and just to see the counties investing in these sides and putting them, many teams have put them on a level playing field with the men's side. I know that hasn't been the case across the board, especially in Tier 2, and that's obviously disappointing. But from what I've seen, for example, with Lancashire, it's been really positive.
Are we using emails today? Because I've got a couple. Well, no, not really. But I know Scott. Whenever I've worked with Scott in the past, he says, use your email. So if everybody's happy with that, should we use that? Just the one, solentcricket@gmail.com. Now, I know that probably will annoy people up north. But, hey, just bear with it. It's only one day. solentcricket@gmail.com. Peter has already emailed. Morning, team. Looking forward to the commentary today whilst working from home. Let's hope Smith can get an early breakthrough here for Hampshire.
Freya Davis to Eve Jones. There'll be no run.
Peter goes on to say, I don't know if you're aware, but the audio on the Lancs TV stream is a bit crackly and a bit poppy. I'm sure the team here will love to hear that, but if that is the case, then I'm sure they're already working on it. So we're a bit crackly and popply on the Lancashire TV stream, apparently. Yeah. It's nothing to do with us.
Davis in again to Jones, who guides that steadily away to the boundary, and she'll get another 4. Another boundary to her tally.
They're both looking good out there, aren't they, really? I think as a bowler, you just got to get through your 10 and just say, look, I've got to keep it line and length, got to keep it as accurate as I can, and then just hope you come out with some sort of decent figures. Sebastian Grammer has also emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. Good morning. Listening in from a scorching Blackpool. I didn't think that was something I would ever hear, certainly not in April.
Davis charging in, and it's guided down with a fielder down at the boundary, and McCacken there does the fielding, take 1 run from it, 42 without loss.
Sebastian goes on to say, struggling in the office with the fan on. I can't imagine what it's like out there for the players. Thank you for the quality commentary. Thank you. Yes, myself, Kevin James, Polly Starkey on with me, broadcaster and writer, cricket writer, out in the Ashes, out in Australia.
Yeah.
For the women's Ashes.
Yeah, that was very. I mean, it feels like I'm in Australia again with this heat. Davis to Lamb. There'll be no run. I did love the email saying working from home, because if you've got the cricket on, are you really working from home? Because I know I wouldn't be.
Would you not?
No, you're just watching the cricket.
Wouldn't you have it on in the background and then just look up when there's the odd boundary and the odd wicket?
Potential. I mean, I did revise for all my exams listening to cricket coverage, and
right.
You know, I mean, it sort of works, so I'm sure it helps people's productivity. Freya Davis, the right arm seamer coming in, and that's just nudged, but there'll be no run. 42 without loss.
So I know we'll talk throughout the day really about your experiences down under with the England team, but that must have been, I know it wasn't a great trip for the players and that, but for you personally, in amongst that must have been awesome.
It was a great trip for me. I loved it. I was in the sun for a month, and obviously, yeah, covering the cricket. That was a really interesting experience. There weren't many English journalists out there, so it was quite a unique experience to have, and you're in quite a cool position as Davis is in, and that's defended for no run. So yeah, you know, we had pretty good access, and just getting to see all those games up close and actually see how bad it was almost. It's quite cool to be one of the only people that got to see that. But yeah, it was a really good experience, and I think it makes me excited for the summer with the changes that have been made to England, with Charlotte Edwards, of course, coming in, who, I mean, and Hampshire listeners will know and probably be mourning the loss of her to the county, but it's exciting to see those changes ahead of the summer, because I think she'll really make an impact.
Yeah, we're all quite sad on the south coast to see Charlotte go. She was, she made an enormous impact down there, of course, goes without saying, but difficult to replace somebody like that. But Paul Pritchard, the new coach, who's former Essex men's captain, he'll be all right. He'll do a good job.
Lindsay Smith here, and that's defended right back to her. No run. Lindsay Smith is bowling from a Grosvenor Road end here at Southport. Smith to Jones, who guides that nicely. It's a gentle shot compared to some of her previous, and they'll get the 1 run.
Did you always get an interview after the games? Because I know there was 1 or 2 issues.
I never had any problem.
well publicised issue.
Yes, yeah. That was all good, and no comment. As there's no run there, straight back to Smith. It was an interesting one, because as the games went on, you just knew that whoever was going to come and speak to the press, like, what more could they say? How could they explain what was going on? And it did get to the point where, you know, Heather Knight was coming in game after game as this one's just nudged behind the wicket. Daisy Gibb with the fielding there. And she was coming in, and it's like, what else can she actually say? Because it was such a disaster, and I think the test match really was the final straw, where it was just like, I didn't have any questions to ask, and they didn't have any answers. It was quite remarkable to watch. Smith in again, and There's misfield there, it kind of bobbled away with the spin, but there's good fielding from Nancy Harmon right on the boundary. Gets the ball and rolls, stopping it just inches before the rope. 46 without loss.
So you ran out of questions and they ran out of answers. So in the end, that must be interesting. Post-match interviews.
Yeah.
Wow.
Smith in again, and there'll be one run from there. Yeah, it was difficult because I mean, how many times can you ask what went wrong? But yeah, I think it got to the end, and it kind of felt inevitable that John Lewis was going to go, and perhaps even Helen Knight. And then, of course, you know, she did leave as captain. But it was such a fascinating tour to be part of. And also, you know, I would never really say this as an English person, but also amazing to see what Australia can do. And watching Alana King, I mean, we'll see her for Lancashire in a few weeks' time, but yeah, I mean, it's a privilege to watch such a good team, and they really set the standard and show how it's done.
Looks like a bowling change from the Harrod drive end. That's to the right as we look.
Georgia Adams bringing herself on to bowl.
So Daisy Gibbs bowled 3 overs, none for 13 on her Hampshire debut. Freya Davis, who's just been replaced, 4 overs, none for 21.
Adams to Jones. Pushes that into the offside. And there'll be just the one run from it to start the over. Georgia Adams, who's led the Southern Vipers and now Hampshire to so much success. Such an asset to the side. Just adjusting our field. Emma Lamb looking round at her options. As Adams is in again. That's been guided nicely into the offside. Nancy Harmon fielding that again. As we've mentioned, such a warm, beautiful day here in Southport. Probably very warm out in the sun for the players. Adams to Jones, who pushes that. No run. 49 without loss. Again, the dot ball from Georgia Adams. Good decision to bring herself on.
Yeah, I think pace off might be a good ploy.
Yeah, with this pitch. Go straight back to Georgia Adams herself.
It's come on too nicely. The seamers isn't been too good a pitch. The batters have looked really good.
Yeah. Adams into her stride, and it's played down to Freya Davis. End of the over. 49 without loss after 10. Eve Jones 27 from 35, and Emma Lamb 14 from 26.
You and me, Josh, from the standards. Just don't want the wide before you go. Can't get it. Okay, one sec. Okay, one sec. Apologies. I might quit on the spot. I'm actually might. I'm fed up. Listen, whose idea this was, not having a break. Oh wait, Colin, worst idea ever. Sounds like cricket. UCFB thing going on. What a going on. Sorry, I'll learn to shut up next time. But it is one of those days, everything's fucking going wrong. Oh wow. Well, yeah, I don't have a monitor. I'm doing something. Yeah, because for some reason, or apparently no one knew that you can't plug a monitor into Echo. Yeah. It wouldn't go in, and I thought, are these fucking pins bent? And he's tried it on his and it worked first time, and I thought, oh no. The only reason I wanted Echo is because I thought it was doing no Echo. Fucking hell. Ball tracking on the eyepiece though, I can't see my focus. So, thank God he's back.
I don't think you can ignore when someone's putting in consistent domestic performances, regardless of age. I think like Eve Jones was one of those players maybe 2-3 years ago who should have got an England call-up and purely didn't, I think, because of age, and she hadn't been around that setup, and if she was 23, 24, she would have got a call-up straight away. So that's kind of the frustrating thing, I think, for a lot of these domestic players. Smith. And that's defended by Eve Jones. No run. 56 without loss.
Eve Jones too old or still in the reckoning, do you think?
Smith to Jones, who defends that. It's a difficult one because I think she's probably now got to the point where I think she's 32 now, and I think if she was going to get a call-up, it would have been on the Ireland tour back in September. And she wasn't a part of that, so I think that's perhaps an indicator of where things are going. As it's driven down the ground, and they'll take the single. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think Kirsty Gordon is definitely, obviously she's injured at the moment, but she's a name that I've been surprised hasn't been included more in conversations. Obviously she declined the opportunity to go on the Ireland tour because she wanted to captain the Blaze, which I thought was a really kind of big decision to make, as Smith is in again, and it'll be the single from there. And she really valued leading the Blaze in the back end of the season. I thought that was that was a brave decision. But I think she's definitely a name who's in contention. Obviously, with Sophie Eccleston there, it's difficult for any other left armer to get in, and Lindsay Smith, of course, has a poor delivery, and that's been hoiked in the air, and will race away for 4.
Wow.
Eve Jones capitalising off a poor ball there.
Full toss. Unusual for Lindsay Smith. I think that maybe just slipped out of the hand. Maybe slipped out of the suntan cream.
Yeah, out of character. So we can see the replay here. Goes in the air.
It's gone into the undergrowth, up the hill.
Yeah. Spy the railway in the distance. 62 without loss after 13. Eve Jones on 35 from 46. Emma Lamb 19 from 33.
Yeah, good start here. Got away to a very fast start, 12 off 2. I think generally the Hampshire bowlers are pretty steady here, making the batters play straight, not giving them too much width.
And as the paddle in play is Georgia Adams bowls to Emma Lamb. I'll run through for 2. Yeah, there haven't been too many expansive or kind of risky shots so far. It's been playing it pretty safe, and I think that's credit to Hampshire's bowling. Adams to Lamb, who pushes that into the leg side. Get the 1 run. 65 without loss.
Yeah, that's what you can really do here. Just keep it nice and straight. Make the batters play up towards mid-off, mid-on, even extra cover, mid-wicket. You can set fields to that. Then if they want to play across the line, then let them do so.
Georgia Adams, who's bowling from the Harrow Drive end here in Southport.
I think Scott Reed's on his holidays.
Emma Lamb takes hold of that, and that's in the air. It drops just short of the boundary. That was good fielding out there by Ella McCacken. That was close to a boundary. It dropped just before the rope, and McCacken came round to get a hand to it.
I think Scott Reed has literally taken this weather to the extreme and said, you know what, this is a holiday for me today. All he needs is an ice cream van and he's away.
You've got to make the most of the weather. It never lasts that long, so take advantage while it's here.
Well, I'll be honest with you, when I saw the fixtures come out, I thought, get the thermals out. Southport in April.
Adams to Lamb, who defends that for no run. Yeah, I had the exact same thought. I was slightly dreading the weather, but then blue skies and sunshine. Can't complain. Might go to the beach after this.
Wow.
So if the sun's still out.
This is the area where the sea goes out miles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Around this coast, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think I caught a little glimpse of it this morning coming in, and I say it was literally a glimpse of the sea. It was so far out. It's sort of unique to these parts, isn't it? Blackpool?
Yeah.
Well, more around here, I suppose.
Yeah, I used to spend a lot of time when I was younger in Lytham, and the beach is a million miles away from the rest of the land.
This has genuinely been the worst thing I've ever been a part of.
Lindsay Smith continues her spell.
We mustn't forget your podcast that's been going a little while.
Yeah, the Naughty Child podcast. It's over 4 years now, which is crazy. Yeah, which I was just a child when it started.
Hence the name.
Hence the name, indeed. That's driven down the ground for a single.
Are you planning to update it name-wise then?
I mean, I'm forever a child, really. I'm also like forever my dad's child. So
right. Because your dad's involved in it as well.
Yeah, it's me and my dad. So, and he picked the name actually, which I thought was not very reflective of me because I was actually really well behaved as a child. So I think it is a little bit unfair, as that's defended by Emma Lamb for no run. So yeah, people think I'm naughty, rebellious, but I'm not. I'm chill, normal. Never caused any problems for my parents. Lindsay Smith in again, and there's no run. 69 without loss.
So highlights of the 4 years of that podcast?
Oh, I mean, Charlotte Edwards, she asked to come on the podcast, so that was quite cool, because we said, you know, we want Charlotte Edwards on the podcast, and she messaged us like, yeah, sure, I'll come on. So I said, get to the back of the queue, we've got a couple of other players we want to get on, and then you can come on. But yeah, she was great.
You said that to Charlotte Edwards?
Yeah, of course.
Get to the back of the queue.
Never. Lindsay Smith continues her over here. Do you think I would ever say that? I was like, oh my god, please, anything you want, you can come on. But she was brilliant to chat to, actually, as that's the end of the over, 70 without loss. And I'm going to make way for Mike Perkins. I'll leave you with that one.
Turn me off. Yes, you have. No, that's all right. Because we've swapped around with the earphones.
The buttons weren't in the order we were sat in, so apologies.
We've swapped around. Hello, Mike.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good.
I thought I'd better pop in because I was also rather enjoying the sunshine.
Yes. Well, I was noticing at the back. Daisy Gibb then 3 overs none for 13. Freya Davis. Wake Scott up in a minute. Freya Davis has bowled 4 overs none for 21. That run rate, as you saw, got underway very quickly for Lancashire, and it's since just tailed off a fraction. I think actually Hampshire are bowling about as well as they can on this. This is almost a perfect pitch here. Charlie Knott is the new bowler for Hampshire. She's going to be bowling at the Harrod drive end. She's taking over from Georgia Adams, about 3 overs none for 11. Off-spinner for off-spinner, hit driven down the ground in the air, perfectly safe. 2 bounces for 4. That's a lovely shot from Emma Lamb. She looks a very classical batter. Emma Lamb got a very nice technique.
She's very, very good to watch, Emma Lamb. She's always in and about the runs, always a fluent scorer. She'll hang slightly behind the one-a-ball rate, but she'll finish up her innings there or thereabouts. She's very, very good to watch, as always.
Total moves on to 73, I think it is. Well, the scoreboard actually hasn't been right since the start of play. I'm only going by the scoreboard for the moment. 74 it is, turned away on the onside by Emma Lamb, and there's no run. She's 28 from 43. Mike is making rather a meal of getting tucked in on this bench next to me. He's finally in.
We're in.
Yes, it's a bit cosy, this bench, but it'll be all right. That's driven back along the... Well, it hit the ground initially as Knott takes it about stomach height on the return. So 74 without loss it is. 16th over. We're on the BBC we're on the Lancashire TV picture feed, and we're also on the BBC Sport website and app. As Lamb turns that away behind square on the offside. She wants a single. No, says Eve Jones. That's well fielded there by Daisy Gibb. What have you made of things so far then, Mike?
It's been a very good day to bat, I think, and it makes it a slightly puzzling choice at the toss, given last week it was murky and gloomy, and they chose to bat, and this week it's bright sunshine, they've chose to bowl.
That's right, we were up at Edgbaston for the Tide game. Comes down the wicket, does Emma Lamb, not quite to the pitch, so she just quietly plays it back to Charlie Knott. Yeah, it's perfect. There's not a cloud. I can't see many clouds. There's a bit of hazy cloud above, but that's about all.
Absolutely not. Although the trains must not be running today, because I haven't seen a train.
Oh my gosh, there's been
past
loads.
In the distance. Oh, has there?
Can you see that far?
I haven't seen them rattle past yet.
There was one literally about a minute ago.
Okay, that's good.
And there was even 2 going in opposite directions, literally 10 minutes ago. Well, I know I asked this 2 years ago when I was here. That's turned around the corner, but no run as it goes to Bex Tyson. So the line, I guess, one in Southport. What's the other end? Liverpool or something?
Liverpool, yeah.
Oh, right.
So you end up at Liverpool Central if you get on the train in Southport and get in. And as I say, it's such a feature of cricket here. I was surprised I hadn't seen one, but I must have just always had my head down every time one's rattled past this morning, because they're pretty regular, around about every sort of 15-20 minutes. So.
Yeah, well, you've probably got so used to being here, Mike, that they just sort of happen without you even realising. But last time that I would say these two sides met here, It was the old regional era. Old regional era, can't believe I'm saying that. Southern Vipers against Lancashire Thunder. There was a tie back in July 2023 when Southern Vipers made 262 for 8, and Lancashire Thunder, as they were known in the regional era, also made exactly 262 for 8. So an absolutely thrilling day. Can we expect a day like that today? Well, that would be wishful thinking, but if it is, that would be very nice indeed. Now we've got a change of bowling from the Grosvenor Road end. That's to the left-hand side as we look, and it's going to be left-arm spinner Rebecca Tyson taking over from Lindsay Smith, who herself is, of course, a left-arm spinner. She's going to be bowling to the left-hander Eve Jones. She's over the wicket, bowls. Jones is on the back foot, hits out into the covers. Oh, Emma Lamb's a little bit slow to take off here. The stumps are taken by Rhianna Southby, but she's home. But it just looked like Emma Lamb took a bit of time to get going, running to the danger end.
Emma Lamb's usually such a quick runner between the wickets. She's usually the one pushing her partner, but as you say, on that occasion, seemed to be a little on her heels. Has made her ground now.
She did. Jones moves on to 39, just slightly to the right of Abby Norgrove, picking that up. Good throw into Rhianna Southby. And yeah, Emma Lamb was comfortably home in the end by about a yard.
She arrived in the pictures rather late though.
She did, yeah.
We were wondering if she was going to get there at all, but
yeah, that's right. Is she going to be in the frame? Here's Rebecca Tyson around the wicket. That's cut out to point, and there is no run. So the score remains on 75 without loss, with Eve Jones on 39 from 51. Emma Lamb is 28 from 48, and these two continuing their good form at the start of this season. Hampshire winning the toss, selected to bowl first, driven down towards deep mid-on where Charlie Knott fields. In front of the bulk of the crowd here. It's almost too deep near where Charlie Knott is fielding. Extra chairs being put out. There's the train.
There's the train, rattling along.
Right to left as we look. That will be going into Southport, I guess.
It will be, yeah.
Yellow colour. Train goes past. Jones cuts that away, back with a point. Chase on for Nancy Harmon on the deep point boundary. Comes round, does well, keeps it down to a single. Southby doesn't take it cleanly, but it doesn't matter. She got the ball in the air early, did Nancy Harmon.
Now, the Hampshire theory about bowling first is they want to know what they're chasing and they want to restrict. They might be starting to reach a period where they're quite happy with where the run rate is.
Yeah, I think they'd be happy. I think they'd be expecting to chase a biggish score. That's pushed out towards extra cover by Boucher Fields.
Because we're creeping down towards sort of 4.5s at the moment, and I think actually on a pitch like this and day like this, it could be very high scoring.
Could be. No wickets taken as yet, which I guess will help Lancashire. Pulled away by Emma Lamb down towards deep square leg. Again, Nancy Harmon fielding. Now, one thing I do remember about this outfield, and this happened several times, is it's a bit bobbly. And one or two of the fielders already have not picked the ball up cleanly. It's not their fault, it's just a little bit gappy, if that's the right word, they say in groundsman land. But you have to be very careful, and I think as a batter here, you do try and push the fielders on the deep, because there's inevitably a fumble. So that might be one to look at. 78 without loss.
And I have to say that the ground staff was surprised by the decision to bowl first as well. When we relayed what had happened in the middle of the toss to them, they there was a type reaction. So
well, we were surprised at Warwickshire. We were surprised at Warwickshire last week, weren't we, Mike, when Hampshire won the toss and decided to bat under overcast conditions, and it was very tricky. Charlie Knott bowls, reverse sweep there from Emma Jones, and there's a misfield, and that's going to run away for 4, just over the boundary to our left. And that's a nice shot there from Emma Jones, nice little reverse sweep. But yeah, so almost going against the grain, really. Overcast, tricky conditions at Warwickshire, bat first, and here you'd think perfect day to bat first. They've decided Hampshire to bat second.
It has to be. They want to know what they're chasing. It's got to be one of those, I think.
And the fact Lancashire have won well, they chase it. Emma Lamb works that away on the leg side. 2 fielders in the deep. It'll be just a single. Lamb moves on to 35, 83 without loss. Email here from Ross Knuckles, solentcricket@gmail.com. That's the email we're using if you want to be in touch with the team. He says, I know it's nothing to do with you as such, but just to let you know that the sound is now much improved on the I think you might have done something.
I didn't do anything. I text somebody and they changed a wire, and it seems to have done the trick.
So thank you to those that emailed about the sound. The necessaries have been conducted, and Mike especially got things moving, and we're being held loud and clear. which some of you may think is probably not ideal, others would think perfect. That's worked on the leg side by Eve Jones. It'll be another single, 84 without loss. Ross goes on to say, thanks for the excellent coverage. Thank you. soniccricket@gmail.com is the place to get in touch.
The one note of caution I would sound on saying this looks an excellent batting day is I remember the game against South East Stars that Lancashire Thunder played in the regional setup, where Chloe Brewer got a 1-ball 49, or well, 51 balls for a 49, and then it started really turning from there.
Charlie Knott bowls. Down the leg side. I think she might have got a tickle on that, Emma Jones. I think that's going for 4. It is racing away. It's 4 byes. Now, did that turn? I've just missed the picture there. May get a replay of that. Did that turn? Not taken cleanly either by Rhiannon Southby. Seemed like she was surprised.
So I think given the heat and given the fact that this is a ground that does turn, we're going to see a lot of spin today.
Did turn.
As I say, that game I was mentioning, Alex Hartley took 6 for 24.
Okay, that's worked out towards mid-wicket. Well stopped by the captain, Georgia Adams.
Or 24 for 6, to put it the other way. But yes, so 6 wickets for 24 runs, Alex Hartley that day.
Okay.
And there was a record last wicket stand as well, as I recall.
Charlie Knott again, bowling in a cap, which seems very apt today. That's half stopped and well stopped by Charlie Knott on her follow through. It's moving slightly low to her right, prevents Lamb getting a single. She's on 35. Eve Jones 41, 88 without loss, 18 gone here at Southport.
So yeah, as I say, that day there was a record last wicket stand where Lauren Smith, the Australian, managed to get 73, got a team up to 198, and that was a winning score. So if it does start turning, it could become difficult, but we will see. We will see.
Yeah. Well, it looked like in that over, Charlie Knott got one to go a little bit. Georgia Adams is having a chat with Bex Tyson here. She begins her next over from the Grosvenor Road end. In unbelievable temperatures here at Southport and Birkdale, to give its full name, Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. And as the name suggests, plenty of golf courses in the region. Birkdale, of course, Royal Birkdale was down the road.
Just over there.
Yeah, just over there. Which makes good radio, that. And that's turned away down towards deep cover by Eve Jones. She moves on to 42, 89 without loss. Mike was basically pointing over my right shoulder.
Into the sand dunes, out by the coast.
Well, I stayed last night at the Formby Golf Club and Spa.
Oh, very nice.
Other golf club and spa clubs available, of course. As that's turned away into the gap square on the leg side by Emma Lamb, moves on to 36, 90 without loss. And my room literally had a patio in front of it, opened up in front of a fairway of a golf course. And I thought, what a waste. I very nearly thought about phoning both you and Scott up as Eve Jones drives, picked up at mid-off, thinking, I might be a bit late, guys, because there's a beautiful golf course right outside my hotel room, and I might just play a few holes. But I'm not that sort of guy. I couldn't do that to you. Eve Jones cuts that away hard, down to Nancy Harmon on the boundary. That's bobbled, but bounces up nicely to Harmon. Picks that up, throws it in, 91 without loss.
Mind you, if you've got a big set of patio doors and somebody overshoots the rough a little bit, you're in trouble, aren't you?
Yeah, I think if somebody had played an approach, I don't know what hole number it was, but a good mid-iron, and they'd hooked it. That's a nice drive by Emma Lamb out towards deep extra cover. That'll be picked up at the far end as we look. 92 without loss, then yeah, I think those patio doors might have been in trouble. But there was a lovely couple of chairs and a table outside. I could have spent 4 days up there or there, and just happily not come to the cricket, really. Is Bex Tyson again. Long blonde hair, cut away, and that's gone out towards Lindsay Smith at extra cover. Not quite where Eve Jones was aiming, but it kept a little low, and in the end she's forced to duck low on that shot and couldn't actually place it to where she wanted. 92 without loss. We've had 19 overs.
So yeah, fairly serene progress for Lancashire here. First home game in the professional era of women's county cricket. Of course, paid professional era is sort of the way Claire Jenkins was referring to it last week, because she obviously played in an era where people took it very professionally but weren't necessarily remunerated for doing so. But it's good that we've got this Tier 1 structure now, and we've got county names next to the teams, I think.
And it all works very well indeed. There's another reverse sweep, misses it this time. Rihanna Southby takes the bails off, drops the ball at the same time. I did remark after Sunday's game where Hampshire beat Surrey by 50 runs down at the Utility Bowl, and Surrey had, I think, the full complement of England players, and so did Hampshire. I have to say, I think it was one of the best women's games I've seen, and as you know, Mike, as that's pulled away down towards deep mid-wicket, far end, 93 without loss, that it was probably the best standard of women's cricket I've seen.
You were saying there were a lot of bouncers in that game as well.
There was, yeah. Lauren Bell stuck in a few. Alice Davison-Richards, would you believe? Actually bounced out Maya Boucher with a hook, gloved it through to the keeper. Can't quite stop that on the leg side, Lindsay Smith. They'll take a single as it goes out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, Nancy Harmon involved.
They really had to scamper for that single.
They did,
it made it all the way out to the boundary. I think it was because of the fact that Lindsay Smith nearly stopped it in the ring, so they both had to sort of return to their ground and then go again.
Green truck going past in the road at the far end. There's a train right to left as we look. They're quite regular today. Emma Jones works it on the leg side into the gap, and Georgia Adams comes in from mid-wicket. 95 without loss now at Lancashire, and the backdrop, of course, is the Victorian houses, which is very much a feature of Southport. Up here on the northeast coast, Victorian houses lining the ground at one end. Lovely atmosphere. The town of Southport. That's driven out lovely off the front foot by Eve Jones. Moves on to 45, 96 without loss. I have to say the feature of this partnership not only is the fact that they're building up towards the 100, but is the ease of which they've both played. They've played straight, they haven't tried to do anything silly, they haven't got carried away with the fact that it's a good wicket and should they up the run rate. They've just played properly. Charlie not in again. Right to left as we look, and it's just turned away behind square this time, called through by Eve Jones. Bex Tyson throws it in. Again, the stumps are demolished by Rihanna Southby. 97 without loss.
I'm going to allow Scott to rejoin you for a little bit, and yeah, I'll be back later on today. But Lancashire going along very nicely indeed.
Thank you very much, Mike Perkins. Scott Reed has been woken. He's been woken up. He was having a nice little snooze at the back there. Scott Reed.
Absolutely outrageous. What have I done to deserve this? Mike's in charge. He tells me when to come on and when not to be on. And all I'm getting is abuse from you.
It's been a feature of our commentary together over the years, Scott, let's be honest. Not just, no, it's not just one way, or is it?
It entirely is one way.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, I'll take responsibility. Bex Tyson to continue. She's going to be bowling to Emma Jones. What a partnership this has been. Scott Reed, a lovely shot in the air, over the top, nobody at deep mid-off, and I think that's gone all the way. All the crowd are signalling six, and so does the umpire. Super shot, Emma Jones. Emma Lamb.
It's been a terrific start, this, hasn't it? That's a century partnership, isn't it, for this opening wicket as well, between Jones and Lamb, both edging towards 50. I mean, it's been pretty risk-free, hasn't it? Can't really recall too many chances that have been created.
Not at all. Tyson bowls and drives along the ground this time. That's Charlie not picking that up. Single takes the total to 104 without loss. Applause is for the 104. I'm not quite sure what that applause is for. Emma Lamb's on 47 and Emma Jones is on 45. Maybe there's a new sort of milestone that's been introduced in Tier 1 cricket that I know nothing about. 104 is the new 100.
Quite get that.
Or the 47 is, you clap now, somebody who's on 47. There's a drive, she's picked the gap behind square on the offside. Three of the Hampshire fielders are after it. Freya Davis runs backwards, picks it up just inside the rope, away to our right.
Yeah, there's been nothing there really, has there, for the Hampshire bowlers? I mean, we're chatting about the decision to bowl first. To be fair to Freya Davis, she said to Georgia Adams, she said that actually it'd been a good toss to lose.
Yeah, I think you're right. Nice drive from Eve Jones. It's gone hard to Georgia Adams, who throws in at the bowler's end. I have to say, I think it was in the first over, Eve Jones played that particularly vicious back foot drive on the up from Daisy Gibb early on. I thought, wow, that is a shot of a lady in been a good player for a number of years. We know that, Eve Jones, but and I've watched her play a few times and never really see a player shot with commanding authority as that. Tyson bowls, quicker ball, full, and that's worked down towards third by Emma Lamb. Does well, actually, just opened the face, but actually the pace of that delivery doesn't actually mirror the fact that the ball is pulled up before it reaches the rope on the third boundary. I'm not quite sure if it's hit a bit of the boot as well as the bat, but fired in by Tyson there.
Might need a bit more of that, kind of just to try and vary it a little bit.
I agree. She's not a big turner of the ball, Rebecca Tyson. Last ball of her third over, none for 20. That's flighted a bit more. Lamb pushes that into the gap on the offside. Single's quite easy here at Southport. 110 without loss then. Lancashire have made a great start here as 21 overs have been bowled. 48 to Eve Jones and a 50 now for Emma Lamb.
Yeah, well battered. Continue what has been a terrific start to the season. Absolutely flying start for Emma Lamb. Details of that 50, 66 deliveries, 3 fours and a 6, bringing up the half century for Emma Lamb. Just acknowledges the ripple of applause around the ground, but yeah, Continue what has been a very, very good start to the season. Looks a good opening pair, this, for Lancashire.
It does, doesn't it? Looks a good move for Eve Jones as well. I'm just wondering, you know, sort of 32 years of age, change of scene, change of team. Sometimes that sort of reinvigorates you a bit. Not that she was struggling anyway with Central Sparks. Just turned square on the leg side by Emma Lamb. Start of a new over from Charlie Knott. 111 without loss. She actually scored the second most runs in the Rachel Hayher Flint Trophy last year. 556 at 42. Charlie Knott around the wicket to Eve Jones, who's forward. Has played a bit of Big Bash in the past. I don't think she played any this winter, Eve Jones. As you'd expect, no slips around. Nobody around Rihanna Southby behind the stumps. Just off the pad, goes down the leg side. That'll be signalled leg byes. 2 umpires today, by the way. James Middlebrook, former Essex, I think Yorkshire as well, spinner, and Jasmine Naeem, who did the Durham versus Blaze game earlier on in the season. Charlie Knott bowls, as flighted as well, nicely driven by Emma Lamb down towards deep mid-on. 113 without loss, and Lamb moves on to 52 now, and we are in the 22nd over.
Yeah, it's interesting that the move for Eve Jones, isn't it? She was so well established with the Sparks, but she played for Lancashire in the kind of Kia Super League era.
On the back foot, Eve Jones steers that down towards deep mid-on.
Sorry, Kevin.
Go on.
Yeah, played a couple of seasons for Lancashire when the Kia Super League was first kind of launched. So she has that, obviously, that connection from a few years ago with the county.
And she did join Thunder on loan.
She did, yeah.
Towards the end of last year, the old regional era. Emma Lamb gets one. I think that's turned as well. It's difficult to tell because where we are is literally at backward a point. But if you watch the TV feed, that has turned. Yeah. Charlie Knott, but called a wide.
Does have a reputation, doesn't it, for spinning?
Yes, it did.
I don't think as much as it has in previous years, but
not bowls. Lamb drives, doesn't really time it. Well stopped by Georgia Adams at mid wicket. So that's the end of the over. We've had 22 overs now of the Lancashire innings. They are 115 without loss, and the base has been set here for the home side to get a very, very good score. What is a good score, though, Scott Reed? What do you think?
Good question.
I mean, tie here between Thunder and Southern Vipers 2 years ago, 262 each. I mean, you would think that's going to be broken today, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. You have such a good start like this and such a good base to build on. I mean, what you kind of think is a good score, what you might have in mind batting first, then changes, doesn't it? You've got all your wickets in hand. You've got plenty of power to come. Century partnership, not even at the halfway point of the innings. So you think, oh well, what might be a good score? Try and get to kind of 280, maybe something a bit more of that, more than that. Now you're pushing that even further on, aren't you?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, what tends to happen in these sort of games is you get the spinners on in the middle, and it does kind of take the tempo, isn't it? A lot of the batters like pace on early on, and then it sort of alters what you think would be a decent score. But I just think here,
yep,
I think It is such a good wicket. Yes, there is the odd ball that turns, so I think the batters do have to be a little bit careful on there, but you get full value for shots here.
Yeah, quick outfield. It tends to be a good scoring ground, this place.
Freya Davis is switching ends now, so she's bowling left to right as we look. She's around the wicket to Eve Jones. Eve Jones on the back foot, cuts her away, and Nancy Harmon, who's almost taken root down there at deep cover. I say down there, she's just in front of us. And that is Eve Jones' 50. 65 balls. 5 fours, just in case you're not picking that up from the tannoy on the ground.
Second 50 of the campaign.
To go with her 97 in the last game against Somerset at Taunton. Yeah, that'd have been another good batting wicket, I'm sure. Make the most of it, because there'll be some tracks that won't quite be as juicy for the batters. Make the most of it when they're good. Freya Davis, right arm over. Got the keeper standing up here. Oh, it's pulled away through mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot, Emma Lamb. My word, she rocked right back onto the back foot and gave that some. Lovely shot.
For viewers on Lancs TV, just a little montage of Emma Lamb's 50 just a few moments ago, and the first boundary she got was a shot not too dissimilar to that, on the back foot, pulling it with real power, front of square. That got it going in the innings, and that's another one that she's managed to dispatch with great sense of authority towards the boundary. Really good in partnership this between these two.
Has played 2 tests, 14 one-day internationals and 1 T20. Was involved in that Ireland series back in September last year, where she played 3 one-day internationals. That's her last international experience. The form she's in at the moment, I'm sure she'll be picking that up again very soon as Freya Davis bowls. Lovely drive, Emma Lamb, up towards deep mid-on. She's in full flow here, Lamb, as is Eve Jones. Very difficult for the bowlers here. She moves on to 56. 57, I think that'll be. 121 for, or without loss. 57 it is, tell a lie, if you're watching the live picture feed, just waiting for that to tick over. Freya Davis into a 5th over, none for 27 so far. Eve Jones wants a single, but only finds Maya Boucher at mid-wicket.
Encouraging thing from Lancashire's point of view here, not to mention this partnership, but actually just taking a little bit of weight off Emma's shoulders. I mean, she's kind of carried the batting a lot for Lancashire, certainly the top 2 or 3 in that batting lineup for the Red Rose. If Lamb doesn't get runs in recent years, and the team struggles in general.
Right. Freya Davis is around the wicket. Eve Jones drives, finds the gap up towards deep mid-on. Moves on to 51, 122 without loss.
The addition of Eve Jones, the re-signing of Katie Mack as well. They look like a stronger batting lineup, and that has been historically, for Lancashire in the last 3-4 seasons, a real challenge for them, getting runs on the board to try and make them competitive, really.
Freya Davis in again, bowls. Just tucks that down on the 45 on the offside, but picks out the fielder. That's the end of the over. 23 overs gone, 122 without loss. Yeah, she played throughout the regional era for Lancashire Thunder, as it was. 28 matches, averaging 42, just over 1,000 runs. So very consistent.
Yep. Yeah, and it was those figures and that consistency for quite a few years that's pushed her in towards kind of England contention. It looked like an absolute certainty that she would eventually go on and make her international debut a season or 2 back. And as you said, that in the end did, representing a country in different formats of the game. But I think having that experience alongside her in Eve Jones, bringing some international experience, international overseas arrival of Katie Mack, who's done well in domestic cricket in Australia. It looks like a stronger batting lineup to me.
Georgia Adams is back on with her off breaks. That's driven by Eve Jones out to extra cover. And there is no run. Getting the field scattered as you'd expect, with runs seemingly easy to come by as that's driven along the ground up towards deep mid-on by Eve Jones. Moves on to 52 and 123 is the total here for Lancashire. Yeah, Hampshire don't want to put themselves under too much pressure, having given Lancashire first option on this pitch. You don't want to be facing or chasing a too high a total. Lovely shot, Emma Lamb, as she came down the wicket to meet the ball on the half volley, drives nicely up towards deep mid-on. That's lovely as a batter. When you're playing on a pace of pitch where, as long as you get close to the ball, it's very easy to hit through, very easy to hit the deep fielders along the ground. There's always a get-out ball for you to keep the scoreboard ticking along. It's always a nice feeling. And, that's well fielded by Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket this time. 124 without loss, the total for Lancashire.
Yeah, you got that left-hand, right-hand combination too, which helps when you keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Definitely. A little bit shorter down the leg side. I'm sure that's a wide. Yes, it is. Adams into her 4th over here. Actually been quite economical so far. None for 13. I think if you come out of this with a bowler having bowled 10 overs for around 40, you've done well.
Yep.
Short. And not particularly well timed by Eve Jones, who looks a little bit disgusted with that shot as the ball goes out towards mid-wicket. Lindsay Smith is the fielder once more. There's the train you can hear in the background, going left to right this time from Southport.
Oh, excellent.
I'm told. I have no idea because I don't really know this locality that well. That's driven hard down towards deep mid-on by Eve Jones. 53, but I do quite enjoy coming up here. It is nice. It's a long trip, mind you. Whew. 4 and a bit hours. But it's worth it.
It's always worth it.
Yeah, it's worth
Kevin,
it.
when the weather's like this.
It is.
And the cricket's good.
Yeah. And they've been, I have to say, all the staff here have been great, haven't they? The way they've helped us with the parasols and everything else, they've been absolutely superb.
Yeah, it's been a good venue, this, for both men's and women's cricket now for a number of seasons. Good place to come. Always get good games of cricket here. I think the 4-day games here that Lancashire's men's side have played have been excellent. Produced some good games.
I'm told they're not playing here, the men.
They're not. No.
Freya Davis around the wicket to Eve Jones. Eve Jones on the back foot, plays that down the ground. All this could be, or not quite. There was a deep mid on there. I think that's Charlie Knott. Does really, really well coming round from a very straightish mid-on position. Picking that up just in front of the rope.
It's a good feeling that. It looked like 4, didn't it, as soon as it left the bat.
Certainly did. It's been timing well. They both have been timing it so well. 127 without loss. We're in the 24th over here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. In the most glorious of weather, there's hardly a breath of wind. Hasn't been since we arrived early this morning. Davis bowls, driven by Emma Lamb. Half stopped, well stopped at point. Keeps that down to a single. I think that's Abby Norgrove, is there? Oh, it might be Ella McGacken. Anyway, it was well stopped. 128 without loss. Abby Norgrove it was, who captained the England under-19s during the winter. Here's Freya Davis, bowls. Jones drives on the up again, finds Lindsay Smith at extra cover. They are such important positions. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket on a wicket like this. If your bowlers are bowling straight, they are such important. That's where you want your best fielders, because that's where you want the batters to be hitting it as a bowler. If you're being hit square on either side of the wicket, then you're not quite doing your job. See, again, she's hitting it straight. That's exactly what you want as a bowler. Make her hit those areas, and you can defend that to a point much easier than you can square on either side or behind square. Very difficult to keep the runs down. Hit into those areas, then you're making the batter go aerial if they want to score big. 128 without loss. Freya Davis doing a good job here, just conceded the 2. That's pulled away square on the leg side. Now this could be runs here, and it's gone for 4. Now that's just a little too short. So Eve Jones was able to rock back on the back foot. That's what you don't want. Goes out square on the leg side as a bowler, not ideal.
That's the margins you're dealing with, I guess, isn't it? On a pitch like this as well, you just don't need to get it too wrong. Just drop it a little fraction too short on that occasion, and you're dispatched. A challenge for the bowlers.
It certainly is, yeah. Eve Jones cuts it away on the offside, so what you've got, a ball on the leg side square and a ball on the offside square. That's where it gets quite difficult. Eve Jones has scored 5 runs off the last 2 balls, which takes her on to 58, I think it is, 59, 133 without loss, and we've had 25 overs And that is the halfway point.
Yeah, time for some drinks being carried out for the batters and the fielding side, and I'm sure hopefully the two umpires as well. It'll be a warm afternoon. Actually, we're just reaching midday, aren't we? So some welcome refreshments being carried out for the players and the officials involved. Been a steady start, haven't they? Look at Lancashire and their run rate. It's been at a good level all the way through the course of this innings. Dipped a couple of times, but in the main, at the halfway stage, they'll be thrilled with that run rate. And they've tried to score all around the ground as well where possible. Boundaries strong through mid-wicket. Third man's been a good area too for Lancashire, as they've brought up this unbeaten century partnership, 133. And we've seen the 1-6 so far, which was beautifully hit back down the ground. Plenty of batting to come there for Lancashire, but it's Jones and Lamb who have started off beautifully with this century partnership. 133 and nicely balanced as well. You look at the deliveries faced. Jones has faced 77 and Lamb has faced 74, and they've kind of nicely spread the partnership around. Tough work for the bowlers, plugging away the Hampshire bowlers, with Freya Davis shouldering the brunt of the responsibility. 6 overs for 35, with Daisy Gibb taking the new ball. It's only done 3 overs on her debut, but still searching for their first breakthrough. The wickets column is empty for Hampshire, and that is the challenge, where to try and find a bit of magic with the ball, something in the field potentially, or maybe relying on a little bit of lapse in concentration for between the two batters. But a really encouraging start here by Lancashire. 133 runs on the board for the first wicket.
Yeah, beautiful, warm, sunny day, as you're seeing there on the Lancs TV pictures. Good to have you with us on the BBC Sport website as well. Beautiful sunny day, I'm sure, across the country today, but particularly here in Southport. And it would have been a bit of a decision for Lancashire, I think, on whether to go with Eve Jones, who they brought in, and Emma Lamb as the opening pair, but they're proving their worth here. Obviously, Seren Smale last year had a fantastic season and often opened the batting, getting 515 runs with a best of 99. So she is clearly a contender and one for the future in that position if she indeed wants to move back up the order. But as you were saying, Scott, it leaves Lancashire in an excellent position where they've got Max, Smale and Morris to come in, who all will play fluently and will score quickly when they come to the crease. So this could really get out of hand for Hampshire if they're not careful. Their bowling was very impressive last week at Edgbaston, where from what was essentially a losing position, 133 for 3 in a pursuit of 209 to win that game, it looked for all the world as if Warwickshire were going to dominate that one, but just through very, very persistent, very consistent bowling from Hampshire, they managed to get themselves a tie from that one. And arguably, with the last pair needing 20 runs for victory, they arguably should have won that game from there. But it was close throughout that one. Whereas this one, I think it's going to be a really tough day to bowl anything seam up here. It's going to be a lot of pace off throughout.
Yeah, I can't really recall a chance, particularly in this partnership so far.
No.
The only moment of slight hesitation really was the kind of half the possibility of a run out when it was pushed off the back foot to point. I mean, it looked like a sharp single. It wasn't picked up cleanly. Maybe with that clean pick up and the throw, maybe there's a possibility there, but been pretty chanceless so far by Lamb and by Jones. And yet we're halfway into the innings, and a lot can change, as was shown at Taunton over the course of the weekend, when things can be rebuilt from poor positions, or potentially things can unravel from strong positions. But at the minute, all pretty good for Jones and for Lamb.
And I mentioned last time I was on, that run rate had sort of started to
to creep down towards 4.5. Well, it's back up above 5, and it's certainly starting to climb now. So all in Lancashire's favour here. It's going to be the captain, Georgia Adams, by the looks of things. She has her cap off and has given it to the umpire. Jones just remarking her guard and ready to resume with Emma Lamb, who you're seeing there on your pictures on Lancs TV at the non-strikers end, with Mike Perkins and Scott Reed on this beautifully sunny day in Southport. As around the wicket, right arm comes Georgia Adams, and she's driven down the ground up to long on, and there will be a single on offer as a result. 134 without loss the total moves on to, and it seems almost as if we've picked up exactly where we left off there, with bat at present dominating ball. Here comes Emma Lamb down the track, doesn't quite get to the pitch, so decides to defend it back to the bowler. That will be a precious stop ball. Every single one of those today you feel could end up being a factor when we count the numbers up at the end, as Lamb will swish this one out to the boundary at deep mid-wicket for a single out to McCacken. 135 without loss the score moves on to as a result.
It's fine for Lancashire too, isn't it? Just keep ticking things over.
Here's Eve Jones, the left-hander, comes down the ground and has other ideas. Looks to smash this one over the top, over wide long off. It bounces just the once. The umpire will double check that. But 4 runs to the total. 139 without loss, and it was a beautiful fluid stroke of the bat, and I think that's just Eve Jones reminding Hampshire that when she needs to go through the gears she can, and it has in fact gone all the way for 6. It looked as if it had bounced just inside the rope, but after a double check from the umpire it goes all the way for 6. So 141 the total moves on to. Brilliant stroke by Eve Jones, the second 6 of the innings, and she'll back it up with a single flicked up to long on to take the score on to 142. It was in the vicinity of the boundary, but it just didn't look as if it had enough to me. But the umpire was certainly happy that it had carried all the way there, as Jasmine Naeem looks on and sees another big stroke over the top by Emma Lamb, going through deep mid-wicket and getting 4 runs out towards the score box here in Southport. And it's rattling along at the moment, that score box, and it almost looks as if this over after drinks. Lamb and Jones, they both picked up a single each, and then they decided we're going to try and hit Georgia Adams out the attack here.
What I like about that, and the way that they've positively started, is after the drinks break. They've come back after the drinks break when Hampshire come together, have a chat, words are said, plans are just reinforced. The approach, what to do now in the second half of the innings for Hampshire, is that message gets circulated again amongst the players. I love the response from Lancashire there. Really positive, really on the front foot, and actually saying we're not just going to knock it round for 1s and 2s and keep things ticking over. We can actually really dominate and get on top, because you're going to have a lot of spin in this middle section of the game now, spin from both ends. And I guess you can get in danger of being a little bit tied down with it. You put the pressure right back on the bowling side. I think that's really good cricket by Jones in particular, with the first 6, and the way that Lamb struck the ball nicely at the back end of the over as well. It's a really positive start after the drinks break. It gets you right on the front foot when Hampshire tried to regroup in the last couple of minutes.
It was as if they said we're going to go through the gears when we feel it's right, and it felt right in that very first over there, as Lindsay Smith comes on and is driven to short mid-wicket. That is a dot ball by Adams, who bowled the previous over. Maybe having a little bit of a think about her bowling options, because if Lancashire can hit a bowler or 2 out the attack here, then Hampshire have got a real tough afternoon on their hands. This one driven up to long off the back foot. McCacken does the fielding, returns to the wicket keeper, so another 1 added to the total. 147 without loss the score here in Southport. If you just join us on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. And Smith just moves a field around at backward point. She comes in and bowls now, and this one is driven out towards the cover boundary. There'll be 1 on offer on that occasion as it's returned on the bounce. 148 without loss. Plain sailing for these 2 in the red of Lancashire here at Southport. Smith again approaches. Left arm into the pitch. Hit hard. And the attempt to stop it at short extra cover was unsuccessful, so McCacken will be needed up at long off again, 149 without loss.
And to be credit to Hampshire, I think the fielding's been good, the ground fielding's been good. They've not done a lot wrong, but they're just facing two batters that are in on a good pitch.
This one is hit over the top again by the right-handed Lamb towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it crosses the rope for 4 more, and the 150 for Lancashire. A really nice stroke from Emma Lamb, who's moving through the gears here. And Lancashire move up to 153 without loss with that lovely stroke from Emma Lamb, just clipping the ball out to deep mid-wicket for 4.
Excellent, wasn't it, by Lamb? Just really timed beautifully. Lovely shot.
Smith again. Looks to flick, gets taken on the pad. There was a cry towards the sky from the bowler, but nobody else joined in, which I think indicated it was a pretty weak appeal. And the end of the over, 152 without loss. We have had 27 overs.
Well, at the minute, the game is here for Jones and for Lamb to manage. There will be a degree of expectation on these two now, just to keep that scoreboard pushing on. And if anything, try and push it further forward. The run rate over 5.5 and over. But as we edge up towards what we've got, 27 overs gone, with so much batting to do, you don't want to be eating up overs here. This is the time where you're on top and you're dominating. And I think Jones and Lamb have done that really well. The way that they've tried to accelerate early on in the second half of their innings following the drinks break, and that expectation will be there to keep that run rate up.
2 wins from 2 for Lancashire, including a bonus point in one of those, as this one is driven up to long off by Eve Jones, made at 97 in the victory over Somerset. That's another to the total, 153 without loss. Both the batters with 69 now against their name, as Eve Jones ticks hers on to 70 with that last stroke. Now Georgia Adams bowls. It's worked round the corner by Lamb, so if she's just looking for a ball in that area, she can clip over mid-wicket, but if it's not there, she's happy to flick it on, and the batter's scores go level again on 70. 155 without loss the score, as Adams comes in again around the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones. Struck firmly up to long off, who's gone back after that second 6 of the innings that Jones struck in the previous over. 156 without loss. We're mentioning Eve Jones with central sparks for much of the regional cricket era, as Lamb comes down the track, doesn't quite get this one towards mid-wicket, goes to backward square leg in the end as she advanced, but it was a similar sort of clipping stroke, but just clipped it a little further round the corner than she has in previous overs. 157 without loss. Eve Jones making 1,853 runs in Rachel Hale Flint Trophy cricket, which was the 50 over competition for the last 5 years. Well, she's added 4 more here, just picking this one up from roundabout off stump and sending it out to the mid-wicket boundary in front of the pavilion, and Eve Jones adds 4 more to the total. 161 without loss. Lovely stroke from Eve Jones, and both batters have exploited that sort of wide mid-wicket region now. Great hands from the left-hander, who has captained Lancashire to a county championship T20 and 50 over double. She hits this one down the ground for another single to finish the over. 162 without loss. We've had 28 overs. Scott Reed.
Yeah, I know it's the Metrobank One Day Cup, isn't it? And the Vitality T20 Blast. It's no longer the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy or the Charlotte Edwards Cup. But is the actual name of the trophy still the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy and the Charlotte
believe
Edwards?
it's now sponsor's name One Day Cup. It's Metrobank One Day Cup.
Well, I'm pleased it's the Metrobank One Day Cup, and I love Metrobank. But it'd be nice if the actual trophy name was still Rachel Hale Flint on the actual trophy.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be quite nice.
It would be nice, yeah.
Otherwise, it was a thing, and then it's a bit like the Bob Willis Trophy in men's cricket. That's just disappeared.
I think the idea is to have continuity between the two competitions. As
no, keep the one-day
Lindsay
cup.
Smith
Metrobank
drives it out, and that's a single, 163 without loss.
I just like the idea of Rachel Hale-Flint's name on the trophy. That's what I meant. Yeah,
that would be nice.
Come on, Metrobank. We love Metrobank, but we also like Rachel Hale-Flint and the name on the trophy. Not asking for too much, though, is it?
I don't think so, no. As Smith comes around the wicket, now this could go all the way. It's 6 runs, and a spectator has to vacate their seat, and it rattles into it. That was a huge stroke going over the deep mid-wicket area again from Emma Lamb. And we've been saying it looks effortless, and it's looked as if she does have that little bit more oomph to take it over the rope, and she's proved it there. 6 to the total, 169 without loss. Comes down the pitch, and it's not quite where she wants it, so she defends this one back to the bowler.
The men used to compete for the Bob Willis Trophy, and that just disappeared.
Wonder where they put them on.
Well, this is it.
Here's Smith as she bowls, and this one's again struck through wide. Long gone, and it's going to be 4 more. 173 without loss.
I think this. I don't know what was said in the drinks break when the two Lancashire batters got together, but I think the way that they've tried to really press on now, they know they've got plenty of batting to come. This is the chance, isn't it? You're set. You're in. It's a good pitch. This is the moment you try and kick on and try and push that run rate up, and they have done. What's it now? It must be north of 6. It is. It's above 6 and over. So this is really good by Jones and Lambs, especially since that drinks break after 25 overs.
Yeah, it was 122 balls for the first 100. I have a feeling by the time we hit 200 it will be quicker than that, as that latest one is driven to short mid-wicket. That will be no run. Here comes Smith again. Bowls a ball that's slapped down the ground really in the end by Lamb. Finds long off. Another single to the total, 174 without loss. Lamb retains the strike. She's on 82, Eve Jones 77.
I wouldn't want to give it up now, would you? If you're Jones or Lamb, you've got a great chance. I mean, Emma Lamb's already had a century to her name early on this season, that 130 not out. Eve Jones has got to 97 this season in the first 2 games. Well, they've got a great opportunity here, haven't they? Try and push on and try and get to 3 figures.
Yeah, they're 2 batters who look in supreme form at the moment, and it's reflected in Lancashire's results, winning those first 2 games. And at the moment, it's looking like the season where it could all come together for them. But there's a long way to go in this one. 21 overs of the Lancashire innings, and then Hampshire will be looking to chase these runs down, and it's clearly their tactic to try and restrict. But I think these two will almost be treating it as a chase of 300 at the moment, and then seeing if they can get to that with a few to spare and add to it from there. But they're going along very, very well indeed.
You're looking at minimum 300 here. It's kind of your base, isn't it, I reckon, from this position?
You would hope so from a Lancashire perspective. As Harman comes into the attack, it's short of length and just pushed really out to deep cover. Gibb doesn't pick up cleanly, so it doesn't cost her a run though in the end. 175 without loss. But you can imagine how much they'd be ruining if one of these two had been run out when there was sort of a chance against each of them early on. But that's been it, and it's a day where you really don't want to get out that way, because it doesn't look as if Bold, LBW or Court are particularly going to be in the game unless you're trying to clear fielders on the fence, which may be what we start to see in these last 20 overs of the innings. It's the 30th at the moment, and well, that nearly bounced twice and then nearly was chipped up to cover. It was dragged right into the pitch by the leg spin of Harman, and it was nearly a very unfortunate dismissal to Abby Norgrove at short cover. But Eve Jones survives it, and back to more orderly cricket there, as that one's slightly back of length and is cut away to the cover boundary for 176 without loss. But it does feel like it's going to be something like that, where a ball just gets dragged down and chipped somewhere it shouldn't have been. That feels almost the only way a wicket's going to come at the moment. Lamb back onto strike. Here's Harman. Floats it up. LBW appeal. I get the feeling that might have pitched leg side. We see the replay now, and I think it did. I think it had just drifted outside the line of the stumps.
There's a little bit of spin there for the leg spinner, isn't there? Got a couple to grip and turn. Got the leading edge the previous delivery.
Here's Harmon again, floats that one up. I got a feeling it was maybe had a bit googly about it. There was a misfield which allowed the single to become more comfortable than it already would have been. 177 the score moves on to. Still no wickets for Hampshire, who put Lancashire in, remember, on this hot sunny day here in Southport on the Lancashire coast. As in comes Harmon, looks for the sweep, takes pad more than bat in the end, and in fact, I don't think it took anything at all. It's going to be a wide ball to the total, 178 without loss. With Mike Perkins and Scott Reed, and Polly Starkey's going to jump in for the next 5 overs or so as that one's pushed out into the offside. No run on offer on that occasion. 178 then will be the score at the 30 over mark of the Lancashire innings. It's been very, very comfortable work so far for the two Lancashire batters who are in conversation in the middle of the wicket. As Polly Starkey rejoins me, cricket writer, broadcaster, podcaster, of course, as well. What are you making of this, Polly?
It's a fantastic performance by Lancashire. Eve Jones and Emma Lamb are just sailing along. I'm not sure who Hampshire turned to find the breakthrough, because, yeah, Lancashire look really, really strong at the moment.
We're sort of almost getting into the territory of clicking on the highest total tab, as this one is knocked down the ground on the drive. Advancing was Lamb, only picks up 1 for it, 179 without loss. 318 for 8, the Blazers' highest score in the Rachel A. Flint Trophy, which was the 50 over competition last season. Diamonds got 311, Stars 308. You think Lancashire will be looking in that region, but it's still early days. They'll want to go at least one a ball, though, for these last 20 overs, probably more. With 10 wickets in hand, they can almost treat it as a T20 as Eve Jones drives that one back to Lindsay Smith, who makes a scrambling stop into the offside. So Eve Jones will wait again and will launch this one high out towards the fielder on the boundary, and it's dropped and goes over the rope for 4. 183 without loss. The score moves on to 4 more to the total. But the big thing there was Eve Jones didn't clear the ropes, and there was an opportunity, a rare opportunity for Maya Bouchier, who's had a torrid winter away with England and couldn't cling on there. Polly Starkey, that looked as if it was going to be a catch for Bouchier, but it's not proved so, as this one is driven into the straighter of 2 covers, no run. How crucial a moment could that be?
Yeah, that was a vital opportunity to have a breakthrough, and obviously a nervy moment for Lancashire, but they've got another life.
Prodded straight down the ground by Eve Jones. There will be 1 more added to her total, which moves on to 83. 184 the Lancashire score, but that could prove a very, very costly drop. Jones would have been on 79 at that point when Bouchier put her down, as Lamb, who's been chanceless in her innings so far, drives up to McCacken. There's thought of coming back for a second because McCacken struggled to gather, but just a sign that Hampshire are feeling the heat out there a little bit with the misfield there from McCacken, but also the drop from Maya Bouchier out on the boundary. 185 without loss.
It is absolutely roasting out there. I've been sat in the sun for about 45 minutes and I feel like a rotisserie chicken. I'm well cooked. So I will reapply sun cream because not taking any risks.
It's one of those days where it's even warm in the shade.
Yeah.
It's even warm under our parasols here, which are protecting us from that sunshine.
I mean, earlier we were saying, when you saw the fixture in the calendar, you would imagine it would be one where you have multiple layers.
as Harmon begins a new over and is driven out into the offside from an advancing Lamb, who met a full of length ball but couldn't find a gap. Dot ball. Harmon will be hopeful of another one of those. She's in deep conversation with Georgia Adams. The conversation ends without too many changes as in comes Harmon again and bowls, and that's stumped by Rihanna Southby, who's kept her concentration behind the wickets. It looked as if it was a ball that just turned away as Lamb advanced down the pitch, and Southby was there with the gloves to knock the bails off, and it means that a superb innings from Lamb comes to an end, 14 short of 100. She is out for 86, stumped by Rihanna Southby off the bowling of Nancy Harmon, and credit there to Harmon for sticking at the task and getting the wicket that Hampshire so desperately needed. 185 for 1 the score.
A fine innings from Emma Lamb, and it felt that pressure was just slightly building from Hampshire side, and yeah, stumping. But regardless, a very good innings from Emma Lamb and a huge contribution to the side. Eve Jones, of course, still out there in the middle. And Katie Mack, the overseas staff at Lancashire, joins her.
Busy player and will continue to use her feet as Lamb had been doing there. It may have been her undoing, but it brought her that 6, of course, into the seats here. She hit another one earlier in her innings down the ground. It was a very, very fine innings indeed. The full details of it: 86 runs in 94 balls, 114 minutes. She hit 7 fours and those 2 sixes we were mentioning in the end. So a very, very good innings indeed. With Mike Perkins and Polly Starkey on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website as another train rattles away in the distance. Those solar panels on the roofs of the train are doing plenty of work today, I think. It's certainly their day to shine. Harmon then with the first wicket. It comes in her second over. She's conceded 4 runs so far, and it's been a very useful bowling change from Georgia Adams, the skipper, replacing herself, and the Australian Katie Mack, who won the Women's Big Bash League in 2022 and 2023. It's a 20-over competition, of course. She pulls this first ball, which is short of length and had been dug into the pitch there, out towards the wide mid-wicket area for a single. 186 for 1 the total moves on to. Lancashire still in control, but looking to add runs quickly now in the final 18 overs, as that one's allowed to pass by Eve Jones, and it'll be signalled wide, to the disappointment of Harmon. And it was very wide indeed. As we look on our replay, we're on a sort of slight angle at the moment at kind of backward square leg for this over, as that one is just prodded into the offside. Cover will come round and pick up and prevent the score being advanced from 187 for 1. We have a fielder on the 45, fielder at backward square leg, a mid-wicket and a long on the leg side, as well as a deep mid-wicket where that ball has been prodded out to Lindsay Smith as Jones advanced. 187 for 1. Eve Jones will just have to maybe sit in for a couple of balls whilst Katie Mack gets settled, and then this pair will look to go again and advance the total as Harmon throws it up, and down the ground goes Mack. She's driving firmly, but to mid-off for the right-hander, and there's no run to complete the over with. We've had 32 of them. 188 for 1 is the score.
Nancy Harmon did well in that over. Of course, the breakthrough wicket, but also just slowed that run rate a little bit and made it a bit more challenging for Jones and Matt out there in the middle.
Smith will continue here. 47 runs without reward from her 8 overs so far in this game. But she's going to bowl from the Grosvenor Road end and will be driven into the onside to short mid-wicket where the fielding is done to the left-handed Jones. She's got 2 short covers, a deep cover on the boundary, a backward point as the offside field, and a long off. As Jones again drives and will not score for the second successive delivery. Here is Smith again, shorter length, and Jones will score this time up to long on. There's 1 run on offer to the left-hander, who's progressed up to 85 now. So lots of runs in previous editions of 50 over professional women's cricket, and she's already had a 97 this season, so in very, very good touch indeed is Eve Jones. And it seems, is this the season where it all comes together for Lancashire, Polly Starkey? They've always had the personnel without perhaps getting the performances.
I mean, it surely has to be. Yeah, everything's been in place for years, and just that final piece hasn't quite clicked, but so far so good.
Smith bowls to Mack, who drives firmly but back at the bowler, so no run on offer. So yeah, we mentioned the 318 was the highest total in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy last season, 334 the season before that, as Smith comes in and bowls again, and this one's driven to Bouchier, who dropped that catch in the previous over off Eve Jones. It was before the wicket of Lamb. 334 was the highest total again in 2022, as Mack will drive this one sweetly through extra cover, and that one will go all the way for 4 runs. Lovely stroke from the Australian, just reaching for the ball but hitting it with supreme timing, and takes the total up into the 190s, 193 for 1. It's been all about the batters in this game so far as the over comes to an end, Polly Starkey.
Nice from Mack there, just kind of injecting the innings again with a bit of power and a good shot to get those runs up. 193 for 1. Lancashire sailing along despite that wicket. It caused a slight problem in that over from Nancy Harmon, but they've recovered well and are back on track for a big total. And as we've said throughout today, it looks like a fantastic pitch for batting, and we predicted there would be a lot of runs on display today, and so far from Lancashire that's what we've had.
As in comes Harmon again, who has got the wicket, as this one's lifted out to backward square leg past the umpire for 1 more to the total. 194 for 1 brings the right-handed Mack back onto strike. So yeah, the 2021 edition of the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, the top score was 324, and in the 2020 edition it was 303, an innings in the last game of the season, as I recall, for Eve Jones was involved in for Central Sparks, playing against the Blaze at Leicestershire, or Lightning as they were then known.
That's a throwback. Lightning. Haven't thought about Lightning for a long time.
115 Eve Jones got that day, so 344 in both the 2022 and 2023 editions, the highest score of the previous competition, as that one swept away for 4 more by Katie Mack, who's started well. She advanced slightly down the pitch and it was thrown wide by Harmon in an effort to deceive the batter, but that just allowed her to sweep it away as she advanced and add 4 more to the total. 198 for 1, and it's a very, very well struck stroke again from Katie Mack, as Harmon bowls to her again, and she's again on the sweep, and that'll again be 4 more with the fielders up at 45 and another one out at backward square leg. It dissects the 2 of them. It brings up the 200 for Lancashire. 202 for 1. Katie Mack getting the home side there here at Southport, but it's been built on that huge partnership from Eve Jones and Emma Lamb. This latest one flicked away, and this time it goes fine of the fielder at 45. There'll be a chase on towards the boundary. It's picked up just inside the boundary by Bex Tyson. She returns it. The loss of a couple more runs to the total. As Here comes Harmon. Does beat the bat, a flashing cut stroke on this occasion by Mack, who's as capable to go back into a crease as she is to go forward down the track. She has already in this innings. That's where she goes this time, but just defends after having picked up a couple of boundaries already in the over. 204 then the score at the end of the 44th innings, 44th over of the innings. Polly Starkey, and it continues to be plain sailing. Are they going to threaten that 344 potentially today?
I mean, if they push on, I reckon they could do it. They'll certainly be up there in that region. So far, things are going very well for Lancashire, and if Eve Jones can stay in there as a set batter and Katie Mack can continue what she's started, then by all means. As a productive over, the last over, plenty of runs coming from it.
We said we thought the second 100 would be a bit quicker than the first. Let me just do the maths on exactly how much quicker it was, because it came up from the third ball of the 34th over. So I make that 201 balls as that one's played away into the leg side, but no contact made as Charlie Knott, the Australian overseas player, comes back into the attack, and it's defended there by Eve Jones. Has 86 to her name. Scott Reed will rejoin us at the end of the over. Still sunning himself on the bench as this one is dabbed nicely behind square on the offside. There's going to be two more for Jones, who takes the total on to 207 with another couple there. As this one is played out into the offside. No run on offer on that occasion. So yeah, that second 100 coming up in 79 balls compared to the first, which came up in 122. So that gives you a measure of the acceleration as this one is played away off the back foot. Mid-off in the form of McCacken comes round and is able to prevent more than a single.
That stat suggests that chasing that total and breaking that record is very much on the cards then, I guess. If they... I'm not very good at maths, but I'm pretty sure they would be on track to do that, or thereabouts.
One a ball at the minute, so they'd have to just increase slightly, but if they can, yeah, keep adding 100 runs at 79 balls, they'll be bang on course, you would think, as they add another single here with a late little cut into the offside that goes behind square for one. 209 for one. Charlie Knott, who was a finalist in both the 50 over and 20 over competitions in Australia over what was the winter here in the UK. Scott Reed's going to rejoin us on commentary after a word from Polly Starkey. The score is 209 for one after 35 overs.
Lancashire coming along nicely here. The only breakthrough from Nancy Harmon and dismissal of Emma Lamb. A fine innings from her, as you can see plenty of spectators round the ground. A beautiful day here in Southport for Lancashire versus Hampshire in the Metrobank One Day Cup. 209 for one after 35 overs. Eve Jones 89 from 106 and Katie Mack 16 from 11. Daisy Gibb, the debutant for Hampshire, continuing the bowling. Has impressed so far.
Yeah, it's a good opening spell, wasn't it, this morning on debut? Let's play back up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Took the new ball, great chance that, wasn't it? Opened the bowling.
Yeah, really good opportunity, and from her 3 overs so far, just gone for 13 runs, so good so far. She's also loaned to Tier 2 side Sussex, so can play for both teams across competitions.
Here comes Gibb. And balls, that's Mack going deep in the crease and defending, just dropping it out towards cover, and there's no run. That's a good idea, isn't it? That the ability to be able to kind of play for your Tier 1 side, and then if you're not in and around it, you're able to find cricket elsewhere.
It seems to be working really well so far. A number of younger players in Tier 1 side have been loaned to Tier 2 sides, and obviously it's great for the Tier 2 sides. It helps their performances, but it also gives opportunities, and if they perform well, then they can come back to Tier 1 and play.
Ramp attempted by Mack here, and gets it off beautifully down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Lovely shot, stepping across the stumps, and with the full face of the bat, scooping it over the shoulder down towards the boundary for 4. Inventive cricket from Katie Mack.
Yeah, good bit of cricket. Nice to see variety of shots on display. I feel like we haven't seen that tons to date, but good from Mack. And then it was just announced, I think, during this game that Lauren Winfield-Hill has signed for Essex for the T20 Blast from Yorkshire, so she's been loaned from there. So it can also work the other way, Tier 2 players loaned to Tier 1.
And balls again to Mack, similar looking shot. Gets that fine down towards the boundary. Good work on the rope. Mack will come back for 2. As a throw comes in from down by the boundary edge. Nice work on the rope by Abby Norgrove. Mack moves on to 20, 2:15 for 1. Yeah, again, that's a really interesting piece of news, isn't it, from Lauren Winfield-Hill. Having been with Yorkshire only Tier 2 for 1 season, aren't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, flexibility to go between not just teams but different tiers as well.
I mean, she's also captain as well, so I'm not quite sure how that's going to work, but
Mack waiting for this, trying to carve the ball away through the offside, just runs down to backward point. No addition to the score. Lindsay Smith fields. 2:15 for 1. Mack on 22, Jones on 89. I suppose that idea, you're trying to strengthen down the 3 tiers and try and make cricket as strong as you can, if that means players moving a little bit when they're not involved with their own side. As Gibb just pulls away as she comes in from the Harrod drive end.
yeah, I guess it's limiting that disparity between Tier 1 and Tier 2, especially knowing Yorkshire are coming up next season, and then in 2 seasons Glamorgan are coming up. You want them to actually be able to compete when they move up to Tier 1 and not kind of be the team that everyone thinks is going to be an easy win.
There's Gibb. And balls again to Mack. Clipped off the pads down towards backwards square leg for a single. Katie Mack moves on to 23 not out, 216 for 1. It's the end of the over. Gibbs first back into the attack following that opening spell this morning. Enterprising boundary off the bat of Katie Mack was the main source of the 8 runs that came through the over. Eve Jones on 89 and Mack on 23. A big partnership between Eve Jones and Emma Lamb, worth 185. What a base to build on.
It's fantastic from Lancashire. And as we've alluded to, it's kind of felt there's been so many opportunities and everything's been in place and it hasn't gone quite right. So to start the season like this is brilliant.
So the back foot by Mack again, going deep into the crease, using all the crease there to give herself a bit of time and then hammering it down the ground for a single. Moves on to 24 not out, 217 for 1. Jones on strike, unbeaten on 89. Is not in balls, driven through the offside by Jones. just for a single. Matt kind of flirted with the idea of coming back for 2, but Eve Jones wasn't too keen on that.
There was a little fumble by Nancy Harmon just in front of us, so could have been on the cards, but no. Play it safe at this stage in the game. They're building a nice partnership and don't want to disrupt that. Eve Jones moving on to 90.
218 for 1. It's off the back foot, carved away, but straight to cover. And there's no run. Been in the 90s already this season, hasn't she, Eve Jones? Can she go and push on to 3 figures? Great use of the crease here by Mack. Great footwork. And lunging forward and then skipping back. Trying to find a gap on the offside, but well guarded. At cover, no run. 218 for 1. Skipping forward again this time. Full of ball by Knott. Just probably saw her coming a little bit and angled it full and in towards the pads. Worked out to mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. Tidy stuff so far. With a delivery to go of the over. That's defended by Mack. That's good stuff by Knott. 218 for 1. Just 2 coming off the over. 37 gone of Lancashire's innings. Eve Jones on 90. And Katie Mack is unbeaten on 24. Eve Jones reaching a score of 97 in the game against Somerset at Taunton. And, Lancashire's second group match. A victory by 7 wickets. They cruised it with 79 balls remaining. Back-to-back wins for Chris Reed and Ellie Threlkeld.
I have noticed Eve Jones is sporting the golden pads instead of the red ones. They look like Birmingham Phoenix ones from the 100. Not sure whether she left the red ones at home or I don't know, maybe these deflect the heat better. I don't know.
Love that theory.
Trying to think practically.
No,
what
I like that,
would she do? How would she get her innings to go better?
She's on strike and trying to drive away into the offside. There's no run. If he was on Lancs TV, we'll see Mack at the non-strikers end in what you would kind of call proper kind of Lancashire red coloured pants. And then Eve Jones, good spot. Yeah.
I only just realised now, about 37 overs in.
218 for 1. Dot ball to begin with by Gibb. Ball again to Jones. That's driven firmly to mid-off. Oh, I think I took a really awkward bounce. It's gone for 4. It looked, watching it live, like that's something that should have been stopped at mid-off, but I wonder if it just took a really quirky bounce. It's gone out towards the boundary for 4. Jones moves to 94. 2-2-2 for 1. Driven firmly by Jones. Pretty hard outfield here. The ground fielding, I think, from Hampshire has been excellent. This is not a score that's been racked up because of been sloppy work in the field. That's not been the case. It's been good batting on a good pitch. Jones just trying to help it around the corner. Picked up a short, fine leg. It's just got a little bit of bottom edge on that. So it's been given as a run. Takes her on to 95 not out. 223 for 1. Bringing Katie Mack back on strike. Gibb halfway through her 5th over of the day. Her second spell. Mack pulls. Good looking shot behind square on the leg side. Really did get a hold of that. Katie Mack. And 4 runs.
Mack really likes that area of the pitch. She's got a couple of boundaries there earlier in her innings and seems comfortable hitting that. Hampshire potentially need to adjust their field.
Yeah, there's a fine leg and there's a deep square. You're tempted to put further reinforcements. It's in the air, but it's fine. It'll be 4 actually. It's cut away behind point on the offside. It looped up, but in between the gap of short third and backward point and down towards the rope, and Mack is hitting a nice bit of rhythm here to falls in the over, takes her on to 32 not out, 231 for 1.
Yeah, she's not sitting back and letting Eve Jones do all the work. She's really taking this game on, trying to get to that total, already in the 230s.
Yeah, 32 from 24. There's Gibb in balls to Mac. It's defended into the onside. And there is no run. End of the over. So real challenges for Daisy Gibb. I mean, bowling at this stage with two batters, one in particular well set, but Katie Mack's a proper good batter as well, and knowing Daisy Gibb that these two are going to try and score against her, it's a big challenge. It's a big ask to come back in at this stage of the innings too, I think.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're the debutant, you're the one that is kind of the easy target for them to take on and push up that run rate. So I think she's done well to kind of keep her cool.
Not to continue. Trying to tie down one end. It's driven away by Jones. Back to not. There's no run. Been tidy stuff from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground here at Southport and Birkdale. In and balls again. That'll be a single. Just pushed away through the offside by Eve Jones. Moves on to 96 not out. A really stylish innings this from Jones.
Yeah, this is class from Jones. Just, I mean, it's the sort of thing I always expect from her. Not every player can go out and do this all the time, but she's just a classy batter and does it with such nice technique as well.
Here comes not balls to Mack, who's shuffling down the pitch and then punching the ball firmly through straight mid off for a single. Moves on to 33 not out. 232 for 1. Brings Jones back on strike. Halfway through Knott's 7th over. Gone for 28. It's a great return so far. Pace off this time, just held back a fraction by Knott. And Jones almost had to wait an age for it to come in the end, just pushes it back towards her. Dot ball, 2-3-3 for 1. There's Knott from around the wicket, in balls. Flatter, quicker this time. Driven again by Jones, who walks away looking skywards.
She's in the depths of the nervy 90s.
96 not out. Not in balls. Defended once more by Jones. And there's no run. And that is the end of the over. It's gone through it pretty quickly and just 2 runs coming off it. And Charlie Knott is doing a fine job from this end for Hampshire. 233 for 1. 39 overs have gone. So we've got 11 overs remaining of the Lancashire innings. We've got one batter who's one shot away from 3 figures. Katie Mack, who's hustled away to 33 from just 26. And Hampshire doing their best just to try and tie Lancashire down. I know they're set for a pretty stern run chase, but they also know it's a good pitch. But with runs on the board, it will not be easy. Let's see a bowling change we are. Daisy Gibb spell from the Harrod drive end comes to an end, and Georgia Adams comes in, bowls. Mack, that familiar looking shot, pulled away out towards square leg, just in front of square. Good fielding on the boundary rope. Mack comes back for 2. It's a really fine stop and throw in from the rope.
Mac absolutely took off for that first run. I looked and she was halfway down the wicket. She absolutely pelted that one. I mean, she's very, very fast between the wickets generally, but that was quite something.
It's chipped. Oh, it's chipped to mid-wicket by Mack. And Katie Mack departs for 35. And that's the second wicket to fall. 235 for 2. And Mack departs. It was bright and breezy from Katie Mack. It was probably exactly what Lancashire needed for her to come out and be positive and try and keep the score ticking over. And in the end, she's chipped it straight to mid-wicket and she has to depart. But enterprising stuff from Mack nonetheless. She's on 35.
Daisy Gibb took the catch off the bowling of Georgia Adams. Second wicket to fall, 235 for 2. Seren Smale is the new batter, joining Eve Jones. Polly Starkey's taken a little break, and Kevin James is back alongside me. And Georgia Adams, having made that bowling change, has picked up the second wicket of the innings.
Yeah, surprise, isn't it? Lancashire have had it all their own way, haven't they, out there in the middle, and they played quite superbly, all three batters that we've seen so far. I don't know if you've mentioned, Scott, just to put a bit of meat on the bone, really, that opening partnership of 185 between Emma Lamb and Eve Jones is a record opening stand for Lancashire women, as well as a record opening stand for Lancashire Thunder, as they were in the regional era. Super. So for Lancashire women previously it was 164. Emma Lamb involved in that back in 2013 with Laura Marshall against Durham, and Emma Lamb involved in the Thunder previous opening partnership 140 with Seren Smale last year against Central Sparks.
Good stuff by Lyman Jones. It's Jones who's still going. Smale is on strike. That's just paddled away around the corner from Georgia Adams, but there's no run. So 235 for 2. And Adams with her first wicket of the day. Bouncing in, balls again to Smale, who's playing and missing. And just a half it appear whether there's just a little thin edge off the bat. Just snicked away past the bat into the gloves of the keeper. Hampshire hoping that when they got rid of Mack, new batter out there, that they can try and just apply a bit of pressure here. In and balls once more off the back foot this time, just dropped into the offside by Smale. It's good running. Made the decision pretty early that that was a single, just pushed away through point. And Smale gets her first run. Off the mark with that by the time Lindsay Smith gets round to complete the fielding for Hampshire. 236 for 2. Brings Jones on strike, who's 96 not out.
What a season she's having already. We're not even at the end of April.
It's been a pretty impressive start by Jones and Lamb. It's a fuller ball by Adam, brings the bat down and defends. And it's played back towards Adams off her own bowling, and there's no run. Collects a cap. She's done just what she was hoping would be the case. The bowling change, produce a chance, find a breakthrough, and hope that helps Hampshire muscle their way back into it. 236 for 2, 10 overs left, 8 wickets remaining, and one batter 96 not out. And the viewers on Lancs TV will see that just the 2 wickets have fallen so far. As Hampshire have probed away through the course of a pretty hot day here on the west coast.
Toiled.
Yeah,
like.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah. That's felt a bit like that at times.
It has, isn't it? Seren Smale, who I remember last year against the Southern Vipers down at the Paul Getty's ground in near Wickham, high score of 99.
Here comes Knott in the balls to Smale. Going back, just trying to nudge the ball away into the onside, just deflects off the thigh pad. And there's no run. Goodness, right.
Yeah. Was also on the recent England A tour to Australia last month.
She had a great year last year. Real breakthrough seasoning for Smale. Let's cut away off the back foot up towards point, and there's no run.
Still only 20 years of age. He had a high score of 34 in the third one-day international against Australia in March.
236 for 2. She's on strike. It's off the front foot and pushed up towards mid-off. And there is no run. She's seen Katie Mack come out there and be quite busy and tick along at a good rate. Appeal for an LBW and gone. Knott strikes. Reward for Knott. She bowled beautifully. Yeah, pinned on the back foot, I think, going back into the crease. Smale departs, That's reward for Charlie Norton, well deserved. She's bowled very nicely through the course of the day and picks up her first wicket, 1 for 28 into her 8th over. A couple of quick wickets here for Hampshire, just what they were hoping for. 236 for 3. Smale's gone. LBW.
Yeah, it's always difficult, isn't it, as a middle order batter coming in 2 down when you've watched 3 batters completely dominate the bowling on show, courtesy of some good batting, of course, but also the conditions and the wicket and the fast outfield. They really have put the Hampshire bowlers under pressure. And of course, when you come in at number 4 and struggle a little bit for a couple of balls and then you're out early on, it can't be very easy.
No, absolutely. I completely agree. Certainly when you watch Katie Mack come out and be bright and breezy and score basically a run the ball, you're expected to do something similar, aren't you? You're expected to try and keep that up. Fee Morris is the new batter coming out to join Eve Jones. Crucial wicket, Jones now for Hampshire. She bats through the bulk of these 10 remaining overs, and Lancashire have a pretty strong and formidable score on the board, with some help from likes of Morris and Collins and Threlkeld. Plenty still to come. This is maybe Morris on strike. 236 for 3. Eve Jones on 96. In and bowls. And that's driven away without too much timing, just kind of squirts away towards the offside. And there is no run. So dot ball. A delivery away from a wicket maiden here for Charlie Knott. She really has bowled beautifully in this spell from the Grosvenor Road end. And it will be a wicket maiden that's played back towards it. Not with too much timing by Fee Morris as she just settles in early on into her innings. A little thin bottom edge and the ball bounces back towards Charlie Knott. And that's super stuff by the Hampshire spinner. Wicket maiden. 41 overs gone, 236 for 3. So Fee Morris joining Eve Jones with 9 overs remaining. And Lancashire still be eyeing up a score that starts with the number 3. But as ever, wickets do peg sides back. Big standout partnership of the innings, 185. As we start a fresh over, that's Adams in and bowling to Eve Jones. It's a play tentatively away by Jones, and there is no run. Might just see with Jones edging towards 3 figures, things become a little bit more nervy. The single here, yeah, just pushed up towards mid-off. Tumbling stop at mid-off, and Jones takes a score on to 97. 237 for 3.
Exactly what she got against Somerset the other day. I think she'll be quite keen to make this one a 3 figures.
Yeah, a golden chance and a great chance to try and push on and try and see if she can bat through the bulk of this innings. That's dabbed away by Morris. That's nicely played. That's a single turned out to mid-wicket, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just that idea of trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and you want to really get Jones on strike for as much as possible. 238 for 3. Adams in to Jones, driven down the ground, out towards wide, long on. Again, flirting with 2, but deciding that single is the safer option. Things are on to 98.
Looked like that was going to be it, wouldn't it? I'll bring Kev back in now. He's done his update on Radio Solent.
Yeah, 98 to Eve Jones, 239 for 3. Morris back on strike, and that's punched away through the offside, but plenty of fielders inside the circle. On the offside, there's no run. It's a dot ball. Adams in to complete the over. Punched back over the bowler's head, down towards long on by Fee Morris. She doubles her score. She moves to 240 for 3 at the end of the over. That's 42 overs gone, 8 remaining, 240 for 3.
Yeah, and Fee Morris will know a lot of, or some of these players pretty well. She was a Hampshire women's player herself, between 2018 and 2021. Also a Southern Viper for a little while as well before she moved up here. Played a couple of seasons for Thunder in the regional era.
Yeah, a real player who contributes both with bat and with ball. He has a big part to play, kind of balancing the team out. Fee Morris, all rounders are key, aren't they? And Fee Morris, both with bat and with ball, will be hoping to have a big part to play this summer. He's not into Morris. Handsome looking shot. She's struck that off the front foot. Lovely follow through of the bat, driven down the ground for one. Moves Morris on to 3. And score to 241 for 3. Brings Eve Jones back on strike. Here's not from around the wicket bowls to Jones. Again, a little hesitation. They're just dropping the ball into the offside. And with the cover right on the edge of the circle. A temptation to try and pinch a single there, but Charlie not quickly onto it. Denies the chance of a run. In and balls again. It runs here for Jones. It'll just be a single though. Off the back foot. Work through cover for 1. Takes it to 99 not out. 242 for 3 now.
She's taken her time, hasn't she, these last few runs, Eve Jones? I don't know whether she's a little nervous. I don't know whether she's determined to get 3 figures before she maybe moves up a couple of gears.
Has just slowed things down a fraction, hasn't it? Reverse sweep attempted here by Fee Morris and played beautifully. Lovely shot, 4 runs. Picked it early, reverse swept it nicely. And a bit of enterprising cricket from Fee Morris brings a boundary. Not been many of those boundaries of late. They're 246 for 3.
Yeah, no, I think Hampshire will be pleased because it's very difficult to protect the boundaries here. We've said it often, it is a fast outfield. It's getting faster in this, son.
246 for 3. Oh, could be a stepping chance here. If there is, that's brilliant work, it is. Well, Morris has been tempted down the pitch by Knott. And fine glove work. Morris leaping back, desperate, trying to get her bat back over the popping crease. But Southby's done a terrific piece of work there with the gloves. Great reactions to take it and then to make the most of the chance. Frustration for Fee Morris, but great glove work. 4 down now, 247 for 4.
Yeah, wasn't it just? She came down the wicket, didn't she? I'm not sure whether Charlie Knott may have seen her just at the last minute, fired it down the leg side. Morris not really in a position to put bat on ball, and real desperate drive to get back. But second stumping for Rihanna Southby after getting rid of Emma Lamb.
Great work by the Hampshire wicket-keeper. Viewers on Lancs TV will see this now as Knott is in and bowling. Push down the leg side, look at the reaction there, takes it with both gloves, and then the right glove comes down into the stumps. Morris at this time is frantically trying to get back and put the dive in and try and ground the bat and make sure she's back safely, but it was really good glove work. Super reaction from the keeper. And Hampshire have just got themselves back into this now. They've managed to take a couple of quick wickets. They've slowed things down. The run rate was going way above 6 and over at one stage. And just trying to peg Lancashire back. I reckon they're looking at a score that starts with 3.
Yeah.
And they're now 247 for 4 in the 43rd.
Yeah, definitely a change in the last few overs. 235 for 1 Lancashire were at one stage. 247 for 4, which means they've lost 3 for 12 in the space of 3 overs.
Yep, to the relief, I'm sure, of Hampshire. They've toiled away. And they've had to be patient. They've probably feared that they're facing a big score to chase, but they've kept going. So Ellie Threlkeld is a new batter. Not in and balls to Threlkeld. That's driven off the inner half of the bat. Ball deflects out towards the leg side. She gets a single. Gets off the mark. 248 for 4.
So Daniel Cullins from the last game's dropped down 1. By the looks of it.
Yeah, there's a good striker of the ball. If she can hit it. Might just be a centre trying to inject a bit of momentum again. It's Knott's in to Jones. Let's play back down the pitch and fielded by Knott. She has done a terrific job here for Hampshire. That is the end of the over. And the 4 came off the reverse sweep, so she's really had to invent something to try and find a boundary in that over. Because there's been nothing else. I reckon that's 5 overs 2 for 16. In fact, correction, it's 2 for 17. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17 in this spell from Charlie Knott.
Yeah, fantastic. Brought over from Australia. Charlie Knott had a good season with the Vipers last year. Had a good season down under as well. Captained in that unofficial England-Australia test match last month. Got a 50 and 100 in both those innings. She also got to the final of the WBBL, lost that one, but got to the final of the Women's National Cricket League and lost that one. So she had a good all-round year.
Here's Adams in and bowling. It's clipped away in front of square on the leg side by Threlkeld. And busily getting through for a single. Doubles a score, moves on to 2. So Lancashire knocking on the door of 250.
Yeah, I think Eve Jones, if she's going to get 3 figures, needs to get it pretty soon, and then I'm sure she'll look to get on with it a little bit, because she has gone into a shell a little bit, hasn't she, in the last few overs? Played very well for her.
99 not out, 249 for 4. Adams to Jones. That's driven up towards mid-on. There's no run. Mid-on, mid-off. Deep cover. Deep point. Adams to Jones. Strikes it again, but this time picking out mid-off. And again, there's no run. She just can't seem to find a gap for a single here.
But again, it's good bowling. They're making a play in that, what they call the V, mid-off and mid-on.
Remains on 99. Goes again, but again picks out a Hampshire fielder, this time at cover. She's picked out mid-on, she's picked out mid-off, and she's picked out cover.
This is terrific stuff, it really is.
Adams to Jones, in and bowls. Jones turns it through the leg side this time. They'll go through for a quick single, shy at the stumps. She's managed to get through, she's found a single. And that one takes her to a terrific century. Really stylish knock here by Eve Jones. Fabulous work, 100 not out. 126 deliveries with 9 fours and a 6. But a top innings from Eve Jones. 250 for 4 Lancashire.
Yeah, to go with a 97 in the last game. That win over Somerset at Taunton. That is actually her 8th list A 100. 4 for the Central Sparks and 3 for Staffordshire.
Let's see if that just changes the approach here as Threlkeld turns us away off the pads out towards backward square leg. Hurries through for 1, because Lancashire will be hoping that Jones really ought to face the majority of these deliveries if she can. It's the end of the over. 44 gone, 6 remaining, 251 for 4. I think these next 6 overs are going to be really intriguing to watch, because Lancashire are going to try and find a way again, I think, to inject a bit of energy back into their innings. Hampshire have found a way to nibble themselves back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that over epitomised what we've seen actually for a little while, even though the batters have everything in their own favour and they've played superbly well. But as I've mentioned 2 or 3 times, getting the batters to consistently hit mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, mid-wicket, you can do no more as a bowler.
Yep. And
to be fair, Hampshire have done that pretty well.
Here's Knott in bowling. Full ball to start with. That's turned up towards mid-on. There's no running. I was saying when me and Polly were chatting before about, actually, you look at the score and you think, well, blimey, what's happening at Southport? It's not a case of Hampshire bowling poorly or fielding poorly. It's a good pitch and some good batting.
Yeah.
They've done pretty much all they could do. As Threlkeld swings through this one, the ball disappears down towards the boundary rope. It doesn't reach the rope. And they've come back for 2. A little thin. Bottom edge on that. Just streaked along the ground, isn't it? A bit of a daisy cutter right along the grass.
I mean, you could say that 300 could be going either way here, whereas at one stage it looked to be loads more.
It did, yep. Let's turn behind square on the leg side, and Eve Jones was halfway down, backing up. Nelly Threlkeld knew that Jones wanted 1. Good though by Threlkeld. She's got on with it. 6 from 6. Try and get Jones on strike. 254 for 4 is not. In and bowls driven by Jones through extra cover for a single. This is Knott's final over. She's had a very, very good game with the ball. She's got 2 deliveries left. 2 for 40 is an excellent return by Charlie Knott, and this spell in particular has been terrific. In and bowling to Threlkeld. It's nudged away to mid-wicket. Again, there's no chance to add to the score as Abby Norgrove comes up to field. So a dot ball. Can she end with a dot ball and end her 10 over stint for the day? In and balls. Going back this time is Threlko. That's played late, cut down towards deep third. And Threlko wants to come back for 2 more, and she does. She moves on to 8. And that is the end of the over, so that's 45 gone. There are 5 overs remaining. That's Charlie Knott's work for the day done with the ball. 10 overs, 2 for 42, I think. Just gone off the card in front of me.
Yeah, you're right. If that was 2, yes, it was.
2 for 42, and that spell was 6 overs, 2 for 23. So a really good spell that by Charlie Knott. 5 to go, Kevin. I'll leave you, and Michael, come and join you.
Thank you very much. I did say that any bowler that bowls out for 10 and goes for in the 40s, you've had a good day, and Charlie Knott has done exactly that. Got an email a little earlier from Richard Foster. sonandcricket@gmail.com is the place to get in touch with us here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. He just said he loved the interview I did with Rhianna Southby after it was actually after the Warwickshire game. Richard, he lives in Fareham. I'm trying to look at this in the sun because it's quite difficult because the sun is extremely bright. Mike is completely in the shade. He's the experienced one here. I'm the less experienced one, but I'm going to move a little closer to Mike. Yeah, we'll take a bit of time. We're just waiting for Eve Jones just to get her batting gloves back on after doing 1 or 2 adjustments, and she's going to face Georgia Adams, whose last over is coming up. Jones works that away towards mid-wicket. Lindsay Smith fields 258 for 4. Well, we were saying, we were looking at the record books earlier, Mike.
We were, yeah.
They're not going to get there, are they?
No, I mean, the 300's looking a little bit in doubt here, which from 236 for 2 at the 40 over mark, you'd expect to get there, really, wouldn't you?
Yeah. That's hit away. 1 bounce up towards mid-on. I throw cold. You're right. I mean, I know I'm a little biased, but I think the bowling has been very disciplined here, and it could have been a lot worse. Here's Georgia Adams bowls. Threlko goes for the heave, and is she stumped? Yes, she is. 3rd stumping for Rhianna Southby. Threlko just taking a little too much of a stride as she tried to heave away. Front foot a long way away from the ball, and Southby has been deadly behind the stumps today. 258 for 5.
And that's just been where Lancashire have struggled today, is to play those big shots at the back end of the innings, really. And Rhianna Southby, you were mentioning her there, she's been absolutely superb with her concentration today behind the stumps. Just whenever a batter has advanced down the track and missed one, or has gone for a heave like that and missed one, she's just been there to whip the bails off, and she's been absolutely superb behind the stumps.
That was a bit of a hack at that one, really. That front foot is an awful long way away from the ball. Almost a sign of a bit of desperation, really, with Lancashire probably feeling they should be another 30, maybe even 40 runs further on at this stage with the start they were given by Emma Lamb, Eve Jones, who's still out there. Katie Mack kept the run rate going nicely, actually, with her 35 from 28 deliveries. But since then, the Hampshire bowlers and the fielders have really come back into this.
It was during that Mack innings where we were looking at 320, 340 or up that way, but as soon as Mack went, it is really sort of just ground to a halt from Lancashire's perspective. And I think you're right, the bowling has been very, very good. Same stage as at Edgbaston the other week in the tie, where Hampshire just sort of showed their experience and came to the fore towards the back end of the innings, and whatever sort of has gone before that, they seem to be able to put it aside and make sure they get themselves, in this case, something to chase. In that case, it was to defend a total.
Back to 2 left-handers out there in the middle, with Danielle Collins, the new batter, facing Georgia Adams, who's round the wicket. Collins is off the mark straight away with a nice back foot shot through point. She'll pick up 2. 260 for 5. Danielle Collins, 24 years of age, played the full complement of the regional era for Thunder. 25 matches. High score of 32 with the bat. That would be handy for Lancashire from here on in, as time starts to run out for them to try and get at least 300 here, which I have to say they deserve. That's driven nicely past a diving Georgia Adams by Collins. Moves on to 3.
It's almost what we've just seen from Collins there is what they kind of needed around the 40 over mark, which is just a bit of bat on ball cricket. That would have kept them going, and
and now it feels almost as if it won't quite be enough to get them to where they want to be. As if they're in the territory of needing boundaries all of a sudden.
Just over 4 overs remaining then here in the hot sun on the northeast coast. Georgia Adams just manoeuvring the field a little bit, pushes Lindsay Smith right on the 25-yard circle at mid-wicket to Eve Jones, who drives powerfully up to mid-off, but again it's straight. They have a fielder covering, and Jones will pick up a single, moves on to 103, 262 for 5 at the end of that over, and the end of Georgia Adams' spell with 2 for 52 from her 10 overs.
She won't mind that too much though, because she's kept the strike there as Eve Jones, but it was very much a case of that was what the field was set for there. The long off fielder was there protecting the boundary and did exactly the job that was required.
So 4 overs remain. I think everybody here will be glad of a bit of respite, because this is a very, very warm weather indeed, and we're not complaining of course, but it is very hot.
You'd be glad to know sandwiches are in the tennis pavilion.
We've been so well looked after here. The ground staff couldn't do enough for us, helping us set up. We didn't think we were getting food, but we have now.
I'll tell you what, we're glad of those parasols. We've been there quite,
we're going to adjust.
Quite the experience without them.
Yeah, I would have been well cooked by now if it weren't for those parasols. I'd be on my second side, looking to get well done again. There's a drive there from Eve Jones out towards deep mid-on, where Lindsay Smith fields. Rebecca Tyson back into the attack. Her first 3 overs costing 21 runs, the left-arm spinner.
Tough time to bowl, though.
Yes, it is. But again, my guess is she'll bowl fairly full and get the batters driving down the ground. Tyson over the wicket, bowls again, it's full, yeah. A missed drive there, goes under the bat. Nicely taken again by Rhianna Southby, who's been exemplary behind the stumps.
She thought she had another there, didn't she?
Yes, I know. She's getting carried away, Mike, now, isn't she? 3 stump-ins, she wants another. Started the season well with the bat as well. A very important 72 up at Warwickshire in that tied game. Played superbly. Tries to pull that away on the leg side. Comes off the pad. Goes down towards short third. Abby Norgrove runs around from backward a point. Just waiting for the umpire. Was he signalling? Is there a little nick on that? No, there's leg buys. But again, even though it's gone behind the wicket, it's still fairly straight. The only time it's going behind the wicket is if they're little nicks, really. 264 for 5, halfway through the 47th. Tyson in again, left to right as we look. Bowls. Nice drive. Half stop by Tyson. Be a little careful there actually, because she got a little bit of an injury on the hand at the end of the Surrey game, where she dropped the court and bowled, but actually deflected onto the stumps, and that was Surrey all out. 50 runs short of Hampshire's. Just looked as though she got a little painful blow there, but she's okay. Comes in again. That's hit in the air, just short of cover. Great diving stop there from Nancy Harman. Almost a run out at the bowler's end, because Daniel Collins was just watching to see if she was going to get caught or not, and then in the end had to hurry the second half of that run, and a full-scale dive to get past the line. Ball missed the stumps anyway. 266 for 5. Collins on 4 brings Eve Jones back on strike. Tyson in again. Bowls. Down the wicket comes Eve Jones. Nice strike straight, but it's gone to Lindsay Smith, who's running round from deep mid-on. Jones just looks a little bit disappointed, but again it's hitting in areas where exactly Hampshire want them to hit.
I was about to say, we'll find out what Eve Jones has got left in the arms after such a long innings. It's certainly there by the way she struck that ball, but as you say, it was just straight at a fielder, which prevented it being a boundary. But there's certainly there's the oomph there, isn't there, to get her hands through the ball. It's just whether she can find the gap at the same time.
Yeah, just watching a replay there of Nancy Harman's effort to cover. It was bouncing just in front of her, even though she dived in front. That's always difficult to try and pick those up on the full, and a good effort nevertheless. Good recovery as well to have a shot at the stumps. Lindsay Smith back into the attack. She's got 1 more over left. She's conceded 52. Another left arm spinner in the Hampshire attack. And Eve Jones it will be to face. So there are 18 balls left for Lancashire. Well, they certainly are struggling to get to 300 now. Complete turnaround.
You're looking more at a kind of 290 probably from here, I would have thought.
It's
maybe
a good
285.
It's a good total, there's no doubt about it. I mean, Hampshire will have to play well if they're to get anywhere near it, but it's different. Now there's a heave straight down to mid-on, where it's fielded by Charlie Knott, away to our right. A single to Eve Jones. Takes her on to 107. Again, Eve Jones just looks up in the air as if to say, I'm not quite timing it, I'm not getting it as far or as high as I'd like to, but it's just good, disciplined bowling.
This is exactly what Hampshire played for, wasn't it? Yeah. They wanted something to chase, and they knew it might not be the first 10 overs, it might not be the second, it might not be the third, but at some point they'd get a 10 overs that they win.
Great, that's turned away square on the leg side. They're running a single, have to hurry here. Throw comes in, but Eve Jones was up quickly from the non-striker's end. Good awareness from her as well to make sure the single was completed.
And as long as they won one period of 10 overs in this first innings of the game, then they'd give themselves something to chase.
Yeah. Now there's a heave on the leg side. It's in the air. This could be caught at deep mid-wicket. Maya Boucher is under it, takes it. Safe catch. Right on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Eve Jones goes for 107. 269 for 6 now at Lancashire.
Boucher will be relieved to have caught that one, having not clung on in the 31st over, and it was a real steepeler which tested her nerves, but she steadied herself and had plenty of time, and fortunately for her it didn't add to the nerves. She actually just looked very comfortable under that one, whereas the one earlier on the railway side of the ground she was always on the move and always sort of reaching for, whereas that one she was right underneath. What a fantastic innings from Eve Jones there, 107, and she set this up for her team. Whether they can finish it off, we will see. Kate Cross making her way to the wicket, obviously primarily in the side for what she can do with the ball, but she can hit the ball nice and cleanly, quite inventive as well at times, likes a scoop, so we may well see that in the closing stages of this innings. Tell you what, Lauren Bell hasn't picked a bad one to miss today as a bowler.
That's true. Yes, you're right. Yeah. How much of a say she had in it, or England had a say in it, I suspect it's more of the latter, but you're right. I think out of the 3 games that Hampshire have played so far, this was the most difficult
wicket to miss.
Yeah. So it's Kate Cross, a welcome sight for cricket fans everywhere, that she's back playing after a winter of injury problems. Didn't make the Ashes series in the end, did she? Here comes Lindsay Smith, bowls, Cross drives up towards mid-on. She's off the mark straight away. 270 for 6. She wants a second. She's halfway down. Throw's coming in. She'll have to hurry. Rihanna Southby's asking the question of the square leg umpire. That was an interesting situation there.
Cross, who hit that, had no intention of coming for 2, but Danielle Collins had other ideas, and she did get probably 3/4 of the way before having to turn round.
So 270 for 6. Yeah, just watching the replay there. A little bit of a wide throw there from Lindsay Smith, but Rihanna Southby still had the bails off. Got a left and right-handed combination out there at the moment. Just waiting for the umpire to change over. Lindsay Smith over the wicket to Collins. Collins hits it in the air, safe down towards deep mid-on. Again, Hampshire won't mind that. 271 for 6. Got an email here from Steve Clark, solentcricket@gmail.com. It's quite a long one, so I'll try and sort of get through it quickly. As you would imagine, I've not made the trip to Southport today. I'm not surprised. It's about 4.5 hours. Even I thought about turning back. Here's Lindsay Smith again. Now, Cross hits it in the air, down towards deep mid-wicket. There's nobody there, and that could go all the way. Oh, it's 6 runs. What a shot that is from Kate Cross. Just helped it really over mid-wicket. And nicely fielded by the gentleman sitting on the director's chair. Just off the boundary. One bounce into his hands. 271, is that? No, it'd be more than that, isn't it? Just waiting for the score. The scoreboard is showing 271, but I think it's more than that.
I think it's 277, isn't it?
Might be, yeah. I think it is. 277, yes it is, Mike. Thank you very much. So 2 overs to go. So Steve says, I only caught up. Oh, he says he's sitting at home with his wife Cherry watching the live picture feed. I only caught up when Lancashire were belting along in excess of 6 and over, and were about 180 without loss. That's right, 185 was the first wicket in the 32nd. Glad to see that our viewing is having a positive effect on our girls. Rihanna Southby is on fire. At the weekend, I was under the impression that our New England coach has been sensible and letting players play. Now a little dismayed to learn that Lauren Bell has been compulsory rested. Still, it's given Daisy Gibb a chance to earn a debut. Well done to her. Yes, she did a good job. Considering her debut, she'll have easier days, that's for sure. I will be following you online later in the afternoon as I take a walk to the village and enjoy some relaxation. Brilliant commentary. Thank you, Steve. Here's Freya Davis back into the attack, round the wicket, driven by Collins, and that's going to be 4 runs. Mid-off is up, which means he's found the gap, and that's a nice looking shot in the air, but Freya Davis not able to react quickly enough on her follow-through. Good shot from Danielle Collins, moves on to 10 from 8. Needs a little cameo here from a late Lancashire batter. A nice swing of the bat through the line there from Collins. 24 years of age. 281 for 6. 11 balls left for the home side here. Just changing the field slightly. There's now a short fine leg. As Freya Davis around the wicket comes in and bowls. Slightly slower ball, pulled away on the leg side by Collins, down towards deep square leg. She moves on to 11 from 9. 282 for 6. They're inching closer to that 300 here, Mike.
They're getting up there, aren't they? It's a late little push now, and you never know. Scores elsewhere. The Blaze 222 for 9 in the 45th over of their innings against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and Surrey at Beckenham are 328 for 5, so having a very similar sort of day to this one here. They're playing Durham in that game, also in the One Day Cup today.
Weather around the country good for batting, it would appear. Freya Davis then into Kate Cross, bowls full, cross drives, misses. Rihanna Southby doesn't pick it up cleanly, but difficult take with a keeper when you're standing up, and it's a full delivery outside the off stump such as that.
They've left the fine leg in for Cross because, as we say, she likes that scoop.
Yeah, you were saying, weren't you? Yeah. Oh no, she's coming up now, the fine leg.
Now this could be where we see it.
Rebecca Tyson coming into the 25-yard circle. Here's Freya Davis again, left to right as we watch. Cross gives herself a bit of room, misses. Outside the off stump, good length ball. Swing
Cleverly
of the bat.
bowled as well, just a little slower.
It was, yeah. Outside of leg stump there, Kate Cross trying to smash that away through point, or through the cover area. Just the 5 runs from 4 deliveries here from Freya Davis. She's conceded 40 into her 7th over here. Bowls, Cross hits that, not timed, goes out towards deep mid-wicket where Charlie Knott comes in off the boundary in front of us as we watch. One bounce into Rihanna Southby, 283 for 6.
So it's looking like the 290s favourite here, isn't it? Maybe a couple more onto that. It'll be formidable, whatever.
Oh gosh, it's a big total, isn't it? But it could have been an awful lot larger. 5 wickets have fallen between the 40th and the 49th over for Lancashire, which has just held them up a little bit. Nice shot to point, fielded by Abby Norgrove. And that's the end of the over. Only 6 runs off it. Not quite the burst in that over that Lancashire were looking for. They did get 10 off the previous. I think they were looking for something more like that in the last over to come.
No century, interestingly, in that large Surrey total that we were telling you about in the previous over there. 92 for Sophia Dunkley, the top score. 79 for Alice Capsey. And then, other than that, scores in the 30s. So, but I think the thing that sticks out about them is most of those scores have been up around or above 1 a ball, which has allowed them to get up to 337 for 5 now in the final over. Surrey against Durham. It's probably where Lancashire at one stage were hoping to be, but their innings has rather slowed in the final 10 overs.
Daisy Gibb, the 19-year-old debutant, had a couple of games for Sussex in Tier 2 in the first couple of weeks. I think this has been a little bit different in terms of standard that she's been bowling to. She's done a good job so far. Hit around on the leg side by Kate Cross, only as far as deep mid-wicket. They're going to take the throw on. Daisy Gibb needs to collect it cleanly, asking for a run out, but the batter is home. Collins did well there, getting back for 2, diving in. Daisy Gibb has, before that delivery, had conceded 33 from 5. It's now 35. with 5 balls remaining of this over, and of course 5 balls remaining of the Lancashire innings. Should be bowling to Kate Cross, 10 from 6, the England player. More famed for her bowling, of course. Here comes Daisy Gibbon again as well. Cross leaves that one alone outside the off stump, called a wide. Well, I hope Kate Cross, she's done a bit of heaving away at the ball, but will probably do a bit more yet before the 50 over is completed. I hope it doesn't do anything to her back injury that she's been suffering this winter.
She seems,
one big heave too many.
She seems to have been getting through her overs for Lancashire in the first couple of games, so hopefully, from her point of view, that's a thing she's managed to put in the past.
Gibb again bowls, and that's hit in the air but safe. One bounce down to deep mid-on. Won't get 2 out of that one. Good bowling again from Gibb, just keeping a nice tight line. Cross moves on to 11, 287 for 6.
Good experience for the youngster, this Gibb, given the ball for the final over.
5 overs, 2 for 16 when Sussex lost to Glamorgan, and 6 overs, none for 38 when they lost to Yorkshire in the two tier 2 games that she's played this season. Making a debut because Lauren Bell has been rested at England's request. Lauren Bell looking impressive in the first 2 rounds of fixtures. Here's Gibb around the wicket, so worked away on the leg side, off the pad actually. Southport will have a throw at the bowler's end. Come through for a leg by. Umpire signals to the scorers away to our right.
It would have been a very difficult angle, but she might have actually had a better chance at the end she'd come from there, Southby, but there would have been nobody backing the throw, so if she'd missed, we'd have been looking at overthrows.
Daisy Gibb again then, 3 balls left. Bowls, oh, it's gone for the little scoop, and I think she's missed that. Rihanna Southby got half a glove on it, took the pace out of the delivery. And that'll be another single to the total, 289 for 6. With 2 balls left. Here at incredibly sunny Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Crowd here as well, enjoying the sun, enjoying the cricket as Gibb bowls. That's driven hard in the air out towards deep mid-on. Should only be 1 if it's picked up cleanly. It's not picked up cleanly. Ella McGacken just fumbling that one a little bit, but as I say, you put the fielders under pressure in the deep, and it is very difficult for the fielders to actually pick it up cleanly. It is a bobbly outfield, and Lancashire did exactly what they needed to do there.
And you can very easily pick up a boundary that way as well if it goes right through with somebody trying to stop the 2, and if it bobbles on them, it can get away over the rope.
Well, it's 291 for 6. They're not going to get 300 unless there's a wide or a no ball here, and there's a few runs. So Daisy Gibb to bowl the last ball of the Lancashire innings. Bowls, and that's hit away square on the offside. Well fielded at point. Collins will pick up a single, and that is the end of the Lancashire innings, and it closes on 292 for 6. With Daniel Collins 14 not out from 13, Kate Cross 11 not out from 8. But the story of the Lancashire innings was the opening partnership between Emma Lamb and Eve Jones, a record-breaking opening partnership of 184 in 32 overs when Emma Lamb was the first to go. It was a Lancashire women's new opening stand record, as well as Lancashire Thunder in the regional era as well.
Yep, terrific opening stand, second highest partnership in the Lancashire Thunder era as well. Just only the partnership between Mack and Morris last year against Sunrisers higher than that one. And I know people will be departing for sandwiches and cups of tea and all that kind of thing, but do make sure you rejoin us for the second half of this game. We'll be able to play you a few highlights very shortly. Let's just talk you through the card before we do that, though. Eve Jones is 107. The thing that stands out on it, ably supported by Emma Lamb in that partnership, of 185 for the first wicket. Lamb ending up on 86. The 3 stumpings as well from Rihanna Southby noticeable. 2 wickets apiece for the bowlers of Knott, and the captain Georgia Adams-Harmon got things going with her 1 wicket, and Lindsay Smith also the bowler who got the crucial wicket in the end of Eve Jones, who was caught out on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Maya Boucher, who dropped her earlier in proceedings. So the chase here is going to be 293. Make sure you rejoin us on both Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app for that. And if you're watching on Lancs TV, you'll be able to catch the highlights of this innings.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph. of disaster, of pain or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns. where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Yeah, it feels like potentially that Lancashire may have left a few runs out there, but I mean, it's still a decent score, don't get me wrong, but it felt like maybe kind of 320, even maybe 330 was in reach at one stage.
Yeah, I think when Katie Mack was in, you thought maybe they could push on and get into the 300s, but it's still a competitive total. And if you look at the general totals over the last couple of years of women's 50 over cricket, actually it is up there with one of the higher ones. So Lancashire will be happy with the work they did with the bat, and it's time to do the same with the ball.
Yeah, and I think the way that Hampshire bowled and fielded, again, it is great credit to them. I mean, they're on the end of a terrific opening partnership between Jones and Lamb, and then they managed to chip away wickets on a pretty regular basis. Mack formed a bit of a partnership, but then when Mack went, Smale and Morris Throkeld, they all went relatively in quick succession, so I think they fought back pretty well with the ball.
They did well under circumstances which were quite frustrating, I would imagine, from a bowling perspective, as Kate Cross is going to open the bowling for Lancashire here. That's defended for the first delivery to Hampshire's Ella McCacken.
I think the pick of the bowlers, I mean, there's two bowlers who've both picked up 2 wickets each, in Georgia Adams 2 for 52 and Charlie Knott 2 for 42. I thought Knott's spell at the end of the innings, the second spell of the match, was outstanding, and that just tying one end down and also able to pick out a couple of wickets as well was pretty crucial.
Cross in again to McCacken, who pushes that into the offside. There'll be no run.
Yeah, so Knott, I thought, performed beautifully. But yeah, everyone chipped in. Daisy Gibb on debut as well, and bowling some pretty difficult overs as well. She opened up with 3 overs from the Grosvenor Road end and had to come back in when 2 set batters were out there trying to press on, so great credit to her as well.
Cross 16 on her shirt. It's defended. It'll be another dot ball to start Cross's spell. Good to have the England players around. Lauren Bell the exception, not featuring for Hampshire today, but across the country, particularly for Surrey, good performance.
Yeah, it was something that Charlotte Edwards was quite keen to see, wasn't it? To try and get some of these England players playing cricket and not kind of managing their workload, that type of thing.
That's a really lovely shot by Ella McCacken, racing away to the boundary, but Grace Potts in pursuit, and they'll run through for a couple there.
I suppose you need to be outplaying, don't you? I mean, especially when there's been a change, a captain and coach. You want your England players playing cricket. You want them out there trying to score runs and take wickets, and rather than things being kind of potentially managed. And there's an element of that still, of course. Lauren Bell, an example of that in this game. But I agree, good to see players out there playing.
Cross to McCacken, who pushes that into the ground for no run. Yeah, I think it's also really important that the players know Charlotte Edwards is watching. If she's not there in person, she's got other people watching. She'll be keeping an eye on everything that's going on, and the players know that, and that is crucial because they know that their good performances will be rewarded, and I think that's something that perhaps hasn't been the case in the past few years with the England setup. Cross in again to finish her over, and that's a good start. 2 without loss from the first over.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're kind of picking players on performances, aren't you? On form. You're picking players who are in form and on performances, not just kind of on reputation and what they've done previously in the in the game. There's still clearly a large element of that because players are proven at international levels. So it's not like you're ripping everything up and starting afresh, but it just gives must just give everybody a better chance of trying to see if they can play some domestic cricket, perform well here at the start of the season, and then who knows, come international time, you might well be in with a chance.
I mean, it really sounds like common sense when you say it like that. It feels like,
yeah.
I mean, it feels like a lot of people have been screaming that for a couple of years, so it's actually good that it's, or hopefully happening. Obviously, we'll see when that first squad is picked for the West Indies series in a few weeks. It'll be Mahika Gore, who will be bowling here for Lancashire. As Gore's in to Boucher, and not the best ball to start with, and it's been pushed out to the boundary.
A bit of a loosener.
Yeah, loose ball, wide and high, and straight to the boundary.
Yeah, bit of a loosener for Mahika Gore. Loopy full toss outside the off stump, and it was kind of meat and drink, that wasn't it, really?
Gore wanting to rectify after that first ball. To Boucher, who nudges that into the leg side. There'll be no run available. 6 without loss.
Seeing Mahika Gore play here and get them fit and strong and running in time, of course. It's expect these things to happen straight away when you're getting your season underway and you're getting overs into your legs. It takes time to get up to speed, doesn't it, and get into your rhythm. But this will be encouraging over the course of the next month or two, watching Mahika Gore feature for Lancashire.
In again to Boucher, and it's a miss. They'll take the runs. I think it was simply signalled by the umpire. Just the one leg by. I think the thing with Mahika Gore as well is there's this expectation that she's always going to be on the top of her game. But I mean, she's still 19. Yes, she's had international experience since she was 12 with the UAE and then England more recently. But you know, she's still a teenager, and you know, even though she's got lots of experience, there's still, you know, just getting used to her own game and all that sort of thing. She hasn't played for Lancashire for that many seasons. As she's in again to McCacken.
Absolutely, yeah. I think sometimes these things do happen quickly, don't they? And you kind of get you can easily catch the eye with a good kind of little show reel on social media and that type of thing, and people can get a little bit carried away. But for Mahika, it's about bowling, isn't it? It's about playing games and bowling consistently well and being fit and doing this.
Gore to McCacken. Goes straight through to Ellie Threlkeld. I think also with Gore's story of obviously being spotted by Lanc staff in Dubai, that it's almost like the kind of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory golden ticket moment, that you know she's this big find, and I think that comes with a bit of pressure as well. So I think yes, she's great, but yeah, not to put too much pressure and expectation on a young player. She charges in again, and McCacken pushes that down to the far boundary. I'll take the single.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, she's got all the attributes, hasn't she? And when you watch her bowl live, I mean, she's the lovely flowing action. There's nothing forced. Left arm, of course, as well. She's tall, but her action's terrific. There's no kind of real stress on the body, that type of thing, is there? And it's just a lovely approach to the crease. Nice to watch.
Gore wrapping up her over to Boucher. Pushes that into the offside. 9 without loss at the end of second over.
Good way to end it as well. Probably a best ball at the end, though. So it just take a little bit of time, doesn't it, to settle into these things. She'll be hoping for a nice opening spell from the Grosvenor Road end. It must be great as well. She's got Kate Cross fielding at mid-off. She's bowling in tandem with Kate, so you've got a great contrast, actually. You've got a young player just starting out who's obviously got a great deal of talent, but is just starting out, and then you've got a player at the other end who's one of the game's great icons, really. So a wonderful combination.
Cross for a second over. It's driven down the ground for no run.
And all that knowledge too, all that knowledge that Kate's got. I mean, to have her fielding at mid-off and to be able to chat to her and to crucially play with her as well. I mean, it's, I suppose you can bowl as much as you want in the nets, and you can train and you learn and develop, of course you do, but you need to be out there playing, don't you, into the match action. And this will be terrific.
Cross running in again, defended by McCacken. And I mean, that's something I've noticed over the regional era in the last few years, but also particularly this season. The first game of the season I was in Durham for Durham against Essex, and Susie Bates has signed for Durham, and there was a young seamer for Durham, Grace Thompson, who's 17 years old, making her debut, and in fact she took the first wicket for Durham, but after every ball Susie Bates was chatting to her, just offering her a bit of advice, calming her down. This crosses in again, and McCacken turns that round the corner down to the boundary there on the leg side. I'm going to take the single, but just kind of that mentoring in game I thought was really cool to see, and I guess that's why you sign the overseas players, but also why you want your England players around your experienced players, because that advice and that game experience is invaluable.
Couldn't agree anymore. Yeah, I think it's crucial. I mean, you're talking about trying to drive standards and drive performances and improve competition. That's a big part of it, isn't it?
Cross to Boucher, who finds an edge and sends that down all the way to the boundary for 4. That's a good shot by Boucher, just not too much on it, but enough to get the boundary.
Yeah, just a little bit of width there from Cross, but jump ran into it. Fraction fall and wide, and steered away nicely down towards the wide third boundary.
There's a call for a run, and they end up being quite safe. Katie Mack with the fielding, and 15 without loss.
That's a big part of what Lancashire did when they were batting early on. Was the two openers, the rotating of the strike. Yes, they picked some lovely shots and some boundaries, of course, in there, but they actually kept things ticking over quite nicely.
Yeah, they were on a similar score for the majority of their innings. Cross to McCacken, who finds an edge to the bat and sent that down to Hannah Jones. This time not making the boundary. They'll just get the 1. Boucher, who of course will want to get runs on her belt ahead of England selection. 61 she scored against Surrey. And Ella McCacken also did well in that game. 64 was her total. The end of the third over, 16 without loss. Ella McCacken on 5 from 12 and Maya Boucher 9 from 6.
Yeah, a couple of test matches for Maya Boucher, 17 one-day internationals and 44 T20 internationals.
Gore will be continuing from the Grosvenor end. It's defended for no run. Better start from Gore.
That's it, isn't it? Just take time. Get into your groove, into your rhythm.
Gore at the top of her mark. The sun continuing to blaze here in Southport. So it goes straight through to Ellie Threlkeld. Help round the corner. Seems no signalled a wide by the umpire in the end. 17 without loss. Reminder that Hampshire are chasing 293, the total set by Lancashire in the first innings, with Eve Jones scoring 107. Mika Gore, the left armour. McCacken nudging that into the leg side for no run. This is good from Gore, just settling into a rhythm a bit more. McCacken awaiting. That'll be another dot ball for Gore.
Yeah, second game, isn't it, this for Mahika Gore?
Yeah, spent a bit of time with England A out in Australia. Was also on the Ashes tour, I think, but was just around the squad to train. Wasn't officially in the sides. Gore to McCacken. Flicks that down. It's racing away to the boundary. And that will be 4. Good shot by McCacken there. Takes a total 21 without loss.
Just struggling a little bit with the line so far. Mahika Gore, again, just a little bit leg side. Nice shot though, glanced away down towards the boundary for 4.
Final ball of the over. That's defended. McCacken held the pose. 21 without loss.
Must have been an interesting tour for Mahika Gore when you're you kind of part of the touring party, but not really part of it. You kind of a squad, training with the squad, and especially when it's been such a difficult tour that they had.
Gore. And that's pushed down behind the stumps. And they'll take the single. That concludes the over. 22 without loss after 4 overs.
I guess you want to try and get as much experience as you can. You're away with international players, international coaches on a great tour. But then at the same time, obviously it was such a difficult one as to how you try and get something from it for your own benefit, really.
Yeah, it feels like it's a long way to go to not actually play any cricket. And I guess you can be in the nets.
Yeah, true.
But, I mean, you can be in the nets in England. And, yeah, your air miles are a little bit less as crosses in. And McCacken nudges that into the leg side for no run. But I guess it gives her time to settle around the group and get to know people a bit more, because I mean that indicates she's, I mean it may change with Charlotte Edwards coming in, but she's part of England's future plans, and they want her around the squad. Cross to McCacken. There's hesitation, but there's a misfield by Katie Mack, so they're able to run through for the 1 quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, it's good backing up in the end, wasn't it? Because you say that took a bit of a horrible bobble in front of McCack. She's Katie Mack. She's fielding on one of the pitches that were used in the warm-ups. Not an easy place to be stood, of course. Key position backward point as well.
Kate Cross running in, and might be shit. Puts her straight back to that one. No run. 23 without loss.
And the fielding from Lancashire. It's going to match what Hampshire did. I thought they were excellent. I thought they kept going. They toiled away on a hot day. I thought they bowled pretty well, but I thought no one kind of shoulder didn't slump or anything like that. There was no kind of bad kind of feeling amongst the players. And the fielding was good through the course of the 50 overs.
Cross to Bouchier, who drives that straight to Emma Lamb. Yeah, I thought it was good fielding. Obviously there was the drop catch by Bouchier, but other than that, I think on the whole it was decent from Hampshire, and there was some Nancy Harmon just in front of us did a lot of good work.
Speaking of good work, Mike and Kevin are doing good work here with a brolly.
A very big brolly. Crossing again, and Maya Bouchier just nudges that down to Hannah Jones.
It's like
a single.
Yeah, brolly doesn't do it the right. A bit of a disservice, isn't it? It's like one of these.
Yeah, big parasol.
That's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Actually, I'm about to say it's like something you get in a beer garden. I think actually
Yeah, it is. Yeah, put that in the middle of the table. Yeah.
I think there's a beer
I
sponsor
think it's
on
branded.
top. Yeah. Like Italian lager type thing on top of it.
Cross to McCacken, who defends that. 24 without loss, the score remains.
I'm glad we're sat here and not doing what they're doing.
You can't really see the pitch now.
No. Come on, lads, crack on. It's a fine job again.
Very grateful for
Yeah.
the work there to protect us from the sun.
I'm getting kicked off now.
So after 5 overs, 24 without loss. El McCacken 11 from 21, Maya Bouchier 10 from 9. Mahika Gore will be starting her third over from the Grosvenor Road end. Gore to Bouchier and goes through to the wicketkeeper Ellie Threlkeld. There'll be no run. Joining me in a second will be Mike Perkins.
It's rather followed the pattern of the first innings so far.
Yeah, it's looking familiar. And if these two can build a partnership like Lamb and Jones did, then you really could have game on. Gore running in, and Bouchier takes hold of that. It's going to race away. Oh, it raced away for 4. There was a really good attempt there by Grace Potts. A diving attempt right on the boundary. But she really held on to that and sent it away down to where quite a few spectators sat there in the sun.
By the sound of things, Bouchier got a bit of practice the other day against Surrey at playing that shot, and she's played it very well there. Might be coming slightly quicker with Mahika Gore.
28 without losses. Gore's in again to Bouchier, this time just nudging it into the offside for no run. There's another train passes. They're really nice trains, I've noticed.
They're quite new ones,
they're
aren't
new,
they?
yeah.
Yeah, solar panels on the roof and all sorts. As I say, they'll have definitely be in credit today, I think, with those solar panels.
We've got a number of trees as well in the background. This ground, it's a lovely ground. I've never actually been to Southport before, but can highly recommend in the sun. Gore to Bouchier. There'll be no run.
Roller coasters will be going today as well. Be enjoying those. Walks along the seafront. Piers still out of action at the minute, which is
I saw that.
Is a big one for people around here. They want to see that up and running again.
Mahika Gore to Bouchier. That's a lovely shot and it's timed well. It beats the diving fielder. I think we'll almost go for 4, although there are rounds of applause from the Lancashire fielders because I think that was a good stop. Can't quite see who it was out there. I think it was Katie Mack who dived over the boundary, flicked the ball back and prevented the 4.
Yeah, good work from the Australian.
30 without loss. Yeah, it's a good piece of fielding on display. Gore to Bouchier, drives it down the ground. There'll be no run. That concludes the over. 30 without loss after 6. And as we said, a similar pattern to how Lancashire started. This stage, Lancashire 33 without loss. So not too different.
Yeah, so they've eaten a run into the advantage during that over because it was 24 played 28 at the 5 over mark, so they're just chipping away at it. So it's probably 49 without loss was the Lancashire score after 10. That's probably the next one that they'll be having a little look at and seeing how close they can get to that.
Cross to McCacken. There'll be no run there. Cross bowling from the Harrow Drive end here in Southport.
Always good to see Kate Cross in the red of Lancashire. Charging in at the moment.
Kate Cross, number 16 on her shirt. And McCacken lofts that in the air. It will race away for 4, 1 bounce 4 in the end. It's another good boundary for McCacken. Caught by one of the stewards out there.
Just chipped up and over the infield there by McCacken. Really nicely timed.
34 without loss as Kate Cross heads back to her mark. Running into McCacken, and she gets a nice edge on that, sends that down to the boundary. Hannah Jones does stop it. There's an applause from the spectators down there on the boundary. Gets her body in the way of the ball, and in the end sends it back, and they'll just take a couple. 36 without loss. Ella McCacken on 17 and Maya Boucher on 16. It's missed by Ellie Threlker behind the stumps. There are 2 fielders in pursuit. Hika Gore in the end. I think there was an edge on it. 36 without loss. 39 without loss even.
Yeah, so there was a wide just added on there as well. It was one of those awkward ones for Threlker that bounced just in front of her as she dived away to her left.
Cross to McCacken, who defends that with a straight bat. Unable to get away.
She was orderly there, wasn't she? Just standing nice and tall on her crease and defending that one back where it came from. Cross now 98 internationals across all formats for England.
Cross charging in, and once again a nice defensive shot from McCacken.
So this will be what, Cross's 4th over that she's about to complete. I think you do well to get through too many more than that on a day like this. It really is very, very warm.
Kick cross to McCacken. There's a shout of yes between the batters, and good fielding work between Katie Mack and Eve Jones. Katie Mack with a diving stop, and the end of the over 40 without loss after 7, so marginally ahead of where Lancashire were, but by no means anything too significant.
25 degrees Celsius at the moment is what's showing on the BBC weather app.
It feels warmer than that. The heat is like the sun is absolutely blaring.
But it's been sedate progress, but good progress, and I think if this was the first innings we would probably be getting a bit more excited about this start from Hampshire and what it potentially offers, but the fact that 292 were already on the board, the target 293 today, means that you know they have a lot of work to do here.
It'll be Grace Potts to bowl for Lancashire. Her first ball, a dot. Grace Potts, another good signing from Central Sparks.
Yeah, they've acquired well, haven't they, from that team, which is now effectively Warwickshire, now that we've moved from regional teams to counties. Warwickshire, one of the counties that made up the Central Sparks.
Potts to McCacken, and a slice down the ground. There'll be no run in the end. Yeah, Grace Potts is a really good signing. Joint leading wicket taker for the Sparks in the 50 over competition last year, 15 wickets, and has very much been in and around England, to the England squad for their test match against South Africa. As Potts to McCacken, and there are cheers around the ground as that goes straight to Ali Threlkeld for no run. Then recently the England A Tour of Australia, which, I mean, players just got off the plane and then were playing the One Day Cup a couple of days later.
Yeah, in some ways you would maybe have expected Bell to be rested for that first game, as Izzy Wong was.
Another good ball from Potts as McCacken can't get that one away. 40 without loss.
Although I suppose actually Bell wouldn't have been one of the ones who'd been on the plane, of course, would she? Because she's in the full side. But yeah, there was a couple rested, wasn't there? As I say, Izzy Wong was one of the bowlers who was given a bit of extra time.
Potts to McCacken, and there'll be no run. But yeah, then you also had the likes of Holly Armitage, who arrived in Durham for pretty much the first time and was captaining the side, having just got off the plane. So yeah, it was was probably quite a busy few days for those players who were on the A Tour, but there was success on the A Tour, and a combination of Holly Armitage and Grace Scrivens captaining those sides who played T20s, 50 over and a 4-day match, as that one is defended. And so Potts' first over is a maiden. A really good start by Grace Potts.
Yeah, Charlie Knott, who'll be in at 3 for Hampshire, was also involved on the Australian side in that A series. Scores elsewhere. Speaking of Durham, they're 38 for 2 in pursuit of 349 to win at Beckenham. So that's a big chase for Durham, as it's a big chase here for Hampshire after 293 to beat Lancashire. And the Blaze, they got to 252 for 9 in their innings against Warwickshire. Warwickshire just resuming in pursuit of that 253 to win. They are 8 without loss after 4 overs there at Edgbaston. So lots of One Day Cup cricket going on across the country, and we are bringing you this game here between Lancashire and Hampshire on the BBC Sport website and app and Lancs TV. Ali Threlkeld's just had a chat with her bowler, and we're going to see a little bit of spin for the first time in the innings. Hannah Jones.
Yeah, Hannah Jones coming on to bowl. Incredibly reliable bowler, and has had a good start to the season so far. Jones to Bouchier, and that misses the diving fielder. It's really well stopped on the boundary by Danny Collins, who put the yards in to get there and stop it.
Fantastic sweeper, Danny Collins, always a willing runner, and always just seems to get there in the nick of time, as she did there.
Jones to Bouchier. Katie Mack again, trying to dive and stop it. Danny Collins finishing the job. As I said, Hannah Jones has started the season well. 3 for 38 against the Blaze, and then 2 for 23 against Somerset, and is always a go-to, as that's defended for no run.
Yes, plays her cricket, club cricket in Didsbury.
Lovely part of the world. Hannah Jones to McCacken. There'll be no run. Hannah Jones is one of those players that just over the years, she's been so reliable, and I think goes under the radar, but her wicket taking and generally her economy has always been really good.
Yeah, last season 22 wickets, best of 4 for 50, an average of 20.9, economy just under 5.
Jones again to McCacken, gets an edge and sends it down to the boundary. Emma Lamb though chasing after it and stops it inches from the rope. She really had to speed up to get that.
She's the sort of bowler, Hannah Jones, even when she does go for runs as she did there, the ball just doesn't seem to quite get to the rope. It sort of almost seems to slow up. I don't know what that is about the way she bowls, but it never seems that the batter gets quite clean enough a hit on it to take it away for the 4 runs that they're looking for. Because that was nicely glided down to third, but it just
did slow up a bit.
Wasn't going to get away from the fielder. So 4 runs would be needed from this over to match the Lancashire score at the 10 over mark. So, as we say, it's following a very, very similar pattern at the moment.
Grace Potts, who didn't concede any runs with her first over. Charging in here to Bouchier. And there'll be another dot.
What do you make of this Lancashire attack then? You've got the 3 seamers in Cross, Potts, and of course Cross, and then you've got the spin. Emma Lamb's been bowling a lot this year, but you've got Fee Morris, and you've got Hannah Jones, who we've seen as well.
As Potts is charging in again to Bouchier. This is a fantastic over that she's continuing. Yeah, it's such a good bowling attack. They've got a little bit of everything, and I think also the depth of, you've got Tara Norris, you've got Sophie Morris who aren't playing, and yeah, there are so many players who could take the place of people in the team. There's that competition for places, which is so positive. Potts in again, and I think about the run, but there's no run. I think they've got one of the biggest squads in the domestic circuit, and I think they need to use that to their strength. And when players like Kate Cross, and obviously Sophie Eccleston isn't playing today, when she's around, that's another person to have in the squad. But even just today, they've got so many options, and with Emma Lamb becoming a lot more consistent, and can be used as a frontline spinner, that's only an advantage. As this is lofted up and over, and that will run away for 4. That was a fantastic shot by Bouchier.
Well, there's that 4 you needed. Up and over the top, lovely fluid stroke of the bat. Yes, sorry, of course it's Cross, Potts and Gore today. Gore replacing Norris in the seam attack, but it sort of feels a bit of a 3 and 3, doesn't it, today?
49 without loss. A scramble through for the single. And that's the 50 up for Hampshire. And just under 10 overs.
Coming up fairly quietly in a sort of a kind of inevitable fashion, it felt.
Potts finishing her over with a dot ball, so 5 conceded from the over, and the 50 brought up in the over for Hampshire. 50 without loss after 10 overs.
So 4 behind at the 5 over mark, 1 ahead at the 10 over mark. It feels as if this could go all the way, but of course it was the last 10 overs of the innings as Polly Starkey departs, and Kevin James will rejoin us to pick up ball by ball here. But yeah, it was the last 10 overs really that Hampshire were able to make things difficult for Lancashire, and whether that will tell if the scores remain close throughout, we will see. It took Lancashire 122 balls to bring up their first 100.
Hannah Baker's in. It's driven off the back foot by Bouchier to wide mid-off, and there's no run.
But then just 79 for the second 100 runs of the innings. So that was where Lancashire accelerated, and that's where they'll be hard to match.
Baker left arm round again. Bouchier's on the back foot. Hits that out into the covers. There's work to do out there. Brilliantly fielded by Daniel Collins. 2 runs to Bouchier, though, takes the Hampshire total on to 52 without loss.
But the fact we didn't see the third 100, I think, is what's going to give Hampshire a chance right the way through this innings today.
Yeah, I mean, they did put the brakes on. I was doing a quick calculation, actually. The last 10 overs, Lancashire only scored 56. And it was only 57 off the last 11. Boucher drives past a diving Hannah Baker out towards deep mid-on. 53 without loss. Boucher moves on to 27. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's going to make a big difference yet, but if Hampshire do bat deep here, and there is a partnership or two, that could yet prove the difference between the two sides. But that's a long way off in the distance. Nice cut shot there from Ella McGacken this time, backward a point. Daniel Collins running to her left this time, picks it up one-handed, does well, throws it in, one bounce to Threlkeld, and there will be two more to the Hampshire total. We're seeing, just like we did in the Lancashire innings, really, that anything slightly short and slightly full, the batters can really take advantage.
He just doesn't look a day to be a seam bowler, does it? I think switching up to Hannah Jones here is a sensible tactic.
Yeah, I agree. This is a day for batting. Hannah Jones bowls a little shorter this time. Remember, Gacker on the back foot works it out to wide mid-on. 56 without loss now. Heard Polly talking about Hannah Jones earlier. She is the second second most wickets in the RFHT, or Rachel Hayhoe. Let's say Rachel Hayhoe Flynn Trophy last year with 22. And she has been a consistent performer, having been with Thunder.
She just doesn't seem to miss her spot, Hannah Jones.
Very accurately. Very accurate. Whipped on the onside by Maya Boucher. Are they going to take two? They settle for one once more. 57 without loss. This partnership from Hampshire is very much mirroring the Eve Jones-Emma Lamb partnership. There's very little to tell between the two sides at this stage. 57 without loss.
They're not quite as close as Lamb and Jones were with their scores throughout. There was points where they were going, one would go 69 and the other one would go 70, and then the other one would catch up. They were literally mirroring each other at one point in the innings, but there's a little difference between the scores at the moment in 23 for McGacken and 28 for Boucher as they punch gloves and depart once again for another over's work.
Sure, there wasn't too much to say there in the conversation between the two batters. Just more of the same, please, over the next 10 or 12 overs, and take it from there. Don't need to do anything different at the moment. Boiling hot day still here, which is shown up on Lancashire TV picture feed. Nice drive there from Boucher. Half stopped, I think, at mid-off, but I'm not sure it was taking the pace off the shot enough. And has it gone over the rope? Not quite. That's good fielding out in the deep at extra cover. Two more to Boucher. She loves the straight drive. We've already seen her go aerial on one occasion. Out there on the boundary, there's Seren Smale, did well. Got even a round of applause from one or two of the crowd behind her. That white wall at the far end of the ground as we look. A standout feature here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. As Potts comes in again, Boucher on the drive, on the up, and it goes straight to mid-off. And there is no run. A couple of big trees at the far end. I don't know what trees they are. I'm not going to say if you're a tree specialist what it is, because I don't know. You'll probably know, Mike. You're much more intelligent than I am.
I was hoping you weren't going to ask. Sycamore, maybe?
Yeah, very big anyway. And they are standout feature at the far end of the ground, and of course the Victoria houses behind, which is very much a feature. Southport goes big, over the top, Boucher, and that's 6, straight over the bowler's head. Yes, what a shot that is. Sweetly timed. And Boucher, who I heard you say earlier, and we know she had a poor Ashes series, averaged a 6 from 7 innings, but she returned to form with a 61 from 69 in the win over Surrey on Sunday. You could see the touch returning. Some pleasant drives off the front and back foot, and we've just seen there. And I remember speaking to Boucher after the game on Sunday night, and I said to her, is it nice to feel the ball off the bat and timed sweetly? She said, oh yeah. She said, oh yes. And that's a sweetly timed shot. Potts bowls again. Boucher works her away on the onside. More runs here. Work again for Collins. Just slips a little bit as she picks it up, but it was not an easy piece of fielding, but she keeps them down to 1, which is her job out there. 66 for without loss.
We've talked about the mirroring of the two innings, and the fact the first 6 goes down the ground like it did off Emma Lamb's batting in the first part of this game. Again, it's just another little reflection.
Here's Potts again, then right arm over. Worked on the onside by McGacken. It'll be a single as again Collins is called into action. 67 without loss. And I think because so many shots, whether it's been 4, whether it's been 6, whether it's even been a dot ball, the fact that we've seen so many shots off front and back foot going straight is testament just to how good this wicket is. Good pace, good bounce. Not been a lot there for the bowlers, certainly not a lot for the seamers. The odd ball has turned a fraction, but generally, if you're a batter, this is the wicket to bat on. That's pulled away, although she's missed. Maya Boucher gets hit high on the stomach area there, I think.
And it's the day to bat on as well, isn't it? It's just that cloudless sky, slightly hazy because of the heat that's rising from the ground, but it is the perfect day to be at the wicket and just to be doing your thing, really, which is what Maya Boucher is starting to do. As you say, we know she can do it. We've seen her do it in the Vipers, guys. Over the last 5 years, played a really crucial innings at Loughborough one year to get her team to finals day when they had to win, and she went out and came back into the side and made a century, having been on international duty. We know she can do it.
Yeah, got a test century against South Africa, didn't she, earlier on in the winter? But it was just the Ashes after Christmas that was will be a bit of a blot on her considerable talents. Hannah Baker ready to bowl the next over. She played 31 matches for the Vipers in the regional era, 920 runs at 32, which is a little disappointing for a player of her class. Here's Hannah Baker then, left arm round. It's Ella McGacken facing, who equally, where Maya Boucher got 60 last week, also got 60 in that win over Surrey, and she looked in good form. Just a length ball there from Hannah Baker into a third over, none for 12. McGacken works that up to deep mid-on. I think if you play club cricket here and your captain asks you to field at mid-off and mid-on, I think consistently over a season you'll be in the game a lot more than a lot of other fielders. There seems to be an awful high percentage of balls that go straight here.
S&B, as they're known in the Liverpool leagues.
S&B?
Yeah.
Sounds like a beer. That's driven by Boucher again up to mid-on. She moves on to 38, 68 without loss. Yeah, that sounds like a beer. Sponsored by S&B.
You could see that, couldn't you? I think so.
Never know. I don't know if there is an S&B beer around anywhere.
Be a pale ale, wouldn't it? I think.
Oh, would it? And a Baker bowls. That's driven by McGacken again up to mid-on. The batters have found those positions straight with almost monotonous regularity. 68 without loss here in the 13th over. Remember, Hampshire are chasing 293 for victory after Lancashire finished on 292 for 6. Here's Baker again. Bowl slightly shorter, pulled away by Boucher. A little square this time. It's going through mid-wicket. Nobody there. That'll be 4. Just a little too short from Hannah Baker. And Boucher moves into the 40s. 32 deliveries she's faced. Or is it 37? Perhaps the scoreboard's already moved on. No, it is 42. Into the 40s. Boucher there, just watching that replay. Lovely shot. Didn't bounce much. Able to stay on top of that shot. Can keep it down. 74 without loss. Boucher 42 now. Comes down the wicket and drives powerfully up towards mid-off. And that'll be a single. She'll keep the strike here as well. 75 without loss. These two put on 116 in the win over Surrey on Sunday. And they're on to another 3-figure opening partnership here on the northeast coast. Northwest coast, I should say. Northeast coast?
Yeah.
Miles away from the northeast coast. Northwest coast.
Yeah, very nice coastline here at Southport. Lots of bird life out.
It's a bird lover's paradise.
The sand dunes and the marshes, yeah.
If you're a bird watcher, do you come up here?
Definitely. Definitely, yeah. It's that part of the world. I'm sure the ice cream salespeople will be doing a roaring trade as well over on Lord Street, old Victorian High Street, as we see Emma Lamb marking a run out by the looks of things. Bowled very well this season, having not really bowled too much last couple of years. She had those back problems, of course, which sort of hampered her international aspirations with the bat a little bit, and don't know whether that's had something to do with it, but they've been coming out well for Emma Lamb this season.
With her off breaks, here she is as the train goes past at the far end of the ground. She's driven immediately by Boucher, and it goes up towards deep mid off 76 without loss. She actually picked up 3 for 42 in the win against the Blaze. Couple of wickets in the win against Somerset. To go with, of course, all those runs that she's been scoring, not least today with another super innings of 86 before she was stumped by Rihanna Southby off the bowling of Nancy Harman. Nancy Harman's first wicket for a couple of seasons, actually. She doesn't do a lot of bowling these days. She's more of a lower order batter. Thinks about playing at that one, McGacken, outside the off stump, and decides not to. In fact, I think I'm right in saying September 2023 was the last time Nancy Harman took a wicket in List A cricket, but she only bowled in a couple of games last year. Emma Lamb bowls, driven back to her by McGacken.
She was definitely needed today. They needed that extra slow bowler to get them through and to get the first wicket to break that huge partnership of 185 as well.
It certainly did. That's full outside off stump. That's touched to point by McGacken, who moves on to 77 without loss now at Hampshire. Yes, the slower bowlers did put a little bit of the brakes on, didn't they, the Lancashire innings, and it may just be that we see a similar situation here with the Lancashire slower bowlers, Hannah Baker, and now, of course, Emma Jones. Emma Lamb, I should say. I keep saying Emma. I've said Emma Jones 2 or 3 times. I don't know in Emma Jones. That's driven off the back foot to extra cover by Boucher. No run.
There's a Hannah Jones. I can see
it might be Hannah Jones, Emma Lamb.
Yeah,
and I've just gone Emma Jones and Hannah Lamb.
There is an Emma Jones, isn't there? At Surrey, I think.
Is it? Oh, that's short. Pulled away. It's in the air. Is it going to carry? Oh, drown. Not easy. Not easy at all, but it was in the air. Fee Morris, in the end, the ball just dipped on her a fraction as she came in from deep mid-wicket, and she was trying to take it just a few inches off the ground. It's a bit of a life there for Boucher.
She was always sort of, her momentum was kind of almost pushing the ball away from her as she met it there, Fee Morris, but I think she would expect to catch that one, really. It was a little bit like the Boucher one in the first innings, where it was a tough catch, it was on the move, so to speak, but it was one that a professional would expect to have gathered, and I think that's Fee Morris's fielding. There was real frustration in the throw back into the wickets.
Yeah, it certainly would have been a good catch had she held on to it. I think we'd have been more surprised if she'd held on to it, but it was a chance nevertheless. Here's Hannah Baker then. Right to left as we look. Boucher off the back foot, gets it past Hannah Baker, although she got a hand on it. She'll get a single. She moves on to 46 from 38 deliveries. The England opener. And Hampshire move on to 79 without loss. Hannah Baker again round the wicket, bowl slightly slower, and McGacken just turns that away behind square on the offside. Mahika Gore moving round to take that one. It's quite an imposing sight on the field, Mahika Gore, isn't she? Quite tall.
Yeah, she's 2-metre Mahika, I think they call
they
her.
say.
Yes.
Love it. That's played up to mid-on. And that's a good stop by Fee Morris, coming round from the mid-wicket area to prevent any runs being taken.
And they absolutely adore her here as a teammate.
McGacken turns that behind square on the leg side. They'll jog through for a single. There's the 80 up for Hampshire in the 15th over. Definitely opening partnership day today here from both sides, dominating both sides' innings. 185 for Lancashire, and well, they've got a long way to go to match that yet, but it's a good solid start from Hampshire. Drive from Boucher up towards mid-on. That'll be another single. She moves on to 47. 81 without loss. You're looking something up there, Mike?
Yeah, I've just been looking at Hannah Jones's wickets over the years. It's strange. She either sort of seems to get a 14 or a 22, as she's had in a couple of editions of 50 over cricket, or she's right down at the kind of the 4s and 5s.
Forward is McGacken. Plays that back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. 81 without loss, and we've had 15 overs here in Southport.
And I guess that's a reflection of which seasons batters have tried to take her on and which ones they haven't, because I think she just bowls consistently the same way. So she'll either go for no runs in the seasons where she's not picking up the wickets, or she will go for she will pick up lots of wickets in the seasons where batters try and get after her. At the moment, Hampshire seem to be just propping and prodding. We'll bring in Polly Starkey to accompany you for the next 5 overs, Kevin.
Thanks, Mike. So 81 without loss, 15 gone, 35 to do. Assuming we go right to the very end, and I don't think too many people are predicting that otherwise at the moment. As Emmeline bowls, and that's driven by Boucher up towards mid-on. To 82 without loss here. Boucher moves on to 48 as the field changes for McGacken. Strength on the onside a little bit more as Jones comes in, bowls, and McGacken drives through point. There could be at least 2 here as it goes up to one of the 2 big trees at the far end of the ground. 2 it'll be. 82. Welcome back, Polly Starkey. And it's a good start by Hampshire.
Yeah, really good start by Hampshire. I've been impressed. Obviously, a big challenge for them to chase down the total Lancashire set, but they're doing a good job so far.
Drive from McGacken again. It goes out to point. It'll only be a single this time. 85 without loss. Yeah, you're right. And it could have been so much more. I mean, 293 sounds a lot, but it's manageable. 343.50, which it could so easily have been, is like, well, we have got to bat seriously well for every one of the 50 overs that we'll face, whereas probably can afford to have a little bit of a wobble and still get there. Down the wicket comes Boucher, drives to extra cover, no run. But this looks such a good wicket. It really does.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree around 320 plus. I would say that's a winning total, but actually they've put themselves in a position where it's a bit more difficult.
It's worked up to mid-on by Maya Boucher, who moves on to 49, 86 without loss in the 16th. And Lancashire are back here next week as well, aren't they? I think.
Yes.
I think I heard Mike Perkins say. And
I should know who they're playing.
I could look it up very quickly. Yeah. I said it thinking, oh, Polly Starkey will know. Polly Starkey knows everything, which I've worked out actually in the short time I've known her in this game. It's pulled away on the onside, goes on the 45, no run. I can't believe the weather's going to be as good as this next week. Even my other half, my wife, said, I hope you've got a parasol up there today. She doesn't talk like that. I just made out she talks like that. When she's mad at me, she does.
We've got 2 lovely parasols over the top of us.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
I have to say. So that'll be next Wednesday then, won't it?
Yes.
Lancashire Surrey, here.
Ooh.
Woohoo! Polly, are you doing that one?
No, I'm not. Having a day off in the sun, hopefully.
Hannah Jones to bowl. Slightly aerial, almost carries to mid-wicket. Oh, Maya Boucher just pushing at that one a little bit. She replays the shot, but she was just a little anxious there, and she would have been looking at that. And oh my word, that was so close to mid-wicket.
That was really close. That you could see by Boucher's body language as she kind of that almost, oh, what have I done? And then the relief.
Fee Morris, it was again there, but that was a little harder this time. Drives along the ground, half stopped by Hannah Jones, but the ball still makes its way down to deep mid-on. 87 without loss, and there's Maya Boucher's 50. Another knock. Another good knock from Maya Boucher as she seeks to put those ashes behind her. You saw her out there in Australia, Polly. I mean, how she struggled, didn't she?
Yeah, it was really hard to watch. I think obviously the whole team had their woes.
Down the wicket comes McGacken, works her up to mid on, another single, 88 without loss.
But it really wasn't representative of what Boucher can do as a player at all. And I think that the more the tour continued, obviously the harder it is to get back up and rectify that. So it's good to see her getting runs now and putting in those performances, and that will hopefully continue into the international summer.
50 or 44 deliveries if you didn't catch that earlier. But I mean, I obviously just followed it on sort of text and what have you, and I'm thinking, oh, she's going to get some runs. Surely this next game. Next game. Okay, well, next game then. Never happened. Oh, it's just gone through the hands maybe of Hannah Baker. That's hit a little harder this time by Boucher, and it's gone for 4. Just watching that again. Oh, it's well above her head. Well above Hannah Jones's head. Again, nice striking from Boucher. And this is very much her, isn't it? Hitting straight. This is her. I mean, this ground's made for her, isn't it?
Yeah, this is exactly the sort of Maya Boucher that we wanted to see in the Ashes, and this is where she's at her best. So you'd imagine she'd go on and add a few more runs to already her half century.
Driven along the ground this time up to deep mid off 93 without loss. What was it? So when you were studying the games and what have you, what did you put down Maya's? I mean, first of all, say she wasn't the only one that had poor form. But you know how she plays. I know how she plays, and that was not Maya out there.
No.
What did you put it down to?
I think there were a number of issues. I think she looked quite nervous that a lot of the time. I don't think she had the opportunity to settle into her innings. I think this was not obviously just Maya, it was across the board that there were a lot of very poor choices of shots and shots that went up, and it was the simplest catch for the Aussies to take. So I think that was kind of a big issue among many players, but I did notice it with Maya.
Hits that back to the bowler, start of a new over from Emma Lamb.
But I think as soon as that starts happening, there's suddenly a lack of confidence, and that's really hard to... It's really hard to bring back your confidence if it just keeps going wrong, even if you have a good net or whatever.
That's cut away and half stopped on the 45 on the offside, but still allows Boucher to come through for a single, moves on to 56.94 without loss.
So yeah, it was hard to watch, and I think especially when you see players like Maya, who you know their capabilities, and suddenly it's all going really wrong. It's like you do have, you feel for them because they're not deliberately trying to do this.
It's pulled away, and that's going for 4, or is it? Not quite, down towards the far right-hand side as we look. 2 runs for Ella McGachan, who helped it around on the leg side. 96, I think that'll be. Or is it 94? 94. 96 it is, yeah, it's just ticked over now. McGachan moves on to 34. But of course, she's not the only batter, men and women, that when you go to an Ashes series, it's a very difficult series to actually play yourself back in form once the series moves on.
Yeah, particularly in Australia, it's the hardest job in cricket, really. So, yeah, a really difficult tour for England. But I guess looking to the summer with Lottie now as head coach, it just feels optimistic, even if we haven't seen anything on the pitch yet.
That's right, yeah, it's a bit early days yet, isn't it, really? That's a nice cut shot. And again, it's sort of half-fielded at point, palmed off where Seren Smale is doing the cover fielding out in the deep. And Boucher moves on to 56. Yeah, we're seeing some really good performances in these first 3 or 4 matches. Probably quite a lot for Charlotte Edwards to take in, really, isn't there? I mean, it's almost, she's gone from maybe a position where I don't think she's ever not sure, as that's just a quite defensive shot to end that over. Lamb's bowled none for 13 from 3 overs, done quite a good job actually. 98 without loss, Boucher on 57, McGachan on 35. But it does seem now, if she actually scrolls through all the tier 1 sides, she may scroll through tier 2, who knows, but there's some performances in there and some consistent performances for her to start working with a few players.
Yeah, exactly, and I think she's the sort of person that, I mean, she already obviously knows players who she's worked with at the Vipers for years and years, but also when she's coached with the Southern Brave, and she's also seen every other team play while she's been head coach, so her knowledge of women's domestic cricket is probably, when they were looking for a new head coach, the only name really in the hat was Charlotte Edwards, because she is overqualified, if anything. She has all the experience, all the expertise, and crucially knows all the domestic players.
Yeah. Which will be quite handy, I should imagine, as we look forward to the first tests. The first internationals next month, aren't they?
It's, the end of May. 21st of May, I think it is, starting at Canterbury against the West Indies.
And you're down there, I think you said?
I am, yeah.
Is this Fee Morris on?
That's Fee Morris.
Cut away by Boucher to backward of point. Fee Morris is sort of predominantly off break, but fires it in, doesn't she?
Yeah. I love watching Fee Morris bat and ball. I just think she can offer quite a lot with both, and has been very effective, particularly that first season when she moved to Lancashire. I think it was 2023 season. She just had such an impact with bat and ball.
Yeah, previously a Southern Viper and a Hampshire women's player. Quite how many of this current side she knows. Probably knows Maya Boucher, that's for sure, because Maya's been around a little while. That's driven up towards mid-on. Boucher moves on to 59, and there's the 100 up for Hampshire in the 19th over, and they are just ahead of where Lancashire were at this stage. At the end of the 19th over, Lancashire were 92 without loss. So Hampshire and these 2 openers doing a very good job. That's played back to Fee Morris, length ball. McGachan is doing her a bit as well. McGacken's also been around quite a while. I think she was a 16-year-old in 2020 when the regional era started. I remember her scoring a 50 down at home ground in Hove. She's still there. Pulled away by Boucher, and there's nobody out at deep square leg, and that's 4 runs. I could say I'm slightly surprised there's nobody out at deep square leg, because it might be fired in, but she is bowling off breaks here, and maybe surprising there's nobody in that position.
Yeah, I'm also surprised Eddie Frelkeld hasn't adjusted the field.
Well in front of square. There is a backward at square leg saving 1. That's a low full toss driven up to mid-on. Boucher has passed her score of 61 last week against Surrey. She's now on to 62, 63, 104 without loss at the end of 105 without loss at the end of the 19th. Yeah, Emma McGacken, I think that she's been there or thereabouts, and she's been a good player for a while. I do feel that this year, you know, is probably a chance for her to maybe just elevate her performances a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? She's been sort of part of the team. You know, you don't often think, oh, Ella's got the high score here, but I think she's always had that potential.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think she's the sort of player who can put in a good shift, but you're not thinking, oh, she's going to top score for the side, but actually this is her opportunity to be at the top of the order with someone like Mai Boucher, and perhaps when Boucher goes off for England stuff, just take that responsibility at the top of the order.
Yeah, she's always had a good technique. There's been nothing wrong with that. 106 without loss. Emmeline bowls, and McGacken pulls that away on the leg side down towards deep backward square leg. 107 without loss. She played 49 matches for the Vipers in list day from the start of the regional era. Just over 1,000 runs at 24. You know, she's a better player than that, even though she still has only 22. Boucher drives. That'll go out to Sarah Smale, who seems to have made that position out at deep cover her own. A couple of bounces into Ellie Threlkeld. 107 without loss then in the 20th over. McGacken here on 37. Just works that away again behind square. No, she doesn't go because there is a fielder there. I was just blindsided there because Fee Morris is right in my eye line there, and fielded by Hannah Jones, who was right in the line, so I just thought I was going for runs, and I thought, why aren't they running? And then all of a sudden Hannah Jones appeared. That's in the air, and oh, just wide of Mahika Gore's diving to her right. The ball was always a yard or so away from her, but again, it's one of those that's in the air, just teasing the fielder initially.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, because I just think at this stage of the game you've got to take those chances. I mean, she put her body on the line and there was commitment, but you...
Just wide enough, wasn't it? Boucher drives pleasantly once more up to deep mid-off, moves on to 66. This is just the same as Eve Jones and Emma Lamb, really, and you feel that if they don't make a mistake, how do these openers get out? How do you get them out?
Yeah, and this is the thing, Lancashire have plenty of bowling options, as we mentioned before, but they've actually used quite a lot of them, and it's proved not particularly effective in wicket taking. So it's going to be a big task for Lancashire, because Hampshire are sailing at the moment, and it is just a really good batting wicket.
Now Scott Reed has woken up for a second time this afternoon. The pillow has been put away, and he's hovering. Does that mean I'm off? Does it mean I'm off, am I? Polly, looks like you're sticking around. Polly Starkey, and then the returning Scott Reed will be alongside you.
110 without loss after 20 overs, and it's Fee Morris who will continue bowling for the Harrow Drive end. Morris to Boucher. There's a misfield by Emma Lamb, so they'll push for the single. I'd say Lancashire's fielding hasn't been as sharp as Hampshire's. Morris to McGacken and nudged into the leg side.
Yeah, a few early, well I say early, we're 20 overs in, aren't we? But there's there's a few concerns here for Lancashire.
Yeah, definitely. If they don't find the breakthrough, then the game will run away from them. Add another run to their tally.
You wonder what big a moment that. It was a tough chance, but it was a chance nonetheless to dismiss Bouchier.
Morris to McCacken, who lost that into the air. It's going to be one bounce and goes the fielder out there. Front the boundary. 113 without loss.
At the very least, they should be pushing this close, shouldn't they now? They should be getting somewhere near to that 293.
It makes you think as well with Lancashire's batting innings as Morris is into Bouchier, who drives that down the ground. If they had just put a few more runs on the board, then it could be a slightly different game. Even if Bouchier and McCacken were playing exactly how they are now, a total of even 300 would have been a little bit more of a challenge.
I agree. It kind of ground to a halt a little bit, didn't it? At one stage, Lancashire's innings. I think it was Mike was telling me, was it 50 off or 56 off the last 10 overs?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it was around the 40 over mark where they lost the second wicket, and then suddenly within 8 overs they were 6 wickets down. So it was a real collapse towards the end there, and lost a lot of momentum, where actually in those overs, if Eve Jones and Katie Mack were still batting there, they could have piled on 40, maybe even 50 runs. Emma Lamb bowling now. Starts with a dot ball into her 5th over of bowling from the Grosvenor Road end. It's pushed, and they'll go for the single. Ends up being safe in the end.
It was a bit of hesitation.
Yeah, they were hesitating. I was like, the ball hasn't actually gone that far. You need to get running. 117 without loss. Bouchier poison pushes that past the rolling Mahika Gore.
Yeah, they've done well, these two. Really. Done well, these two. They've, I mean, they play some lovely shots. Bouchier's striking the ball's been beautiful at times. It's cut down towards backward point. There's Mahika Gore to field. There's no run. They've kept the strike rotated nicely. I mean, it's just a really good opening partnership, isn't it?
Yeah. They just both look so comfortable and have racked up those runs.
From deep in the crease, that's punched down the ground for a single. Score moves on to 120 without loss. Bouchier moves on to 72. Lamb in. Kacken shuffling forward and taking a single up towards Kate Cross at long on. That's the end of the over, and again with a great deal of risk. They've pretty comfortably added 5 onto the scoreboard. 121 without loss.
Yeah, Bouchier's had the slightly more confident innings, 72 from 64. McCacken sitting back with 43 from 68. But just a really good partnership between the pair. And Lancashire are going to have to find something to break it, because so far their options haven't proved very fruitful.
No, not yet. That's driven away from a foolish delivery from Fee Morris out through the offside for a single. Score moves on to 122 without loss. Yeah, they use Kate Cross, Mahika Gore, Grace Potts, Hannah Jones, and a Lamb and Fee Morris, the bowlers used so far. Bouchier back on strike, 72 not out. Morrison and bowling. It's driven through mid-off for a single. Bouchier moves on to 73.
I mean, Eve Jones could always have a bowl. She bowled quite a bit in the Central Sparks era. Why not?
Morris in bowls. That's turned into the onside. by McCacken for a single. 124 with that loss. Well, I guess it might get to that stage, potentially. Looking at just something that might just unlock this partnership, find a way to break it. But batting hasn't looked any different.
No.
Now, it has done when Lancashire were batting. And these two have started just as Jones and Lamb did for Lancashire, so much of the same. Boucher, who hits the ball straight really well. Lovely shot. I mean, it's gone straight back down the pitch, but there's all that style from Boucher. He played some terrific shots. 73 not out. In comes Morris Bowles again. That's hit back over the bowler's head down towards long on. Fielded by Kate Cross on the long on boundary. So Boucher moves on to 74. 125 for no wicket. His feet Morris into completely over balls, and that's worked through the offside, and they'll take a quick single. It's good running again. Fielded inside the circle, but the decision was made early to take a single.
Yeah, it's a good decision making. They are two of the faster batters within the side between the wickets, but yeah, brave decision when actually they can, you know, they don't have to press on as much and take those risks, but perhaps that's maybe where Lancashire need to look to have their breakthrough. Maybe it's not necessarily just bowling wise, but actually in the field. If they tighten up in the field and put that pressure on a bit more, because I think that's one of the issues that has occurred, that actually the fielding has been a little bit looser, and that does release the pressure from Hampshire, and you know they're more inclined to take those risks.
They're bouncing on quite nicely here at just a fraction over 5.5 an over, which is fine. Gonna come back to Kate Cross to try and see if this partnership can be broken here. Cross with 4 overs from the Harrow Drive end earlier in the match, in from the Grosvenor Road end now. Over the wicket and bowling to McCacken's on the front foot in defence. And there's no run. Keeper standing up as well, throw held up behind the stumps. Lancashire exert a bit of pressure here. Go back to strike bowler in Kate Cross. A fine leg, deep third, backward point, deep point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and deep square leg. Lancashire looking for Cross for a breakthrough. That's pulled out in front of the square on the leg side. That's a really good shot. The timing there for McCacken, terrific. Deep in the crease, and that pull shot through mid-wicket brings a 4 and a 50 as well. Moves on to 50 from 73 deliveries.
That was superb from McCacken. The ball just powering towards us. I did also spot Danny Collins, who raced round, and there was a really good attempt to stop the ball. I think it was just coming a little bit too fast for her to cut off.
Yeah, it was a full-blooded pull shot, that wasn't it, by McCacken. Pulling in front of square. Going back into the crease, almost down on one knee to pull it through mid-wicket. Looking for a similar type of area here. Just clipped away this time. Collins comes round to complete the fielding, so McCacken moves on to 51. 131 without loss. I suppose Lancashire will have to believe that if and when they get this breakthrough, that will be the start of something similar to what Hampshire are able to do. There was a huge partnership to begin with, 185 between Jones and Lamb, and 50 between Jones and Mack, and then that was it. Nobody else got kind of beyond 20 as a partnership. Let's run away through backward point by Boucher. It's a turn and come back for 2. Throw comes in from the boundary. And 2 for Boucher. Moves on to 76, 133 without loss. So I suppose if the game pattern of the game continues as we saw when Lancashire were batting, as soon as you get a breakthrough, try and get into, open at one end and then keep chipping away as Hampshire did. But this is a strong position for Hampshire now. That's in the air and put down. Driven to mid-off, actually. May have been on the bounce, that. Just looking at the body language of the players. Sure if that's driven into the ground or not. Hard to tell. There wasn't a huge amount of disappointment amongst the players, so maybe that was driven firmly into the ground by McCacken. Hard to tell from where we are. It's nudged away out towards square leg for a single. That could be the 8. That is the end of the over as well. So 24 overs of this Hampshire reply. 135 without loss. 52 to McCacken, 77 to Bouchier. And for viewers on Lancs TV, see some highlights of McCacken's half century. Some good shots. Strong on the leg side, strong off the pads. Mid wicket's been a good area for the Hampshire opener as well. Played some fine shots around this ground here at Southport and Birkdale, but can she go on and get something a little bit bigger, but giving her side a great platform.
Hampshire's batting depth as well, with not Adams, Southby and Norgrove to still come in.
Played through mid-on for a single. 36 without loss. 53 to McCacken. There's Morrison balls to Bouchier, who stomped. Great work by Ellie Threlkeld. And boy, did Lancashire need that. Splendid work with the gloves from the Lancashire skipper. And Mia Bouchier's gone for 77. Lancashire were desperately trying to find a way to break what was an increasingly really impressive partnership for this first wicket. Well, they found a bit of magic from their keeper and captain. 137 for 1.
Fee Morris's celebration said it all. She leaped in the air. There's so much enthusiasm with that as Mia Bouchier departs. A fine innings of 77 from 69, and what a way to start Hampshire's innings. Charlie Knott, the Australian overseas, will come in, but the needed breakthrough for Lancashire, and I think if they hadn't found that, it would be game decided really, but this now is game on.
Well, we saw how things changed relatively quickly, albeit Katie Mack came out and was quite bright and breezy and put together a 50 partnership in no time with Eve Jones, but then Hampshire able to chip away at wickets through pretty regular intervals in that Lancashire innings. So the Red Rose here will be hoping for something similar. Hampshire still got themselves a very, very good platform to get at the very least close. They should be pushing somewhere near to the 293. Even if they fall short, they should be getting somewhere close, you would think, from the start that they've made. Welcome drinks being ferried out for the players and indeed the umpires. And it's a warm day, so a little bit of a drinks break at the 4 of the wicket in the 25th over. Players having just a little bit of refreshment. Just a reminder, if you've just joined our coverage, whether it's either via Lancs TV or with us on the BBC Sport website and app, where Lancashire made 292 for 6 from their 50 overs. I mentioned the opening partnership. Eve Jones going on to make 107, Emma Lamb making 86, Katie Mack 35, and then the rest not a great deal between them as Hampshire fought back. Couple of wickets for Georgia Adams, 2 for the new batter here, Charlie Knott. She bowled beautifully from the Grosvenor Road end of certainly her second spell. 1 for Smith and 1 for Harmon as well. So 293 is a target for Hampshire. They made a very, very good start with this century partnership, but a breakthrough here for Lancashire, so we'll see what the next phase of the game has in store. Fee Morris with her first wicket. Not the new batter. 137 for 1 in the 25th over, and Morris spins the ball from one hand to the other. Ellie Threlkeld, the keeper and captain, just making sure everyone's in the right position, and as that's driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run, so not on naught. Morris is in, bowling once more. It's not, just tries to paddle that around the corner. It's deflected past the keeper. It didn't sound like it came off the bat. Or maybe it did. I didn't quite see the signal from the umpire. So maybe just a little bit of bat. Oh no, it's been given us a leg bye. 138 for one, so not remains on naught. McCacken back on strike. Morris is in and bowling. Oh, it's a full toss, which McCacken in the end doesn't try to do anything too spectacular with it, even though that was just looping up outside the off stump. She just taps the ball away into the offside. Morris into McCacken. That's turned to mid-wicket this time, and there's no run. Good stuff this from Fee Morris. One ball remaining of the over. An over that has created the breakthrough for Lancashire. Here comes Morris in flatter and quicker this time to McCacken. That's defender back down the pitch. Morris goes leaping after it, after away to her right hand side, trying to stop it off her own bowling. But beyond her reach and up towards mid-on. So a single there. That's the end of the over. So 25 overs gone, halfway point. 139 for one. McCacken on 54, not on naught. And I guess we kind of have to reset. Well, Hampshire have to reset again, don't they, here now with this new partnership?
Yeah, I think Morris did well to put the squeeze on after she got that wicket and just prevent Knott from getting off the mark in that first over.
Will be crossed to continue from the Grosvenor Road end. Sixth over of the innings. Have a change in the commentary box. Polly will take a break. We'll be back later, and Kevin from BBC Radio Solent following Hampshire to Southport today will settle in alongside me. Here's cross for Lancashire in and balls defended by McCacken, and scooped up by a cross off her own bowling, and there is no run. It was good while it was lasting, that partnership, Kevin, wasn't it? Boucher played beautifully, but from Lancashire's point of view, that was a welcome breakthrough.
Yeah, it was. Good bit of bowling. Great hands. Ellie Throcold. I've got a couple of stats for you from Maya Boucher's innings.
Okay.
Of 77.
Here's cross to McCacken. And balls and pulled out towards the leg side. Two fielders there. Good work on this boundary by Fee Morris. And then the relay throw comes in. So wonderful combination there. Morris and Collins with the work on the mid-wicket boundary to save some runs.
She played 31 matches for the Southern Vipers in the Rachel Hayhoe Trophy, Flint Trophy, and her high score before today was 71. So that is her highest. She did make 76 when she was at Middlesex. She made 64 when she was at Hampshire, so that's her highest English domestic score.
In comes cross, balls, full length delivery, and McCacken drills it towards mid-on. There's no run. It was a pretty stylish knock too, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was. Yeah, I mean, she's getting back to where we know she should be. 61 last week, 61 on Sunday, I should say. 77 for the day. I think we can safely say, and against good bowling attacks as well, I think we can safely say that she's her confidence has returned.
141 for one. Here's cross. Balls again, driven straight, and it's worth a single again. Lancashire, maybe just, well, that always helps, isn't it, when you have a wicket. Everyone finds an extra bit of pace, don't they? And good work from Jones coming round from mid-on. 142 for one. He did take the single, so it brings Charlie Knott on strike, facing Kate Cross for the first time. So just taking guard. Keeper right up behind the stumps. As Cross is in and bowling. And that's played late, just run off an open face of the bat down towards the deep third boundary. It'll be a single for Knott. The score ticks along to 143 for one.
Yeah, just to, in case anybody pulls me up, she did obviously make 100 not out for England in this day. So I was just talking about her domestic performances, Maya Boucher.
Well, the way she's played here, and I've not seen much of her live. You're thinking those numbers are only going up, aren't they?
Yeah. She was every bit as good against Surrey on Sunday.
1-4-3 for 1. Cross to McCacken, that's clipped across the front pads out towards backward square leg. Jogs through for a single and keeps the strike as well. Moves on to 58. 144 for 1, 26 overs gone of this Hampshire reply, live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club on the west coast of Lancashire, where we're watching Lancashire against Hampshire in the Metrobank One Day Cup. The third group game of this fixture. And of course this used to be the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy in the One Day Cup, and I mentioned when I was on commentary with Mike in the first innings. There's Morris bowls again, and it's driven away through the offside by McCacken for a single. Moves on to 59, 145 for 1. It would be quite nice if this competition somehow still had Rachel Hale Flint's name involved in it, and someone's, it's our colleague Ed Seaborn, sent me a link to a story as Morris comes in and bowls again. That's played back towards the bowler, and there's no run. That actually it is still the Rachel Hale Flint's name is still on the trophy,
right?
Which is quite nice, I think. So
right.
It is the Metrobank One Day Cup, but Rachel Hale Flint's name is actually still on the trophy. Morris is in and bowling, and not trying to force the ball away off the back foot. There's no run. It's a very early stages of this group campaign. Both sides off to a pretty encouraging start, though. Something like Lancashire 2 wins from 2. Hampshire 1 win and 1 tie. Morris bowls. That's going to be called, a wide left by Knott. So wide outside off stump.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a mouthful, wouldn't it, to incorporate the name into the actual games. I mean, it'd be a nightmare commentating on the final.
In comes Morris and balls again. That's pulled out towards the leg side for a single. Moves on to 2, 147 for 1. I think it's got a bit of a ring to it, actually.
How would you start? So if you're in the final of the Metrobank blah blah blah, playing for the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy, how would you introduce?
Just like that.
What, blah blah blah?
You absolutely got it spot on. That's punched away into the onside by McCacken, but for no run.
I'd worry we miss the first over by the time you just introduce what the
competition is
and what they're playing for.
Final ball of the over. Morris bowls again. That's punched to mid-off for a single. 147 for 1, chasing 293, 27 overs gone.
Let's hope one of us has that problem. Or both of us might do.
Indeed, and if we both arrive at the final of this competition with our respective counties,
yes,
then I'm going to insist that we call it the Metrobank One Day Cup Rachel Hale Flint Trophy.
Yeah, Tier 1. Yeah. It is a bit of a mouthful.
It is a bit of a mouthful. But I just thought it was quite nice that the name is still attached to the trophy. Physically attached to the trophy.
I must admit, I'm glad you've clarified that, or Ed did, as well, because it just seemed to unceremoniously be dumped.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah.
But it's still living there.
Yeah. There's the Manhattan picture, if you're looking on the picture feed. And there's the run rate as well, where the Hampshire women are... Well, we're just ahead. The lines have crossed a little bit in the last over or two, but it's still anybody's game.
I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
I was chatting to Polly about that, where Hampshire are at the minute. I mean, they'd be disappointed if they don't get close from here.
Yeah.
I mean, they may fall short, they may go on to win it, but they're in a position where they should be pushing this pretty close.
Yeah, I just hope those last 10 or 11 overs of Lancashire's don't come back to haunt them. It may yet prove the difference. 56 runs in the last 10.
Yeah, just slowed down completely.
Yeah, 57 in the last 11, yeah.
All right, Mahika Gore to a return. Charlie Knott on strike. It's pulled, it's in the air, it'll bounce safe in front of... and in the end, a pretty awkward bounce for Danny Collins, I think, at backward square leg. It's gone for 4. There's 2 fielders on the leg side boundary for Lancashire, the fine leg and the deep square. Went in between 2 of them. 4 runs for Knott. 150 up now for Hampshire.
Can we safely say then that the T20 competition is still the Charlotte Edwards Cup?
Now you see, I'm not sure that is the case.
Because there's 2 T20 competitions, isn't
There is, yeah. He could go in balls. That's run down to third, but for no run. The press release that Ed sent me only made reference to Rachel Hay of Flint's name being on the trophy. No mention of Charlotte Edwards being on the T20 blast.
That'd be a shame. So Rachel Hayhoe's kept her name, and Charlotte hasn't.
According to this.
Yeah, according to the press release.
According to the press release, yeah. Not on 6. Here's Mahika Gore. Left arm round the wicket, in balls full. And turn to mid wicket, and there's no run. On 5-1 for 1. Target of 293.
That starts next month, doesn't it? Or I think for the Tier 3 counties, I think maybe very shortly, but for the Tier 1 that join in the third division, we've got Surrey at Beckenham. What a third round, first game that is for Hampshire. Oh.
Here comes Gore in balls. Not looking to try and pull the ball out towards square leg. It's been called a wide by the umpire. Score moves on to 152 for 1. So there's effectively kind of 3 trophies up for grabs, aren't there?
Yeah.
This season.
FA Cup style tournament, which I think we've wanted that in domestic cricket for a few years now.
Straight knockout.
It's good fun. It's not good fun as a player sometimes when you go to so-called lesser counties and they're whooping you and it's not much fun.
Mahika Gore in balls. McCacken flashes the ball down towards fine leg for a single. Moves on to 60. 154 for 1. But it's certainly one way of easing a busy schedule, isn't it? Just play one of your competitions as a knockout.
Yeah. I think it's a great idea. And I'm sort of looking forward to it in a way. I mean, not playing Surrey away, I'm not looking forward to, but I'm looking forward to seeing what giant killing there is this year, because that's always fun, isn't it? We love that.
Go in and balls. It's wide of off stump and called a wide by the umpire.
Maybe Cumbria beating Surrey at the Oval in round 4 or something. Well, actually no, because that would mean that Surrey have beaten Hampshire. So no, not Surrey.
Rule that one out. Yeah.
Cumbria beating Lancashire.
Well, that's a bit
at Old Trafford.
No need for that low blow. 155 for 1. Cumbria beating Yorkshire. In comes Mahika Gore, balls again, driven to mid-on for a single. For no run.
You Lancastrians are so predictable.
Well, that's probably just me.
You want the lowest national county to beat Yorkshire, wouldn't you? In the whatever round that they would meet, third round. Oh, they won't be. It'll have to be 4th round. Well, no, actually, I don't know who Yorkshire are playing in third. I could look it up actually, because I think the draw's already been made, isn't it?
155 for 1. Final ball of the 28th over. Go in and balls driven away by Knott through the offside for a single. Moves on to 7. 156 for 1 at the end of the over. 28 gone. Because Yorkshire are Tier 2, aren't they? For 1 season.
Yes. How'd that go? How do they work that out?
I don't know.
Let's have a strict ruled competition. 8 teams in the top division.
Yeah.
And actually, okay, go on in Yorkshire. We'll let you come in a year after. Oh, sorry, Glamorgan. We'll let you come in the year after. I mean, let's go. And then they're going to increase it by 2 more teams. There's actually going to be 12 teams, isn't there, at some point?
Right.
In the future. I mean, how are we going to cover that? I mean, let's be honest. Me and you, the hardest working commentators on the circuit. How are we going to fit all that in? We might be working together 5 or 6 times.
Oh my goodness. Here's Fee Morris in balls to Knott. That's played back to Morris off her own bowling, and there's no run. Start of over number 29. It's a pace from one end and spin from the other here for Lancashire. Morris. Balls again. That's defended by Knott. Just jabbed the ball away into the onside. Emma Lamb comes round from mid-wicket to field. Good job here, Fee Morris. It's a good spell from the Harrod drive end. Balls again. Peel for an LBW there. There's not got quite a way forward. Good stride and just tried to kind of paddle it away towards square leg. She was got forward and quite a way across. Even if they did hit her, she's got outside the line of off stump. I'm sure with that watching back on the replay. In comes Morris, hopping back this time and striking it away into the offside, and a shy at the stumps towards the bowler's end, at the end that Knott was running to, and she knew she was struggling for a moment. Managed to scamper through for one. 157 for one. Morris bowls again, driven by McCacken. Through mid-on for a single. Takes her on to 61. 158 for one. One ball left of the 29th over, and Knott's back on strike. Morris into her 6th over in this spell, and leaping away to her right to try and stop it off her own bowling as that's hit firmly back down the ground by Knott. Can't cut it off, Fee Morris. It's a good effort. Ended up in the dirt. But a single for Knott. She moves to 9. 159 for one. 29 overs gone. Knott on 9. McCacken on 61. And Fee Morris has bowled 6 overs. 1 for 26 from the Harrow drive end. Doing a pretty decent job for a side.
So the T20 Women's Cup, Lancashire are away in the 3rd round on the 17th of May to whoever, basically. So whoever comes through 1st and 2nd rounds. So, I mean, you could yet go to Cumbria. What's their home ground? Edenside in Carlisle. I mean, that's going to be a testing game, that, if you play Cumbria away.
Tricky game.
3rd round. That'd be tricky. That
Banana
would be
skin, that.
I hope you'll be there, commentating.
Here comes Mahika Gore. Starts a fresh over balls. That's pushed away into the offside. Through they go for a quick single. 160 for one. They also play at Sedbergh School, the Cumbria, as well.
Oh,
so
do they?
Yeah,
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, I'd count me in for that, yeah.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, quite happy with that.
Yeah.
Lovely ground.
Are you around on the 17th of May? Do you know?
It's my birthday that day. And
Is it?
So I do know exactly where I am, yeah.
Oh.
I'm afraid I'm unavailable. It's Lancashire's men. It's day 2 of Lancashire against Derbyshire at Emirates Old Trafford. Here's Mahika Gore in balls. That's nudged out towards the square leg boundary for a single. McCacken moves on to 62. 161 for one.
Yeah, only 2 all Tier 1 games, 3rd round. Somerset against Durham in Exmouth, and Surrey against Hampshire at Beckenham.
Nice. Exmouth, that's a lovely ground. It just sounds like it's going to be a lovely ground, that, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't
it? Maybe it's not. You just got the idea of it being surrounded by countryside. That's a late cut down to deep 3rd by Knott for a single. She moves on to 11. 162 for one.
The Mayer ground or Meyer ground.
Okay.
Exmouth.
Oh, that does sound lovely.
Yeah.
With a nice kind of country pub nearby. I'll cover that game. That sounds lovely. Put me in for a night, B&B. Gammon, egg and chips and a pint.
I'll show you a picture. This is not very good for the listeners or watchers, really, but that was the view outside my hotel room this morning.
Oh, you mentioned this to me. Let's have a look. There's Mahika Gore in and balls again. It's short, and it's pulled down towards the boundary at fine leg. Went for the short ball. Plenty of time to play at McCacken. Down to fine leg for 4.
Formby Golf and Country Club.
Yeah.
Ground floor room.
Yeah.
There's the table, and the chair was just to the right, and there's one of the holes on the fairway.
Nice.
Look at that, right outside my room.
You should have brought the clubs.
Well, I was say, I very nearly phoned you guys to say I might be here about 1 o'clock.
Just to the front 9.
Yeah.
166 for one. Go in balls, and chopped away down towards short 3rd. And there is no run. McCacken's on 66, Knott's on 11. 166 for one. With a delivery to go of the 30th over. May could go into her 5th over. This is her 2nd spell. She opened up the bowling from this end. In balls again. Forward goes McCacken. Just a push and go. That's good running. Just dropped into the offside. The field's set back towards the edge of the circle. And they've taken a pretty easy single there. And McCacken's on 67 as a result of that. And Hampshire 167 for one. 30 overs gone. Knott's on 11. Target's 293, Kevin. And Mike will come and join you.
Mike Perkins, thank you very much, Scott. Yes, Maya Boucher in the 25th over, the one wicket that has fallen. Well stumped by Ellie Threlkell down the leg side. Real neat piece of glove work from the Lancashire keeper. Off the bowling of Fee Morris for 77. That was 137 for 1. It's been a game of opening partnerships because Lancashire put on 185 for the first wicket in 32 overs when Emma Lamb was also stumped by Rhianna Southby of Nancy Harmon for 86. 167 for 1 then. Hampshire needing 293 for victory. Morris bowls off the nice shot off the back foot from Ella McGacken out to deep cover. 168 for 1. It does feel as though it really is just batters making mistakes that are bringing wickets. It's the bowlers have had to toil hard here.
Yeah, but without really bowling badly at any point. It's just been one of those wickets.
It certainly has. Nice drive from Charlie Knott through extra cover. Well fielded at mid-off. Trying to work out who that is there at mid-off. Good piece of fielding anyway. Is that a sub-fielder on for? Quite sure. Anyway, nice shot from Ella McGacken. That's out to deep cover this time. 69 she moves on to. And the Hampshire total moves on to 170 for 1 in the 31st over here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Fee Morris into her 7th over here, 1 for 30. Flighted, driven by Charlie Knott. That's half stopped by Fee Morris. Goes up towards mid-on, and Knott moves on to 13. Charlie Knott hasn't quite got going with the bat yet on her return to the Yatsurda Bowl this year. 14 against Warwickshire, 24 against Surrey on Sunday. Brings Ella McGacken on that strike. Second half century for her in as many games. Nice flick down towards fine leg. That should run away for 4. Fee Morris stands there with her hands on her head. Can't quite believe that McGacken has got that ball quite as fine as she did. She moves on to 73.
Evidence of the bowler's toil today in the sunshine.
Certainly is.
It's at that point in the afternoon where if you were in the south of Spain, you'd be going in the sea, I think.
Yes, you would. Followed by Jen and Tyke. That's driven back to the bowler. And that's the end of the over. So 31 gone, 19 to do. Hampshire scoring at a rate of just over 5.5 an over. They need just under 6 1/4 an over, but they have 9 wickets in hand, and one of their openers going nicely in Ella McGacken, and Charlie Knott giving her support at this stage. Looking at the worm, if you're on the live picture feed, it's both teams have pretty much married each other up until this point. And of course, you've got to remember, for over 40 is when it just takes a bit of a dip from Lancashire.
That's it, isn't it? It feels as if this game is coming down to whether Hampshire can go better than Lancashire in those last 10. You would suspect they will. I think what would make it really interesting is another wicket here. Get Georgia Adams, who made that big call at the start of the game, out to the middle. And if Lancashire can put a bit of pressure on her and pick that one up, then all of a sudden you've got talented players coming in but needing to go from one ball straight away. They might be able to just get a bit of a squeeze on that way, but it feels Hampshire's game at the moment, but we will see as the latest over begins. Right arm over the wicket from the Grosvenor Road end by Grace Potts, and it is defended back down the pitch, and there is no run. So 293 is the number to keep in mind. That's the target, and Hampshire have been slowly chipping away at it through most of the afternoon. Facing up again is Knott. Bowling is Potts. Keeper up to the stumps again, and that one's driven back to Potts. And as good a keeper as Threlkeld is, and she's been absolutely, if not the best, one of the best for season after season. The fact she is standing up to Mahika Gore, Grace Potts and Kate Cross at the moment, again, shows you just how consistent the bounce has been all day. She'll do it at various points in the season, but I think it's due to the consistency of bounce off this pitch at the moment, as that one is pulled round the corner to Danny Collins out at the backward square leg. By the time she picks it up, she was slightly in front when she started running round, keeps the scoring to 1, 176 for 1. It's going to be tense all the way.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, Grace Potts opened up quite nicely with her first 3-over spell. Joined Eve Jones in the move from Central Sparks to Lancashire in the winter.
Heel to toe, Neil's knees pumping up now. Rams this one into the pitch, doesn't get much back. Is that going to be caught though? No, it goes down onto the floor from Collins. It was an out of control shot there from McGacken, but Collins again, it was similar to the Fee Morris one really, where she was diving forward and pushing the ball away from her, and it ends up sort of reaching the turf at the time that her hands got to the ball. Pulled more powerfully along the floor now. Collins has got to chase onto her left and she won't get there. 4 more to the total. And McGacken looking very, very good here. 78 now to her name, 181 for 1 the score.
Yeah, it's too short. Gives the batters too much time. Charlie Knott, super, right back in her crease, pulling that away, keeping on top of the bounce, hitting it along the ground, in total control.
Yeah, apologies, it was the Australian who's on to 18 here. McGacken on 74 at the other end. As in comes Potts. Bowles, pushed off the back foot straight to cover. No run on that occasion. But it's very much a case of Lancashire just trying to find a wicket from somewhere, but that wicket really should have come with it with the Collins catch, if not the Morris one earlier in the innings.
Yeah, and I think Lancashire now need to take a leaf out of Hampshire's book here. I know we're still 18 overs out, but Hampshire are in a good position to strike here. 293 they need, so they're closing in on, won't be long before it'll be less than 100. And I think what Hampshire did really well was keep the ball up and make Lancashire hit into the straight areas. And I think Lancashire have got to do the same here and try and put the Hampshire batters under pressure for these this sort of final third or so of the innings.
Fee Morris whirring away here from the, as she bowls that one that's played away into the offside from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. Single to start the over, 182 the score. Jones it was with the fielding on that occasion at backward point as Knott comes back onto strike and forward, driving to cover. No run on offer there. It was Eve Jones quickly across with the fielding. 107 in the first innings of this game. Morris again, ball into her right hand. Delivers it now into the pitch. It's pushed away off the back foot. Out to Collins, who does the fielding. 1 more to the total. 183 for 1.
Yeah, just hit into those areas, get the batters hitting into the areas. Even if it's deep extra cover, it's still at the right area.
Here's Morris again, just twiddled back to the bowler really, without getting fully forward there from McGacken, who's 25 away from a century now. That'll start to creep into view for it. But the main thing is that 110 more runs that's required. Morris bowls, down the pitch goes McGacken. She'll pick up another. Wide of mid-off.
I think it's going to be interesting from here on in, because I think overall Paul Pritchard, the new Hampshire women's head coach, is happy with the way they started, and why wouldn't he be? But I think what he wants is a batter to score 100. And
here is Morris bowling to Knott. He's back into a crease. It's cut away. Collins picks up. Morris nearing the end of her 8th over now. She completes it there.
Sorry, Mike. We've already seen Rihanna Southby at Ishmaelson. We both saw that score 72 in a little bit more trying circumstances than there has been in this game. We had a couple of 60s, McGacken and Bouchier. This is from a Hampshire point of view, of course, on Sunday against Surrey. We've already had Bouchier come and go for 77, but McGacken is closing in as well, and I think he's right. You know, I think that's probably just the one area now where this team, that's a little different after losing 1 or 2 players. They've lost Danny White-Hodge to Surrey, they've lost Charlie Dean to Somerset. Emily Windsor up to Durham. So it's a slightly new look team, you know, all influential players in various areas of the game. And I think for one of these batters to go through and get 100, especially when you're up again in a run chase, that's a real test of a player. In a run chase, can you score the big score that gets your team over the line? That's what sets apart really good players from good players.
Coaches always talk about being greedy, don't they? And that's it. That's kind of the mentality that it sounds like Paul Pritchard's after from his Hampshire team. As Knott swings at that one, misses. It's through to the gloves of Threlkeld. Lamb back into the attack. She bowled 5 overs for 23 runs, so just under 5 and over from her first spell. She's pulled down the ground really from that one. It was a old-fashioned baseball shot, that. It picks up 1 run to long on.
Real flat-batted shot, that one, wasn't it?
86 for 1 the total moves on to with it. 107 to win off 100 balls as Lamb comes to pick up, having had the ball driven back to her. On her way again, quickly through her work, throws this one up, chopped past the wicketkeeper by the looks of things. We'll wait for the signal to see if there was anything on this. They changed for 2, there wasn't, and the wide arms are stretched out by the umpire, so that will be 3 more to the total. Costly runs.
That's very wide.
Lancashire.
I don't know whether she thought McGackin was coming down the wicket or not. McGackin didn't get in a great position to play it either.
And sort of throw it out there for the stumping potentially, which might be as good a way of getting the wicket as any, as the reverse sweep misses here from McGackin. You're with Mike Perkins and Kevin James on the BBC Sport website and on Lancs TV. It's bowled, and this time the reverse sweep is successful, and there's nobody down there. You can see why it's been targeted by McGackin. It takes her on to 80, and she hit that one well. She was almost on both knees by the time she struck the ball, but it was an effective strike of the ball, and it goes away down to 3rd for 4.
Yeah, it seems like a deliberate tactic from Emma Lamb to bowl it wide of the off stump. I think that's why McGackin now is, I wouldn't say chancing her arm playing that shot, but it probably thinks that it's a pretty good shot in the circumstances, and that gap now has been plugged on the 45 on the offside.
Here comes Lamb again, bowls tighter to the stumps this time, but still swept into the leg side on this occasion. Collins there with the return, and there's 1 more to complete the over with. 194 for 1. Hampshire going along very nicely at this point, but it feels as if this game is going to be all about the final 10 overs.
Yeah, again, both sides in a similar position at this stage, and really Lancashire didn't make the most of those final 15-16 overs. If Hampshire do, then it's their game, but there's still a lot of work to do here. Of course, as we get closer and closer to the finishing line, of course the pressure comes on, unless somebody goes in and bangs 50 off about 20 balls, and then of course that takes all the pressure off. But if they continue to play this way, we're in for a very close game.
Morris again in for a 9th over, and she bowls a ball that's short enough to be helped round the corner where there is nobody, and it goes away to fine leg for 4 runs. In terms of line, it wasn't a bad ball. It was probably going to hit off stump, that one, but the batter, McGackin, able to move across the stumps and take her total on to 85. Really neat stroke. Just allowed the ball to hit the bat, really, but because there was no fielder down there, she knew she was going to get runs for it, and did. Morris into the pitch again. This one just dabbed into the leg side in front of square. There'll be 1. I think if they'd really wanted 2, they could have given it a go if it had been the closing stages of a tight chase, but they decided not to take the risk. 199 for 1.
McGackin is now on her highest ever List A domestic score. The 86 beats her previous best of 83 for the Southern Vipers. She's played 49 matches for the Vipers.
14 away from that 100 that her coach had been calling for, but this one will be swept by Charlie Knott behind square, and it brings up the 200 for Hampshire. It goes for 4 as well. So 203 now for 1, the Hampshire score. It's been a day where batters dominated ball, and Hampshire are putting themselves in a fantastic position now and that was a sweep of authority from Charlie Knott.
Certainly was, isn't it? I was talking about the pressure on the Hampshire batters. The pressure is now on the Lancashire fielders and bowlers. This is where it's tough. You look at the board, 200 for only one. This is where you've got to dig in.
And this is what Hampshire did so well, as the ball is driven to cover and Eve Jones is there. I don't think they won any of the first 39 overs or so, but then from there they were still able to win overs at the back end, and that is what has given them a chase of 293, which looks within reach at this stage, as Morris picks up a second dot ball in the row with one that sneaks past the outside edge of Knott.
Yeah, when you look back on it, you know, if you're chasing 340, which it could easily have been, then Hampshire need to take quite a few chances. They don't quite need to do that from here.
It's McGacken, Knott facing up again, and it's driven into the offside. Eve Jones gets a touch on it, which takes the pace off the ball as it rolls up towards mid-off. No run on offer as a result, so Morris able to get out the over well, but the two boundaries really costing her in that one. 203 for one, the score at the end of it. McGacken now 14 away from a century.
Well, yeah, 90 off 90. Simple equation, run a ball. As I say, it could have quite easily have been about 130 off the nice 90, and then all of a sudden you'll have to see the batters take one or two chances here and there, which of course then usually brings one or two wickets, which puts the batting side under even more pressure. But they basically just need to carry on doing what they're doing. And that's really because Lancashire didn't capitalise on those final 10-12 overs.
Yeah, 90 off 90, and crucially with 9 wickets in hand, you would expect to make probably 9 times out of 10. In comes Lamb, who's taken 4 wickets already this season, looking for another here, but is pushed wide of long on. Kate Cross is across, and a tumbling stop prevents it going for 4, and then Morris has to come and help out and pick up and return the ball. Another couple onto the total. McGacken 88, 205 for 1.
I also think sort of 90 off 90 on some grounds and on some wickets is a lot harder than 90 off 90 here.
Here's Lamb again, bowls to McGacken, who hits that one hard back over the bowler's head, and it rolls away for 4 runs from there. And McGacken is into the 90s, 92 she moves on to with that boundary, 209 for 1. Listeners on the south coast will be enjoying listening to this one on the BBC Sport website. Thanks for joining us on Lancs TV as well if you are. But this has been a fine innings so far, Kevin James.
Yeah, it certainly has, when you think she made her debut as a 16-year-old back in 2020, and we've been waiting for her to get to this point. She hasn't got there yet, but she is so close.
Just assesses her options once more. There's going to be a change in the field. Mid-wicket is coming in inside the circle in the form of Hannah Jones, taken away from the offside. So will she open up this reverse sweep she's used? Goes for the little flick into the leg side instead and finds Fee Morris out on the boundary, evading the mid-wicket fielder in the ring, and that's 210 for 1.
I think what we saw with Eve Jones's 100, actually, she got into the 90s, she actually definitely slowed up. It was as though she was determined to get 3 figures. Now, she's 32 years of age and played a lot more cricket. Will Ella McGacken, will she have to do the same?
She's at the non-strikers for the moment, as Knott pushes this one down the ground. Brings McGacken back on to strike on 93. 211 for 1. It's almost what Eve Jones needed was a partner at that point to take the pressure off by being a bit more expansive, and it didn't happen. Around the wicket comes Lamb, and it's into the arc of McGacken, who's swinging it away behind square on the leg side for 4 more. She's on to 97, and one more hit like that and there'll be no nervous 90s at all, because she's just hoiked that one away for 4 runs.
I'm sure her heart is racing. I think I can just feel mine getting a little quicker. I don't think it's the sun.
It's exactly the ball you want, though, a short one you can help on its way. She hits this one hard into the leg side, but it finds Collins on this occasion, so it'll just be a single, and McGacken will have to wait a bit longer. She's on to 98. The equation in hand for Hampshire now.
Mike, I don't know if you can remember that far back, scoring your first 100, or if indeed you did. I don't think however many hundreds you score at this moment in time, when you've got time to talk to your partner in between overs, and your partner's probably saying to you, just stay calm, you're only 2 runs away. I'm not sure that sort of thing helps, really, because everything's you're thinking about the 3 figures and absolutely nothing else.
I had 1 at a standard nowhere near this or nowhere near this standard, but I needed 11 off the last over to get it. I had 89 with an over to go.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I got a waist high full toss first ball that I hit for 6, and then 1 for 4, and then I ended up having 3 balls. 99, but
easy.
So I just tapped it and ran as fast as I could to the other end, and then I got out reverse sweeping, which wasn't very clever. But when you've got 100, you're allowed.
Doesn't matter, does it? You got there.
More importantly, McGacken is going to face Jones. I think that's a wise move from Ellie Threlkeld, because she knows exactly what she's going to get from Hannah Jones here. Left arm around the wicket, on the spot. McGacken, though, is going to help it round the corner. Could this be it? The ball rolling away towards the boundary. It will be reeled in time, but they come back for 2. And Ella McGacken has a century for Hampshire. And the roar will tell you from the pavilion away to our right-hand side just how appreciated that is. She's played absolutely fantastically. 113 balls for that century. And Ella McGacken raises her bat. The score is 218 for 1. 75 more runs to win off 83. But the achievement is all Ella McGacken's. We'll get Kevin James's thoughts on it after this ball, which is driven firmly down the ground to mid-off. She moves on to 101. What a fine innings that was, Kevin James.
Do you know what? We've been waiting so long for that, or it feels like we've been waiting so long. Everybody knows on the South Coast just what a really good player she is, but it's taken until now to break that hoodoo of her first 100.
She could well bring it home for Hampshire here too. She's got the experience of Charlie Knott at the other end, who drives this one straight back to Hannah Jones on the bounce.
And do you know what? She'll be a better player from now on because of it.
Here comes Hannah Jones again, and it was driven back to the bowler once more by Knott.
You know, I mentioned earlier, 49 matches for the Vipers since COVID year, where she averaged 24. She is a much better player than that. But this will change her.
Here's Hannah Jones. Onto the back foot goes Knott. Hits it out to the cover sweeper. There'll be 1 more to the total. 220 now, the score. Reminder, the chase is 293. So that's 73 off 79. Hampshire in firm control at the moment. Hannah Jones again. Bowls to McGacken, who's happy to just pick up 1 to the left hand of cover in the ring. 221 for 1.
Well, it was, and I don't think she's put her foot wrong. It was Maya Boucher that sort of a couple of times, she could have been out before she got 77. I can't think of a chance that McGacken was given.
No, I think there was just 1 to Collins, was there, on the pull? I think that was maybe McGacken. But other than that, it has been a very, very good innings from her.
Yeah, previous best of 83, as I said, for the Vipers. When she was a Sussex player for 11 matches, she only made 33 as her highest, and 64 for Hampshire in only her 3rd game. That was last Sunday. So what a start to the season she's had.
Scores elsewhere. Warwickshire chasing 253 for victory. They're 131 for 2 in the 29th. So requiring, 122 runs in just over 120 balls in that one. So they're looking in good shape as well. In less good shape is Durham, who are chasing 349 to beat Surrey at Beckenham. They're 187 for 6 at the end of the 33rd over. As in comes Cross to try and produce something. She does get a dot ball into the gloves of Threlkeld outside the off stump.
Well, I imagine I'll be talking to, well, I will be, whatever happens, be talking to Ella McGacken at the end of the day. She said something to me very funny, actually, in pre-season. Come back to that.
I was just going to say, Cross doesn't get a dot ball there because the umpire's arms were outstretched. So another 1 to the total, in fact, 222 for 1. This one is pushed down the ground to Katie Mack, who finds herself up at long on. 1 more to the total, 223 for 1.
I did a little bit of a media exercise with them for about 40 minutes or so, about how to speak to the media and this and that. And Ella put her hand up and she said, I struggle because she said, I always feel like I say the same thing. So I'm very much looking forward to if she learned anything during this session and if she's going to try and tell me a few different things.
I think she'll have something to say about this innings, because it's been a rather magnificent one, as that one is driven up to cover and there is no run on offer. So Cross, who's denied the dot ball by the wide lines earlier in the over, does get one here. Lancashire just have to hang in here. Say one wicket, get Georgia Adams out there who made the big call at the toss, and you just never know. But at the moment, it looks to be Hampshire's game. 70 needed off 76, make that 70 off 75.
Well, if anybody's got the credentials to make something happen, it's Kate Cross. 8 tests, 72 one-day internationals, 18 T20s. What experience there is in her makeup.
98 international appearances now for England, I think, across all those formats. In, right arm over the wicket, just helped on its way onto the leg side as not advanced, and it brings one more to the total, 224 for 1. Can Lancashire find something on what's been a long, hot day? 107 for Eve Jones in the first innings of this game is what Lancashire's 292 was built on. 86 for Emma Lamb, but at the moment it's not looking like enough. McCacken facing up, cross bowler, right arm over the wicket, clipped into the leg side powerfully, and that's the shot of somebody who has 3 figures to a name. Moves on to 107, and one thing's for sure, if Ella McCacken stays in, this game is Hampshire's. They had 4 more to the total, 65 needed off 73.
Yeah, and that's the next little milestone now for Ella McCacken. She's got her first 100 under her belt. It's very easy to say, I've done my job. I finally got there after all this time. I've scored 3 figures and just sort of let out a big sigh and then just give it away. This will be another sign of perhaps just how much she is maturing and has matured, if she can at least get somewhere near the end with this innings.
Morris has gone back to the mid-wicket boundary. There's also long on, so McCacken's gone with the ramp over the top of the fielder who's come into the ring at short fine leg, and that's 4 more, and that's really well played. Cross put it on off stump, made it difficult for McCacken, and she just lifted it over Hannah Jones, who'd come up at short fine. 4 more to the total, 232 for 1, and McCacken just trying to accelerate away from Lancashire here. Skillful shot.
Yeah, a bit of a mid-wicket conference now between 3 of the Lancashire players. They've got to be careful here. 61 needed from 72. This is firmly now in Hampshire's favour with 9 wickets remaining. Decent partnership building here between these two. It's close to 100. Having put on 137 for the first wicket, Bouchier and Ella McCacken. And this really is now putting pressure on Lancashire. But they must remember what Hampshire did in those last 10, 12 overs. Just bowl straight, fairly foolish, and made the batters play straight down the pitch. You can't really do much more on here.
The mistake here would be to go chasing wickets, wouldn't it? Because it could end very, very quickly if they do that. Here comes Hannah Jones, always a calm head, bowls and finds a leading edge into the offside. It goes out to backward point in the end from Charlie Knott, who just was trying to push it leg side. It goes off behind square, and that just goes to show one moment could just give Lancashire a chance. It's 61 off 71. Jones bowls. It's slightly back of length, and it's swept as a result by Charlie Knott. She might not have got the first one right. She gets the second one right. And to find 4 behind square on the leg side, and I think it is just becoming a little bit ragged for Lancashire here. 236 for 1, 293 the target for victory, 57 off 70. Eve Jones, who has so much experience, having captained not only Lancashire before, but also, as we see the replay, the umpire nearly taken out by that one. But Eve Jones has so much experience as both Lancashire captain and Central Sparks captain in the regional setup. Just comes and has a word with Ellie Threlkeld, and they do send one back to the boundary.
Yeah, but see,
backward square leg where the ball's just gone.
It's well less than a run of ball, and all you've done there is you've taken one of your fielders out from fairly straight, and you've just played into the batter's hands, because they only need one ball. One ball, they'll win it with 15 balls to spare, 13 balls to spare. You've got to make the batters play across the line here.
Here comes Hannah Jones again. Bowls. There's 2 back on the leg side now. I think that's 3, in fact, at long on where that ball's just gone. And It's returned on the bounce. 1 run to the total, which, as Kevin James has just told you, is all that is required at this point. 237 for 1. Here comes Jones again. Bowls, and he's just dabbed into the offside. Fee Morris is in quickly, but there's always one there. And another to the total.
I'm presuming with this field now, Hannah Jones is going to bowl outside off stump, really. She has to. Although she's brought the mid-wicket in. Actually, it's interesting. She brings the mid-wicket in for Charlie Knott, but actually takes it away from McGacken. It's almost as if they're expecting McGacken to play squarer with a little sweep shot than actually Charlie Knott is. And it was Charlie Knott that hit the boundary.
Knott just settles over a bat. 55 off 68. Looks for the reverse sweep this time. Fee Morris is across and tumbles and stops the ball at short third. 239 for 1 the total moves on to. We've had the best part of 39 overs, just 1 ball remaining in this one. The sun beating down on this glorious day here in Southport. Here's Jones, ran that one into the pitch a little bit as McGacken advanced, and McGacken happy to drive it up to long on for another single. 240 for 1, 53 more needed, 66 deliveries to get them. Hampshire in firm control.
I mean, that's interesting, the field there for Ella McGacken. Now they've got 2 behind square on the leg side. You know, expecting Ella McGacken to play little sweep shots, little dab sweep shots, not putting any pace on it at all. But what they're then doing is they're just leaving a massive gap straight. And it's 1 a ball every time. And if McGacken plays it right, she doesn't really have to make a mistake from here on in. So I think you just got to think about the field a little bit more. If you're going to have that field, when you've got those, if you're trying to stop her playing those dab sweep shots, then you're going to have to bowl it full. So the full shot means that she hits it straight down the ground. So if you're going to bowl full, bring one of those more mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket, and at least try and cut off an area that McGacken's trying to play into. I just think almost try and make a play a dab sweep, but play it full, which is then very difficult shot to play to a very full delivery.
Lamb back into the attack after the little foray with Kate Cross. Cross is at long on. We've got a long off, and 3, 4 in the ring on the offside as McGacken comes down the track and hits it over that little ring of fielders on the offside. It plugs in the turf and spins to a stop as Eve Jones chases it back and returns to Emma Lamb. 2 more to the total. 242 for 1.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a miss hit.
We've got mid-wicket back, we've got square leg back and long on back on the leg side, and it's going to be swept behind square on the leg side. Collins is round, watching the ball all the way into her hands, returns for the cost of 1 run. McGacken onto 116, the score 243 for 1, 50 required of 64. Game is Hampshire's at the moment. Here's Lamb again, looking for a 5th wicket of the season as that one is cut to short cover by Knott. No run.
Good shot for no.
Well, a yard either way, and that was 4. Just seems to be getting away from Lancashire here. Their first home game of the season. That one does go a yard past the field, a backward point rather than cover, but the result is 4. A little bit of space given to Charlie Knott, and she uses it to dispatch the ball away for 4 more, and this feels like it's getting away in a hurry now. 46 more needed off 62.
Yeah, that's not the ball to bowl, I'm afraid. That's going square on the offside, not the ball at all.
Even a couple of wickets now, you feel Hampshire would have the nous to stay calm, just chip the ball around from here. As that one goes through to the gloves of Threlkeld. Attempt at the cut shot, but doesn't connect and doesn't produce a run. But Knott knows she's got a boundary, so she can almost look for another one if she wants. Hits this one off the back foot, but finds cover. No run. That's the end of the over. We've had 40 of them. There are 46 more runs required for victory and 60 balls remain in the game. I'll pass you over to Polly Starkey.
So 2 or 3 the Lancashire fielders just surrounding the umpire, just having a look at who's got what left in terms of the bowling stakes. I can help them out a little bit actually. Kate Cross still has 3. Mahika Gar has 5 left. Grace Potts has 6. Hannah Jones 3. Emma Lamb a couple, and Fee Morris has 1 over less. Welcome back, Polly Starkey. If we turn you on, there you go. Well, this has been all Hampshire, isn't it, in the last half hour or 40 minutes or so?
Yeah, Hampshire are in prime position, and I'm not sure that Lancashire will be able to pull this one back.
Well, yeah, 10 overs to go. But the fact there's just 46 runs needed and there are still 60 balls to bowl in this match.
Hannah Jones in to McCacken, and good stop in the field there by Grace Potts. 248 for 1. Jones again, and not slices that out to the boundary. That'll be another 4. Another good shot to help the case of Hampshire. The crucial thing here is the wickets in hand, which they have at their disposal. So even if wickets do fall, they'll be absolutely fine. They need less than run a ball.
Still another chat going on. You can definitely tell that Lancashire are just trying to work things out. How do they go about this? I think on this wicket, I'm just afraid that it's very difficult.
Baker, the Lancashire spinner, and there was no run from that delivery. Hannah Jones currently 5 from the over. Once again, not just lays that down the ground on the leg side. She'll take the single. .40 runs to win for Hampshire to continue their unbeaten streak so far in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Hannah Jones at the top of her mark in her 8th over, and McCacken goes down the track and kind of misses the ball, but they'll take the 1.
Yeah, singles just really on offer whenever they want here, Hampshire. They kind of earned the right here, haven't they?
Yeah, they need less than run a ball. They can do that, and there's no need for any expansive shots. Jones to Knott, who strikes that to a square boundary. That's another 4 for Hampshire. They're really taking off those runs, and
well, again, it's square on the leg side.
Yeah, closer to that target.
It's just a little too short, really. It is tough. It is tough. You've got batters going well. The momentum's with Hampshire. The ball's doing absolutely nothing for the bowlers. It's a quick outfield, and it is tough. It is tough. But I'm just wondering what plans are being thought about out there. I think Hampshire had very clear plans for the last third of the innings. I'm just not sure I'm quite seeing the same from Lancashire.
And I think also Hampshire's plans ended up being very effective in those last 10 overs, and the collapse that they caused was very, very effective in terms of restricting perhaps the 40 odd they could have piled on top of the total they did set, as it's been turned around the corner by Ella McCacken. Lamb to McCacken, that's chipped up and it goes through the hands of Lamb. That could have been a caught and bowled.
Good effort Got a lot of hand on that. Hannah Jones jumping up, and the hands were high above the head. Good effort. Don't give it away now, Ella McGacken.
.34 runs to win, 52 balls remaining. There's a big appeal and it's given out. Charlie Knott departs for 47. Emma Lamb with the breakthrough. And if there was any hope of Lancashire coming back, that's exactly what they needed to do. It feels a little too late, but nonetheless, it's a wicket, and Hampshire are 259 for 2. It'll be the captain, Georgia Adams, who comes to the middle for Hampshire to try and finish off the job, which Ella McGacken and Charlie Knott, as well as Maya Boucher, have set up so well. 8 wickets still in hand, and that target of 34 more runs to win.
122 partnership in 17 overs between Charlie Knott and Ella McGacken. But there you see, she's playing across the line. I'm just saying, you know, you get more of a chance getting the batters to play across the line on a wickets like this than you do straight. But unfortunately, the equation's in Hampshire's favour. I mean, this is, you know, it won't be easy. Batters coming in have still got to pick up where the batters have left off. So, you know, you can't automatically assume that Hampshire are in position when you've got new batters at the crease. But what I'm saying is, you know, get the batters playing straight, and if they want to take a bit more of a chance, Charlie Knott looks like she wanted to finish that off with a few balls to spare. So she's taken a chance, hit across the line. As long as you bowl straight, you've always got a chance.
So it's Georgia Adams to face the bowling of Emma Lamb, and she defends that into the ground for the first ball, playing it safe. Still 34 to win with 50 balls remaining. The efforts of Ella McGacken, who's 119 not out from 126 balls, really helping this Hampshire side building their innings. Emma Lamb tosses the ball up and to Adams, who will sneak through for the run, just nudging that into the offside.
And I think that is exactly what Georgia Adams is going to do from here, Polly Starkey. Is, we were saying it might, when he was up around and above one a ball, if you got Adams out there, maybe she'd feel a bit of pressure on the fact that she'd chosen to chase today on a flat wicket, but actually now, because it's so much below one a ball, that I think she'll just knock it around and be able to see this through for her team now. I think she was just going to have too much nous for Lancashire from here.
Yeah, she's just needs to not play too many risky shots, can just hit it around, as you say, less than run a ball, and it's set up really nicely for her to come in and just finish the game for her side. 260 for 2, 33 runs to win from 48 balls which remain. Grace Potts will be bowling for Lancashire.
It's another roll of the dice from Lancashire, but it just doesn't feel like there's a plan that can work from here, really. 8 wickets is too many as a route to victory.
Potts to Adams. There's an appeal. It's quite a lengthy appeal, but umpire's uninterested in that one.
Always felt high, didn't it?
Yeah. It did look a bit high. But at this point in the game, you've just got to appeal for it. And
yeah, it was almost up around waist high as we were watching on the replay there.
Potts again, and that one's pushed down towards the boundary with Hika Gore doing the fielding.
Chopped, sliced really, but that's all that was needed. Another one to the total. A equations ticking down. 32 or 46 now. It's been a masterclass really from Hampshire, how to chase runs and how to chase a very big total.
Of course, Ella McCacken being the pick of the batters there. 119 not out. Potts charging in to McCacken, who plays that down the ground just for the single.
I bet the weather up here is just as good as you're having. It is absolutely boiling up here, and we've got
161 for 2.
Well,
we've seen Surrey today past that highest total of what we had in the Lancashire Flint Trophy, with setting a target of 349. It looked as if that was the sort of total that Lancashire were going to need today, and so it seems to be proving.
Adams pushing that into the offside for the single. Yeah, we've made this point a number of times, but just a few more runs would have made such a difference for Lancashire. That collapse in the final 10 overs, if they had, instead of having that collapse put on 50 runs or so, even 40 runs, it would have made such a difference to that total, made it much more menacing for Hampshire to chase. Potts in, and McCacken gets flight on that. It's going to drop just before the boundary. A couple of bounces. It's fielded far out by Saren Smell.
Beautifully lifted, wasn't it, over the infield?
Yeah.
On the leg side, just going across her stump. She's done it a few times. It's been very effective.
Potts again, and there's a misfield out there. That's in a bit of pain. I think that's Fee Morris there. Now scramble for the single, which is in the end quite comfortable. So 27 to win from 42 balls. And end of the over. 266 for 2 after 43. 27 from 42. Ella McCacken on 123 from 129, and Georgia Adams 3 from 6. Hampshire on course for victory, remaining undefeated in the Metrobank One Day Cup here in Southport. Emma Lamb will bowl her final over as another single tallied off. 26 from 41 required. Lamb to Adams, and just going steady along at the moment. That's all they need to do. As I say, 25 from 40, so got plenty of time to do it. Emma Lamb being deployed as a frontline spinner in today's game. Going through to Ellie Threlkeld. Just trying to build a bit of pressure. Lamb, who also scored 86 earlier in the game in Lancashire's innings to help them to their total. From 38.
I'd love Ella to stay till the end.
$270 for 2. The score ticks over 2. Cheers from the Lancashire fielders, trying to do something with his innings, and the game's very quickly slipping away from them as Hampshire tick along very nicely. And end of the over, 271 for 2, 22 runs to win from remaining 36 balls. 8 wickets in hand.
Should we have a look at who else might be winning in Tier 1 today? Surrey against Durham. Durham need another 138 to win from just over 9 overs with 1 wicket remaining.
Oof.
Looks like Surrey are going to pick up their first win.
Yeah, and that'll be a big win as well.
Certainly
I'll get the
will.
bonus point.
Durham 211 for 9, chasing Surrey's 348 for 6. And Warwickshire need 88 runs to win from 15 overs with 5 wickets remaining against the Blaze. Now that does look an interesting game. Blaze made 252 for 9. Warwickshire currently 165 for 5 after 35 overs.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And I believe it's Somerset against Essex tomorrow. That'll be happening. V. Morris will now be bowling from the Harrow Drive end.
Her last over, 9 overs, 1 for 48. Picked up the wicket of Maya Boucher.
It's a good dot ball to start from V. Morris. That's lofted into the air. It could have been a catch, but fielder running in and 1 bounce before. I think that's Katie Mack. He's been kept busy actually in the field.
Slight fielding change for the captain here. That's a mid-wicket going in.
21 runs to win from the remaining 34 balls here in Southport, and it's been a fantastic display of batting across the board from both sides. Morris to Adams, who just nudges that into the leg side and will scramble through for the single. Of course, in Lancashire's innings we had a fantastic century from Eve Jones, 107. Emma Lamb got 86. And the centurion for Hampshire, Elle McCacken, who continues here driving down the ground to take another single. She's currently 128 not out from 136 deliveries.
Terrific stuff. Absolutely terrific stuff. Absolutely smashed her previous best list day score.
It's a really good marker at the start of the season to put a score like that on the board. They're just rotating the strike nicely here, chipping off those runs. It's now into the teens, 19 runs to win, 18 runs even from 31 balls. The score 275 for 2. Morris with her final delivery of the day, and they're going to think about 2. They end up just going for the single. And the end of the over, 276 for 2. 17 runs required to win from the final 5 overs.
And 8 wickets in hand, which is a tremendous position to be in here for Hampshire. Just having a look at the worm, you can see from about the late 30, something over 37, 38 over, pulling ahead of Lancashire, and that really was around the time where Lancashire just tailed off. The innings totally tailed off really from where it could have been. Entered those final 10 overs at 236 for 2, and really couldn't make what was a tremendous start count, and that may yet and probably will prove to be their undoing. But it's been a wonderful reply from Hampshire, very disciplined. A couple of half chances, Boucher, she still made 77. So we've got a change of bowling here, or who have we got? Looks like Grace Potts is back into the attack. Bowles driven away by McGacken out towards deep cover. They may look for 2 here. No, they're going to settle for 1. I think that again, that just shows Hampshire not really under pressure, not really having to push for 2s. And putting the fielders under pressure, where we know the outfield is a little bobbly, especially at the top end there. 16 to win from 29, 277 for 2. We're in the 46th. It's been the most wonderful day for cricket with the weather, and the cricket has in turn done its part. I don't think there'll be too many people, unless they're devout Lancashire fans, which I'm sure some of them are, will go home disappointed from here. It's been a good game, whichever way it goes, and it looks like it's going only one way. That'll be a wide down the leg side from Grace Potts, who was brought in as cover, wasn't she, for the England side in the South African Tests, early part of the winter. Was part of the England A side, played in the unofficial Test last month against Australia. Done for 29, starting a 6th over. Comes in, right arm over, tall, turned away. I think that's off the pad from Georgia Adams. It'll be a leg by signalled by the umpire shortly. Yep, there it goes. And Hampshire now are down to just 14 to win from 28. They made it look very easy, I have to say, haven't they, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's a total that it's quite easy to mess it up in the sense that you think, oh, okay, we'll just go for it, and then suddenly you're losing all these wickets.
Yeah, definitely.
But they've done it in a really measured way, and I think that innings from Lukaku, it's a very mature innings, and she just kind of stepped back when Mai Boucher was doing her thing, but then as soon as Boucher got out, she kind of took ownership of that innings and has gone on to, well, she's 131 out, so she's done very good things with it.
13 from 27 needed, as that's turned away fine. Now they run the, well, they hardly run the first one, again, because there's no real pressure out there now. The job feels as though it's done. 12 needed from 26 on what has been a very fast scoring outfield. A really, really good wicket to bat on. And out there, I just think when you're in the middle, that you probably feel that there's a run of ball without even trying. Batters have found it most to their like in these conditions. That's pulled hard out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielding in front of us is Fee Morris. That's where we're commentating from. Although, of course, if you're watching on the live picture feed, you're very much wicket to wicket. We're right behind Fee there, that you can see. We're just about 20, 30 yards behind Fee Morris on that angle. 282 for 2. 11 needed from 25. Grace Potts left to right as we watch. That's turned away again quite easily by Georgia Adams. She moves on to 9. 10 to win now from 24 balls. Well, I think the most optimistic of people would have said we were in for a very, very close game. But it hasn't quite turned out that way, and it's really down to some very classy, very measured, very professional batting in the Hampshire reply.
Yeah, the batting's been superb. I mean, from both sides, but I think for Hampshire to match what Lancashire did, particularly for the first 40 overs of that first innings, to match that I think is excellent. And yeah, Hampshire have superseded Lancashire in that sense, and have done well to wrap it up so quickly.
Yeah, it feels like we're just waiting for the inevitable now. 10 to win from 24. And this is Hannah Jones returning with her left arm spinners. None for 54 from 8 for her. A little bit more expensive than I think what we're used to, Polly, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. She's normally a lot more economical and is normally more of a wicket-taking threat. So slightly uncharacteristic of Hannah Jones.
Comes into bowl now around the wicket, and Adams trying to give herself some room. Can't quite find it as the ball goes out towards extra cover. And another ball is ticked off. Still 10 runs to win, but 23 balls remain left in the game. Hannah Jones again. Bowls. Oh, she goes big this time. The mid-on and mid-off are up. Perfect shot, and that's gone for 6. Just over the boundary board and before, well, into the area between the boundary board and the sight screen. Lovely piece of timing, straight as you like, and that's the perfect comeback when you've got mid-on and mid-off up.
I think Georgia Adams wants to get on the motorway quickly. That was a fantastic shot.
Look at that. Perfect position with the head there. Nicely just forward body weight forward into the shot. Even if you're looking to get some height, still keep that body weight forward. 289 for 2, 4 needed from 22 deliveries. Quick single there as the ball just trickles out on the leg side. Adams moves on to 16 and 290 for 2, which means Hampshire need 3 to win from here. 21 balls remaining. It's all very nearly over. Jones bowls. That's in the air. Just one bounce to mid-off. I think Ella McGackin went for the big one there to finish off. Didn't quite time it just as well. Otherwise, that would have been caught at mid-off, and that would have been a death right at the end. 2 to win. 20 balls remain. Georgia Adams just taking time here, just marking her guard out again. Probably thinking, right, where am I going to hit this one? Am I going to go over the top again? Am I going to risk it? No, she decides to play safe. Plays it back to the bowler. Still 2 to win. And I think I'm right in saying there are 20 balls remain. Yeah, 19 balls remain now. Hannah Jones, is this the moment? Sweep shot in the air, safe, that's it. All over here at Southport. 295 for 2. Hampshire have won this game by 8 wickets with 18 balls remaining, leaving Ella McGackin, the 22-year-old, 133 not out of 141 deliveries. Her first ever professional 100, her first ever List A 100, and leaves captain Georgia Adams 20 not out. And Lancashire, having won 2 games from 2, suffer their first defeat. And Hampshire now, it's 2 wins and a tie from their 3 matches. Polly.
A fantastic performance by Hampshire with the bat, a measured performance with the ball as well, a lot of patience that had to be shown. And then in those final 10 overs of Lancashire's batting innings, really came in and caused some trouble and restricted Lancashire. Then in terms of the bat, of course, Ella McGackin, the hero of the day, 133 not out. Her best List A performance by a mile, and a lovely batting innings from her. A variety of shots and a really composed innings and a really mature innings from her. Mai Bouchier also contributing at the top of the order there, and Georgia Adams, the captain, finishing it off and securing the victory for Hampshire. A fantastic start to their one-day cup campaign, and they remain undefeated. Lancashire, however, suffering their first loss. Doing well with the bat, perhaps needed a few more runs and some mistakes in the field, and unable to have big breakthroughs with the ball.
So the 2 teams shake hands as they make their way off the field. The crowd disappear here as well. What a day it's been, not just for the cricket but also the weather as well. I don't think anybody could have foreseen weather like this at the end of April up here on the northeast coast. I'm sure some of the locals will say, oh yeah, I remember back in 1920 when it was actually 56 degrees at the end of February, but you know what I mean. It's been almost too hot at times. But yeah, a convincing victory. Just very quickly, the match details then. Lancashire 292 for 6 off their 50 overs. Hundreds for Eve Jones, 107. Emma Lamb, the other major contributor, with 86. A record opening partnership of 185 for the first wicket, which beats a previous Lancashire women's record and also a Lancashire Thunder record. But really, it was those last 10 overs where they only scored 56, when really it should have been a few more than that, which in the end has been Lancashire's undoing. Who knows if Hampshire would just put under a little bit more pressure in those closing, I don't know, 15 overs or so, where rather than less than a run of ball, it would have been more than a run of ball. Who knows what may have happened. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Scott Reed. He is still here, actually, if anybody's wondering. Thank you also to Mike Perkins. Polly Starkey, thank you very much. First time we've worked together, enjoyed it very much. I'm Kevin James, and we'll do it all again very soon.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.